Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So finally we have completed the entire NFT marketplace API and we have bring all the functionality which actually needed in the NFT marketplace. So let me give you a quick walkthrough that what are the data structure we have built, how we can call the data, and what are the functionality we have included in terms of authentication, in terms of getting the data for the user, in terms of getting the data for the NFTs. Okay, so let's talk about that. So here what I did, I opened my Postman and I have already running my server. So you can see my server is running and this is the entire API project. So let's come back to the Postman and let's start with the very first one. So if I really want to access the data of my NFT marketplace for this API, first I have to get logged into this API, then I can easily able to make the call. So what I will do, I can't remember that the ID and the password. So what I will do, I'm going to create a new account. So I will click on this sign up and you can see right now we are in the development environment. So if you haven't watched the NFT marketplace API, I must recommend to follow from the beginning. Okay, so this is the post request. I'm going to create an account. So this time I will create an account with the Hussein, and the address I will going to change because the email address should be unique, and that's the logic we have built. So I'll say DAULATHUSSAIN Hussein. So this is the email, this is the password, and this is the password, and this is the one. So if I make a request, and you can see I have created an account in my API. I got this JWP token. So if you haven't followed the API project, then it's seems like an alien to you. Okay, so I have this token which allow me to authenticate in the entire API, so I can easily able to access all the data. So this is the entire data I got back. So this is the user ID, this is the name, this is the email, and this is the password which we have hash. Okay, encrypted password. So we have created that. Now we can have the access of the entire data in this API. So first thing what I will do, I will go to this first one is get, and I want to find out all the NFT which I have created in this API. So I'm going to make a get request. So I will click on this send request and here I will have all the data. So these are the NFT I have already created, which we have done together. So you can see we can easily able to access all the data. So this is how we can get the NFT. So I got this NFT. Now if I make a post request, so I can easily able to come in the body and I can create NFT. Create NFT. Okay, so here it seems good. What I can do is I can make a send request and here you can see I got an error message. So you can see our authentication is working fine. So here it says that NFT validation failed, the summary is needed. You can see this all logic we have built in our NFT marketplace in the schema model. So make sure to follow that. So it's missing the summary, it's missing the price. So let's provide those three things. So I'm going to simply copy that one and I'm going to provide the first thing is going to be the summary. So you can type anything because this one is a required field. So I'll say hey Daulat, and I have to provide this one. Okay, so this is the summary and I have to provide the price as well. So what is the price? We have a discount price and that looks good to me. Let me provide a price as well, otherwise it will throw me an error. So I'll take this price and I'm going to come here and I'm going to paste inside this, and for the price I'm going to say something like 23. Okay, you can set any number, you can take the price in terms of ether, it's really up to you. And that's what happened exactly when you are using this API in the NFT marketplace. So this price will be in the terms of ether. And now if I make a request, you can see again I got this failed request. What it says that the discount price. Okay, you can see this validation is also working because here what we have done that we have said that we want to provide discounts to 500 on this NFT, but the price is less, and this is the logic we have built and it's also working fine. So what I will do, I'll go to increase this to something like this hide value number, and if I make a request, you can see again we got this validation error. It says that must have, so we have to provide the average rating. I am missing a lot of data, so let's provide the average rating as well, which is okay. So let me do this, provide the average rating. So I want to provide the rating is going to be, let's say 4, and let me make a request. So looks good to me, and let's see what's the error I'm getting. So validation failed, average rating must have 5. So that looks good to me, no more issues. So what it's saying that, okay, if I make a request, and here you can see this is not an error, it's a warning, but you can see we have created this NFT. This is the NFT, and if I come back to the get, so right now you can see we have saved. The moment I will make a request, I will have this 6 NFT. And can you guess why we are getting this 6 NFT? Because the NFT we have created, it's a private. So we have built that logic that it's a private NFT. So if you come here, you can able to find the logic which we have built. It's a private NFT. So that's why you can able to find this NFT in the output, because we want that when someone would have a special purchase, in that scenario, they're going to have this NFT. But if you look at the database, you will find this NFT is already there, which I will show you in a while. So okay, so we have created this NFT. So it looks fine to me. It looks fine. Everything is working absolutely amazing. So this is the get NFT. Now let's come here in the single NFT. So what I can do, come here, and here we have all the 6 NFT. And if I want to get this NFT, the single NFT, so for that, what I will do, I'll come here, and here I have to pass the ID of that particular NFT. So I'm going to simply paste the ID which I have copied from there, and I'm going to make a request. So the moment I will make a request, I can see you can easily able to find all the data for that single NFT. Now let's do the same thing for the update NFT. So if you want to update any data into the NFT, you can do that. So for that purpose, I'm going to update this one. Okay, so I'm going to grab this and I want to change what value I want to change. I want to change this. Let's say I want to change this duration. Okay, or let's change this name, because that's what we do most of the time. So let's come here, and if I go into the body, and here I can change the name. So instead of this, so what is the name we have provided to this NFT? It's a monkey monster, and I want to change it to something like Daulat Hussain. You can change to whatever, Daulat Hussain Hussain. And if I make a request, you can see we'll get this message, success. And if you look at here we have changed that name. If you come back to the single NFT, if you make a request, you can able to see the name is changed Daulat. So it's working fine. We can update the data in our API. So it's also working. And if you want to delete, that's very easy. All you have to do is to simply paste the ID and it will delete that. In this, you don't need to pass any data. So it's also working fine. Here we have the get all user. As I'm logged into this API, so I can easily able to find all the user. But we have built a logic that only admin can have an access of getting all this data. So that's the functionality we have included. So if I want to get the user, all I have to do is to make a request, and here I will get all the user we have created, including myself. Okay, so you can see all the user with their email ID and the name, and this data is not for the users. And all this data about the users, it's not for the normal person, those who will come to our application. It's only for the admin, because admin will have the power to delete any user, to change the password. Okay, so that's for that purpose. Now if we come back to this top 5, this is the one route we have created, and this route will give us the top 5 NFT in our API. So if I make a request, I can easily able to find the top 5 NFT. You can see this is the top 5 NFT we have got, and we have built all these logics. Okay, so we are having this top 5 NFT based on the rating and the difficulty and the pricing. So these are the logic we have built. I will not go into that detail. So make sure to check the complete API. That will give you a better idea. So this is the top 5 NFT. Now let's come back to the monthly plan. So what happened that sometime your product manager, he will tell you to build a router that will calculate the highest number of selling of NFT in a particular month. So this is the logic we have built. In that, we can easily able to find that how many NFT is getting sold in a particular month or a particular year. So here we are targeting the year. You can include it in a month, so that will also work. So if you make a request, here you will find that how many NFT we have sold in that particular month. So you can see, so this is the first month. You can see we are getting the month number 1, and this is the month number 2, and this is the month number 8. So these are the NFT we have sold so far, and you can see you can get the month and you can get all of these data. It's really powerful. So this is the one, and let's come back to the get status. That's a very valuable data structure which you have to include in the API, because as an admin you have to know that how much money you are making, how much sale you are getting, how many users are creating NFT in your marketplace. So you need to have those stats, and this is what we have built. So if I make a request, you can easily able to find all the data. You can see right now we have categorized our entire NFTs based on 2 parts. One is the easy and the medium, and you can easily able to find all the data. So right now we have the 3 NFT with easy and 3 NFT with medium. You can add multiple like labels in the NFT. Okay, and we have calculated all the ratings, pricing, minimum, max pricing, so everything is working fine here. Now let's come back to the sign up, which you have already seen because we have created this user. Now this is the login one. So what I want to do is, so this is the one we have created. So make sure to keep this in mind that this is the Daulat and this is the password. So if I click on this, maybe this is the right one. So click on this and here you can see we log into this application. Now I'm logged in with this Daulat and this is the password. And now I have access all of these accounts. So I'm no longer using the old account which I have created for accessing this data, but now I am accessing with this account. So this is how user can log into our API. So it's also working fine. Now let's come back to the get all users. So if you click on this, here you will find the list of all the users, which we have already seen that. And here we have this forget password. So if you haven't watched this, make sure to watch it, okay? So here we can send the, like if you come back to the body and here you have to provide the email ID. Suppose that's the one validation we are doing. So if someone's forget their password, so we need to have his email ID. So you can add two-step validation, you can add a phone number or you can add an email address, but here we are making things simple. So we are going with the email ID. So they have to provide the email ID and we're going to send the JWP token and we're going to send a special link where they can easily able to fill out the password. All they have to do, make a request and it will send the email. So I have already shown you, so make sure to follow the tutorial. And here we have the reset passwords. And the same thing, we have to provide the JWP token, because the token they will get in the emails, they have to provide that and they can easily able to confirm their change their password. So they can simply come here and they can provide their like the password, the new password, and they have to confirm it because we have to run the validation. So this is also working fine. Now let's come back to the update my password. So this one is for the user because user can update his password and that's a totally different resource. So reset password and update password is a two different resources. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. And here we have this update me. So if user wants to update any details like email ID or a summary or descriptions or any information about himself, like if he wants to update the images, so he can update that with this route, okay? And this is the delete. So if a user wants to delete his account, so he can, but we are not deleting him from our API. We are just making him inactive. And that's the way you have to practice when you are building your API, because you should never delete any information about the users. When user delete his account, you should make it inactive and you can store it in a different data set. So you can later, after a week, you can send emails to tell him, okay, there is a special offer, so he can reactive his account, okay?
Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back to this full stack NFT marketplace project video. So in the first part, we had built our powerful smart contract for our NFT marketplace. In the second part, we have built stunning front-end applications and we have connected the front-end part with the smart contract and we are doing all the transactions of the NFT. So if you haven't watched those two parts, I'll link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow that. And this is the third part from right this video. We're going to build the powerful API for our NFT marketplace. So I hope you guys are excited and I'm also very excited because you can see my tone, okay? So in this video, I'm going to give you a quick overview that how we are going to navigate throughout this entire third part, how we're going to plan our API, what are the structure we're going to build, what kind of functionality we're going to include into our API, okay? So that's all we're going to talk about in this video. So let me change my slide and let me have this, boom. Okay, I like to have this one. So we're going to build API. So first we'll start with the architecture, then we'll move to the API modeling, then we're going to move to the MongoDB, and after that we're going to connect that MongoDB with our cloud storage. After that we're going to work on the API error handling, then we're going to move on to the API security. After that we're going to work on the authentications, then we're going to work on the user authentication. So we have to create a function which can allow user to log into the application. We have to do certain changes as per the user, they are logged into the application or not. Okay, so those are all the authentication we're going to create in this two part, and then we'll move to the data modeling. Okay, so this API is going to be a global API. What do I mean by global API? I will explain, okay? Just wait. And after that, we're going to work on the payment system. So this one is optional, but I will include this functionality because if you want to take payment in dollar, you can do that, okay? So we're going to discuss about that, but we're going to build this functionality into our API. After that, we're going to build this email subscription form, okay? So whenever someone buy any NFT or trade any NFT or the price of NFT goes up and down, so we have to send emails to the creator as well as the other who are interested or those who are bidding for that NFT. Okay, so we'll create this email sending functionality. Then we'll talk about the automation. We're going to build the automation like notifications, all those things. Okay, and finally our NFT marketplace API is ready. Okay, now let's move to the next slide. So global API, what do I mean by global API exactly here? Okay, so the API we are about to build is going to be a global one. Okay, so you can use this API in any type of applications, because this is the approach I'm going to take for building this API. Once we build this entire API, then we're going to convert this API into our NFT marketplace. Okay, so once you have this API, you can use into any kind of applications. First thing that we're going to use this API into our NFT marketplace, you can use it for YouTube. Okay, so if you want to create a YouTube online streaming platform, so you can use the same API. I will show you that how you can do all the changes in the API to have the same functionality. The functionality you can see right in the API YouTube. Okay, then we'll move to the e-commerce. You can easily convert the same API into an e-commerce. You can convert the API into online learning platforms like Udemy. If you want to convert the API into a portfolio, you can do that. If you want to convert the API into a finance or financial institution, you can do that. Okay, so this is the API is going to be global. That's why I call global API. And after that, so once we'll have the API, you can easily convert into any type of application which you want to build. Okay, so trust me, once you build this API, you will learn everything about the APIs and you can build any applications. You can be a pro backend developer and you will have a confidence that you can build any kind of applications. I will show you how you can convert that particular API into multiple stream as applications. Okay, now let's move to the next slide. So now the biggest question is that how are you guys going to ask me questions? I totally assume that you guys are going to make any kind of mistakes. Some function will work, some function will not work, because I commit a lot of mistakes. Okay, so I'm telling you this on my personal experience. I have also taken a lot of courses. So if you follow this, you're definitely going to commit some mistakes, some problem you will have with the packages. So how are you guys going to ask me questions? Okay, so here you have 3 options to ask the question, but I would prefer you to join the Discord server which I have built. Okay, that we already have a couple of members in that Discord server. So if you want to ask your query, the first thing you have to do, whatever problem you are facing, just take a snapshot of that and post in the Discord server. Write down the problem which you are having. So if I come across the problem, I can easily able to answer you, or if anybody else in the Discord server have the same problem, they can answer you as well. Okay, so we want to build a community. We have to help each other. So I would recommend you to join the Discord server and ask your question there. And in the YouTube section, what you have to do, whenever you have any problem, just write down the timestamp and the problem in the comment section. Okay, and that way we can easily able to highlight the section, and I would help you in much better way. And the third, Instagram is optional. I'm not that active, but I always share a very beautiful and good memes in Instagram. So if you want to follow me there, you can do that as well. Okay, so this is the playlist, so you have to save all the video will go into this playlist. Okay, so we have the already smart contract, we have front end template, we have all build all those things. That's all in this playlist, and I'm going to add this API section in that as well. Okay, and this is my website. If you want to know any update about this API development, you can simply visit to the blog section. There I have provided all the templates, all the source code starter files. That's all you will find in the blog section. So visit there and check from your end. So once everything's ready, we're going to connect our smart contract with front end and API, and at the end you will get your startup. You can see a water dropping from top, and here is the wave. That means your startup is taking forward in full force. Okay, so I'm very excited about this. I hope you guys will learn something new. The ultimate motive is for me to help you guys. So before I start, I really want to thank Jonathan, because whatever I know about this backend development, that's all because of Jonathan. He taught amazingly in one of his paid course. I took his course, and I'm going to follow the same structure that he taught me in that course, because I found that that is the best way to learn. The structure he follow, I'm going to follow the same structure, and I'm going to do some add-ons on that. Okay, so finally I want to congratulate you that you guys have been amazing. The way you guys have following this project and the way you guys have shown your love, asking questions, I really like those things. Okay, so I hope you will learn something new in this section as well. Okay, so with that said, let me take you to my code editor and show you the folder and file structure which I have created. So all I have done so far in this API development, I have created a folder by the name NFT API, and inside this folder I have this data folder. Okay, so let me show you what I have in this. So let's come here, click on this. In this folder we have two folders. One is for the data and the other folder we have for the image. Okay, and all this starter file will be provided to you guys. Okay, so if you click on this data folder, in that you will find that we have couple of JSON file. So first one is we have this NFT review, we have NFT sample, NFT user, and NFT. Okay, if I click on this NFT review, so here I have created a couple of reviews for our NFT. You can see we have the ID, we have review, we have rating, we have user, we have NFT. Okay, so you might be thinking that what is this rating? Okay, don't need to worry about this. When we're going to design our data modeling, and that we're going to talk about this a lot. Okay, so this is the demo review which I have created, ID, review, rating, and altogether I have created close to 60. Okay, so you can have a look this one. Okay, you can see we have all these demo reviews. Now the second file we have this NFT sample. So we will start with this sample data. Okay, so this is the sample data on which we're going to do the testing of our API, because the actual API, the actual data of the NFT will contain a lot of information. Okay, we have to put a lot of information in that, so I'll keep that aside. We have to focus on building the API, all the functionality, and then after that, once we have that functionality, we can easily able to ask for any data from the user. Okay, so this is the sample data we have the ID, we have name, we have durations, and we have max group size. And you might be thinking that what is this max group size, what is this difficulty? We don't have anything in our NFTs, but what is this? So as I told you that we're going to follow the global approach. Okay, so we are building this API as a global, so we can use into different application. Okay, so that's why I have taken this fill, because if you want to use the same API for building a social media app, so we need to have a functionality which calculate the average like how many likes are getting, the difficulties. Okay, if you want to build any kind of course application like Udemy, there you have to say the difficulty levels. Okay, the rating, the likes. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking as a global, and that's the data we have taken here. That is absolutely perfect for building a global API. Everything will make sense. Okay, everything will make sense. Just follow along with me. Okay, so here we have all this data. We have rating, we have the grading. So all this is the first data and this is the second data. So altogether we have nine data I have created, 9 NFT data you can call it. So you can see we have this I. So 9 data we have. Okay, let's come back to the NFT user. So this is the user data I have created. So I already created a couple of users which we're going to use it when we work on the authentication, user authentication, security. So we need a data so we can easily able to test our API. So you can see every user will have a unique ID, and this ID will replace to the account address. Okay, the API address, and then name, then email ID, role, active, and this active will indicate that whether the user have deleted their account from the API or not. Okay, so everything will make sense. And you can see the password, we have a long hash. We're going to use a beautiful package which going to encrypt the password. So you should never save your password like this. We're going to always encrypt all the data which will take those data from the user, because user data is a stake and you have to take the responsibility for that. So we have to work on the security part as well. So you can see that. So we have all this data for the user ID. We have the name, email address, roles, active, and this is the one. So I have created close to 20 users. Now let's come back to the NFT. So this is going to be the large data. Okay, again I'm telling you that this is not the actual data for the NFT. It's a global approach, and in this I try to cover almost everything. And actually I'm using the same data which I was given in the paid course, because I think this is the best. So we have the start location. So if someone wants to create an NFT or any product in different locations, so if you want to show a location like a map in your application, so you can take the coordinates and you can display that this user locate here, he created this NFT this place. Okay, so we have that, we have rating, we have quantity, we have the images, we have the start time. So you have seen that we have to provide some sort of offer. Okay, so we have to show that the 10 minutes left buy this NFT. So this kind of like offerings, we have to have a date. So we have the some dates here, we have the ID descriptions, and here we have a hell lot of things. Okay, I will give you this data so you guys can have a look. And when we start actually working with this data, you will find that how sense it make. And the image folder we have, inside this image folder we have this couple of images, and inside that image folder we have another folder called user. So let's click on this user, and here you will find all the images which we're going to use for the user. Okay, we're going to take a lot of images for the NFT as well. So right now I don't have, actually I have, so I forgot to add it, but don't need to worry about this right moment because we're not going to use this folder right now. Okay, so that's the folder and file structure which we have for this. So I hope that you guys have got the proper picture that how we're going to navigate throughout this entire API development. We'll focus on global approach. Okay, so once we'll have the API in our hand, after that we can easily convert it into any applications, and we're going to convert the API into our NFT marketplace at the end, and we're going to connect it, and we're going to have the NFT place is ready. Okay, so hope everything's clear before we get started. And again, I'm telling you, the starter file is provided to all of you into this article. So visit to my website, go to the blog section, and there you will have the starter file downloaded from there, and then we can start continue. Okay, so right now in the next video we're going to install a couple of important tools, important software which is very important. Without that we can't able to build the API, so we're going to install that, and after that we can start working on building the API. So hope you have liked this video. If you really like it, do hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot, and do leave your query in the comment section so I know that you guys are really excited about it or not. Okay, so make sure you join the Discord server for asking all the queries. And that's the thing I want to cover in this video. So with that said, I'm ending this video. Hope you have enjoyed and have a wonderful day. See you in the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to the full stack NFT marketplace project video. So in this video we're going to install one of the most important tool which make our work very easy during our API development, and this one is really very important tool which we need to install if you want to build our API. So here I have opened Postman. I'm on their official website. I will provide the link of this website in the description so you can click and you can follow. Okay, so once you land on their website, this is how it will look. Here you can easily able to find out everything about this Postman, that what it does, and you can easily able to find all the existing project here. Okay, so you can easily able to build API together, how many developers are using, and if you are a window user you can simply download it for Windows, Mac, and I don't know what this is. You can come here, you can able to find that what are the tools they can provide here. And if you scroll down, here is the best part. So if you want to see that how API exactly work, or if you want to contribute in any existing APIs, you can see that there is a big companies like PayPal, Axis Bank, and this is the Postman itself, MongoDB. So they have these open APIs. If you want to contribute and have a look, you can do that as well. So you can simply scroll and you can check everything from your end, but I'm not going to explain all these things. We're going to simply install this API. So to install this, all you have to do is to click on simple download, and it will redirect right up here. Okay, and you can able to find out that what are the things you will get here. So make sure if you select Windows, you will have this 64 byte. As per your computer, you can have a look, but I'm going to simply here the downloading process is already started. So I'm going to cancel this because I already have in my computer. So I will simply cancel this. I don't want to re-download this. So once you download and install this application, this is how it will look. So let me open that. So this is how the interface would look like. Okay, so here you will find all the existing APIs, your workspace which you have worked in the past. That's all you will find here. On the right hand side here you will find your workspace, integrations, and reports. Here you will find some learning. If you have any confusion about this Postman, you can able to find out here. Okay, so I'm going to explain you everything, okay, because we're going to build the API where we're going to cover all of these things. So don't need to worry about any one of these. All you have to go do is simply click on this workspace, and here you will find all the project which you have worked, all the API which you have built. So I have already built a couple of API, but in your case there would be no. So what you have to do is simply click on this create workspace, and here you have to give the name to your API. So let me call this to place, and here you can type any summary. I'll not going to do it. And from here I would recommend you that just select it personal. It's totally up to you. So if you're working as a team, you can select that. If you want to make it public so other can contribute, so you can have a look on that. So we'll simply click on personal and create workspace, and here you have your workspace. So this is how the dashboard of your workspace look like, and here you will find all these options which we're going to explore. Here you will find a button for create collections. Okay, so when you install this in your computer for the very first time, you might have light theme, but if you want that your Postman look like me, look like the way this dark theme, then you have to do is let's simply come back to this settings, and here you will have all these options. Simply go to the settings, you will have this option, simply click on this theme, and here you will have this white and dark. So I have selected this dark theme. If you want to go with white, you can select that, okay, but I will pick this dark one. So this is what we have here, and let's click a collection. So we'll create and click connection sorry, collection, and here you have to give the name actually to your collections. So the collection name I want to call it NFT, okay, and I want to hit enter. So here I have created this folder. Inside this, I'm going to keep all the requests which I will make on my API related to NFT, not user, okay, only related to NFT, okay. So that's all will go inside this. So I will create multiple collection. So right now I just create this NFT, and that's what I have. Now what I will do, I will simply cut this one, and to create a new file, so we have this collection, all you have to do is simply click on this plus icons, and here you have, so here we're going to do all the testing of our API. So let me take you through this, okay. So if you click on this, here you will find all the methods is available on Postman, which you can easily able to test on your API, and we're going to use couple of these. We're going to use this get, post, put, patch, delete, okay, all these methods we're going to use in our API. So that's the methods we have. Let me select this get, and let me show you how this work, okay. So I have this open. Let me come back to this API. So this is the news API, and I have logged into my news API, and I'm going to simply copy this API string, okay, API request. So right now in this we have news close to 5864, okay. So I'll come here, go back to my Postman, and I'm going to simply make the request. So let's paste, and you can see the moment I put this string, I get these params, okay. So we're going to talk about this filter, okay. This is called filter shortening, okay. We're going to include this functionality in our API as well. So just simply hit on this send request, okay. So the moment you send the request, you will find that here you get all the data. So status success, we have the total number of results is 9957. We have the source, and we have the data of this news, okay. So we have bunch of data. Now if I come back to my news API once more time, and if I go here, so let me click on this, and this time has a category, okay. You can see this news is for business. So I'm going to simply copy this one, and I will come back, not there, I have to go into my Postman. I'm going to simply replace this one. So that's simple. Simply make a request, and if you come here, you will find all the results related to that business category, okay. So that's how we're going to use this test. So this is how we're going to use the Postman for building our API. This is get, we have post, we have put, we have patch, we have delete. So we don't have any one of these methods which is available in this API. We're going to create our own, okay. So I hope this helped you, and you got a complete overview that how it's going to work. You might be thinking, well, that what we have this, okay. So this is the params. So when we build the API, we'll add the filter functionality. We're going to use this section. When we work on the authentication section with the user, we're going to use it. When we work on the header section to send multiple headers into the user to the clients, we're going to work with this section. We're going to work with the data. So when we want to write any data in our API, upload data, so we're going to use this body section, prescript, test, settings, a lot of things we have here, okay. We have environment variables, okay. So we'll focus on the development and production environment as well. So we're going to cover almost everything in this API, and you become master once you will complete this API tutorial, because we're going to spend most of our time here testing the API. So I believe that you have got a complete understanding that how the tool works and how we're going to utilize it. If still you have any confusion, don't need to worry about it, because you and I, we're going to work together, and we're going to do all the things, and I'm going to explain you everything. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I hope you have got a quick overview that how this application works. So make sure you save this playlist, because in this playlist I'm going to add this API videos, okay. We have already covered the smart contract and templates. So if you haven't watched those two parts, make sure you have to come and check it out, okay. So hope to see you in the next video, and that we're going to start working with our API. Hey everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in this video, we're going to do the important setups before we start building our API. So in the first video, I have give you a complete overview about the project, that how we're going to navigate through this entire API development. And I have also provided you the starter file. So make sure you get this starter file, and that we have a couple of demo data, which we're going to use to test our API. We have the images, we have the demo data, we have all the JSON data, okay. So make sure you get the starter file, and to get it, let me show you how you can get that. And this is the Discord server I have created. So if you have any problem while building this API, any type of error, all the question you can ask into this Discord servers. And I have also provided you the starter file here in this blog post, okay? And if you come up here, you will have the final code in which we have connected the smart contract with front end. Here you will have the template code separately. Here you have the smart contract. So all the codes are already provided to you. So make sure if you have any problem, write your queries here. Other community member will help you. If they can't, I will help you, okay? So make sure you join and get the starter file. And I want to apologize in advance because you can hear the background noise. Currently I'm having construction in my apartment, so if any kind of sounds comes, just ignore and just focus on the project, okay? So let's come back to the code editor. Now we have to install a couple of packages before we start writing a single piece of code in our API. So let's see the documentation first. Here we are on the Node.js official website. So the first tool we need is Node.js. Make sure you install Node.js in your computer. If you're a Mac user, do it for Mac, do it for the Windows, okay? So come to this download section and here you will find this version. So Windows, Mac, and if you want to have a customized npm package, you can do that, but I would recommend you to choose either this one or this one, okay? So this is the tool we're going to use, and we're going to refer to this Node.js documentation very frequently, so you can able to find all the information about this Node.js. So they're using the latest ES6 feature of JavaScript, okay? So we're going to focus more on this. So make sure you install Node.js in computer. Now the second tool we need is this Express, okay? So this Express will help us to create our server, okay? So we're going to refer to this documentation a lot. Here you will find the complete guide that how you can create the server, how you can make the request on the APIs, everything you will find. So make sure you open this website as well. And the third one is this Mongoose, okay? For the data modeling and for the queries, that's we're going to use Mongoose as a data backend server, and we're going to make queries on this. So here you will find all the methods which are there. We have the schema type, we have the connection, model document, subdomain, queries, and that you will have more options. So we're going to find out each of this. You can see delete many, find by ID. So we're going to cover each one of these in detail, okay? So that's all we're going to create and focus, okay? So make sure to you open this Express and you can open this Mongoose. So these are the two website you should open, their documentation, because we're going to refer to this very frequently, okay? So let's come back to the code editor and let's install Express first, okay? So let's come here, and to install that, all you have to do is to simply copy this one and simply copy and come back to your code editor. Now we have to initialize our project. So simply open up your terminal and we're going to clear it and we're going to start the application. So we'll type npm init, okay, hit enter, and here we're going to give the name to our project. So I'll call it, let's say, general API. Hit enter, and here you can give the name to your API. So hit enter and you can give the description. So let me say this is general API and then converted to NFT marketplace, okay? You can type whatever you want. Now let's hit enter, and here you can define keywords. You can define the authors. Simply type $2 and you can give your name. Hit enter, and here we have created the package.json file. Clear the terminal, and here you can see, if you click on this, here you will have all the details which you have provided there, okay? So name, version, description, index, and script. So everything we have. So close this one and simply open up your terminal, and now we're going to install the important tools. So the first tool we want to install is Express, okay? So you can either type npm install or I for shorthand, and make sure you install this version 4, okay? So this is the stable version, okay, in which I have used to build the API. So make sure you install the exact version 4. So hit enter. So here we have installed successfully. Now clear the terminal simply and come back to the package.json file, and here you will find the version we have installed is 4.18.1, okay? So make sure you install the exact version which I'm using in this project, okay? And here you will have the node module, and that you will have all the dependency. So simply close this one and open up your terminal, and we're going to install one more package, which is a node mod, okay? So here I'm on the npmjs.com, and we're going to install this node mod because we don't want to check the testing when we are making those requests on our API. We don't want to do that testing on the browser, okay? We can able to do that on our terminal as well, okay? So for that, we're going to use this node mod, okay? And make sure you install globally, okay? You can install as a project, but I want to install as a globally, okay? So I already have, but I'm still installing, okay? So hit enter. So once you install, clear the terminal, and if you come back to the package.json file, here you can see, here you won't find the node mod package which you have installed because we have installed globally, okay? So when you work on other project, you don't need to install anymore, okay? Because this one is installed globally, so you can start using directly straight away, okay? So that's why you can't find that name here, node module. So this is the tool we have, it's working fine. Now let's bring this terminal down and let's come here, and now we have to create our first file for API, and the file name we're going to call is, let's say, app.js, okay? and this file will be responsible for all the middlewares, all the logic of the application. Okay, that will make sense. Okay, that will make sense. Just wait and code along with me. So first thing we have to do is to import the Express, and that's coming from Express. So we have to say required and we have to say Express. So here we have the package exported, and here we're going to take a variable we'll call app, and we're going to assign Express on this. We're going to call Express. So this app variable will have all the functionality of Express which we're going to use. Okay, so we have our app ready, and now we have to create the port on which we want to create our servers. Okay, so we're going to take a variable I'll call port, and I want to create port, let's say 3000. You can take it 4000, 3000, 8000. It's totally up to you. Okay, so and here we're going to create the server. So we'll say app.listen. So this is how we create server in Express. Okay, so this listen keyword is coming from Express, and here we're going to define the port on which we want to create, and here we're going to make this callback functions, and here we're going to simply console log out the say our server. So we'll say app running on port. So we'll take this one and we'll just pass this dot. Okay, so I have taken the template editor. It's simple JavaScript, and I'm assigning the port on which I'm creating the server. So it's working fine. Now that's the simple setup we have to do to start our server. Okay, so that's what we have done. Now let's come back to the terminal, and here we're going to start that. Okay, so to start, all we have to do is to type nodemon. Okay, type nodemon and app.js, the name of the file. Okay, so hit enter, and here you can see that our internal server is working in our terminal, and you can able to find the message app running on port 3000. So hope this makes sense. Our app is working fine on this port, and the best part of this nodemon is whenever you do any changes in your code, or whenever you save your code, it will automatically refresh. Now let's come here, and now let's do a couple of method testing. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to take a variable app get. Okay, so this get method, it's coming from Express. You can see the documentation. Okay, it's coming from Express, and this will allow us to make a request on the API to get the data. Okay, so here we have to define the port. So this slash mains is the main domain. Okay, we don't have any subdomain but the main domain, and here it takes couple of properties. So it take the query and it take the response, and here we're going to send the data. Okay, so let me repeat what we are doing here. We have this app variable, on that we are using this get method which is coming from Express. Then we're defining the URL, slash means the main directory, and here this take two variables. One is the query which user are making, and the second one is the response. Okay, now here we have to send our response. So response, and we will use this send, and here we're going to send the simple message, hello, I am NFT marketplace API. So this will work. Okay, this will work. Simply save it, and to test this, all we have to do is come here. So we have already installed the Postman in the last video, so if you haven't watched, I have shown you that how you can do the request on this Postman. Okay, so make sure you install Postman, and let's start making the request on the simple API which we have created. Okay, so here we have created this collection NFT. We'll close this one, and I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to simply write the port. Okay, so here we're going to use this get method. So let's come here. Here you can see we have this get, and that's the method we're going to apply. So get method, and here we're going to construct the directory. Okay, so every computer has its internal browser. Okay, so make sure you type the same thing. It will be the same for your computer as well. Okay, so 127.0.0.1, and we have to define the port 3000. Okay, so that's the URL we have to define. Okay, means your main directory, and now you can send the request. If you send the request, okay, so we have some sort of error. Okay, so this is the error we have on our URL. Click on this debug section, and that's the best part of this Postman. It will show you all the data about the error handling. You can see we are getting the like header, urgent, and Postman token, connections, accept encoding, host. Okay, so that's all data we have here. So maybe we have some problem in our, and let's come here. We have to send the status code as well. So let's come here and define the status code. Okay, so this is a very general convention. Whenever you send any data, so each request has some status codes, whether it's failed, server error, or okay. So we're going to send the status code along with the request. So that's how you can define. So that's the status code we have. Save it and come back browser, and let's make a request one more time. So let's rewrite the URL. So we'll say we'll take this get method, and here we're going to construct the URL. So that's what we have. One, and it's going to be 3000. Okay, my bad. Last time I selected 300. That's why we were getting the error. It's 3000. Okay, if you hit the request, and here you can see we are getting the message, hello, I am NFT marketplace API, and the status code we have defined is 200. Okay, is also displaying fine. Okay,
Okay, if you click on this raw preview, this is how it will look on the browser, and it will also work fine. Okay, if you copy this URL and open up your browser and simply paste it, you can see the message is displaying. So this is the get method we have created on our API, and we are retrieving the data from the server. Okay, so I hope this makes sense, and even you can do much better this. Okay, so let's do one thing. Simply bring the terminal down, and we're going to copy this, and I'm going to comment, and here I'm going to paste it. So let's do some changes here. So instead of using this send method, we're going to send data in the form of JSON, okay, in the form of object. So it's a very general convention that sending data in the form of JSON, okay. So when you receive any data from any API, whether it's a news API or a movie API, those all data come in the form of JSON, okay. So we should never send the data like this. You can, but it's not the optimal practice, okay. So we're going to send the data in the JSON format. So let's convert this method to JSON. So we'll say JSON, and we're going to replace this, and in the data we send in the form of object. Okay, so bring this down, we have to send the message. So the message is going to be this. You can set as many data as you want. Okay, so like, and the second one is going to be, let's say, API, and here we're going to send the NFT marketplace. Let's wrap this in double quote. Okay, so you can send whatever you want in this JSON format. Okay, so we are sending the message, we are sending the API name, and now we can make the request. So if we come back in the Postman, so right now you can see the previous log we got this, but if we hit the same request, you can see now the data is coming in the form of JSON, and that's the data formatting we're going to follow in this entire API development. Okay, so we have the message, we have the API. I want to show you that how you can send multiple options when you want to send the data. Okay, so that's looking fine. Now let's come here and let's check the another method we have on Express, which is a post method. So if you want to write any document, let's test that as well. So we'll call this post method, and the same structure we have to follow, slash, and here we're going to say request response. It's gonna be an arrow function, and here we're going to send the status code. So response status code is going to be 201. So when you want to create any document in your API, the status code is 201. Okay, for get method it's 200, and for create it's 201. And here we're going to send the data back in the form of JSON. So we'll take this JSON, and here we're going to send the message. Okay, we'll say your data. Simple message we want to send whenever anyone hit the post request. Okay, right now I'm just saying that how you can do multiple requests on the API, but we're going to make it more reversed for our API. Okay, so that's the simple setup we have. Now we can easily able to make the request, and so first thing we have to do is to check this post, and now we can make the request, and here you can see your data. So that's how we can do multiple requests. This is the post one, and let's come back to the get. If you hit get, you will get this data. So that's how you can create server and retrieve data from, and you can make the post request. Simply comment this out because we don't need this, and that's the only thing I wanted to cover in this video, that how you can create your internal server, how you can retrieve the data, post data, use different method on Express. So if you still have any confusion, you can visit the Express documentation. There you will find all these methods, but you can still write down in the comment section to know more about it. Okay, I can help you. In the next video we're going to talk about that how to create a proper URL. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in this video we're going to talk about the URL structure of our API, because the API we are about to build is going to be huge and it will contain a lot of information. So we should always have to follow the right structure so we don't have any problem in when it's come to scaling the API or when we want to add any extra functionality in our API. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this, that how we can construct a proper URL for our API. So before we talk about the URL structure, we have to understand that what kind of data we're going to provide actually in our API. First one is NFT resource, second one is going to be the user resource, third one is going to be the review resource, and the fourth one is going to be the best resource. So these are the four resources we're going to provide in our API. So to give you a better idea that how we're going to construct the URL and what you should do and what you should not do when you want to build the URL for your API, and what I want to prove by making this dedicated video, so let me show you what I mean by that. So this is our main domain on which our API is hosted, and this is the subdomain. We have this endpoint, add new NFT, and you can say that this is a valid endpoint. Anybody can call at this endpoint and they can update and create new NFT. Same goes for the other NFT, get NFT, update NFT, delete NFT by user, and get NFT by user. But here I have said bad. Why should not follow this structure for your endpoints in your API? Because all these resources you can see, add new NFT, get new NFT, update, delete,
That's all coming from here, from this NFT single resource. So why you should build different endpoints when the resource is coming from the same place? There is no problem taking this approach to create the endpoint for your API. But when it's come to scaling your API, this is not the way you have to do. Okay, so just imagine right now we have 5 resources in this NFTs. But what if we want to add multiple, 10 more or 20 more or 100 more? On that scenario, it's become unmanageable. Okay, so we're going to follow the proper structure, and that same goes for the user as well. Same goes for the reviews, and the last one is the best. But here the endpoint I have constructed, these all data is coming from the same NFT resources, but we have different functionality in each of this data. We need to find out the top NFTs, most like NFT, high price, 10. So that's endpoint is okay, because here you are specifying that what you want. Okay, so in case of this alias router, we call it alias. Okay, in this case of alias router, you can create the endpoint like this. So now the question is, what should be the ideal structure for constructing the URL for the API? So here we have the solutions. So this is our endpoint, the primary endpoint, and here this is how we're going to construct our API. So you can see we have one resource for NFT. Okay, so this is the domain and this is the resource where we have all the data about the NFTs, all the data. So if anybody wants to get NFTs, all the NFTs, they can easily call this resource. If they want to create NFT, we're going to allow them to create the NFT on the same resource. But if someone wants to update NFT, so in such scenario, we're going to take the ID from them and we're going to look for the data into the NFT folder and we allow them to update. So you can see in this way, we don't need to create multiple URL, multiple endpoints. That's all happening in the same endpoint. All we have to do is to change the ID. Same goes for delete, same goes for update, same goes for the getting the single NFT. Okay, so all the resource is located in this particular endpoint, and from there we're going to pass the ID and get individually all the data. And that's the approach we're going to follow in this API, because one resource will have one URL and we have to manipulate on the base of the ID. And same goes for the user. Okay, same goes for the user. All information about the user is stored in one endpoint and we have to pass the ID to get it. Same goes for the review. So that's the approach we're going to follow for constructing the URL of our API, all the informations. If you have still any confusion, do leave in your comment. You have to understand this, that why we have planned to structure our APIs endpoint, our resources in such a way. Okay, so when you want to scale it up, you can add one more resource. For example, if you want to add a product, so all you have to do is to create a resource with the name of product, and there you will have all the resource about the product, and you can easily able to call the information on the base of ID or on the base of the name. Okay, it's totally up to you. So hope you have understood everything, that how we're going to construct, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. You will find that this is what the structure we're going to follow, and we'll do it practically. So that's the end of this video. See you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. In the last video, we'll talk about the URL structure, that how we're going to create the endpoint in our API. So if you haven't watched, make sure you watch that. In this video, we're going to cover the get method. So we have already seen a couple of examples in the last video, but in this video we're going to build the actual get method for our API. So let's come here and let me give this command, get request, and we're going to use this app and we'll call this get, and here we're going to construct the endpoint. So slash API v1. Your API can have multiple versions. So this is the brand new API which we are building for our NFT marketplace. So it's totally new, so that's why I have called version 1. But just imagine that we have made this API live and others are using in their project. But after 6 months, we have decided to add some extra functionality into our API. So in such scenario, you can't simply come and change this version 1 to version 2. Because if you do so, what will happen? Those who are already using your version 1 API, for them, your API would not work. So that's why we provide this version 1. If you want to add any extra functionality, we'll call it version 2. And in that, we're going to build all the functionality. So that will not create any problem for those who are already using version 1. Okay, so version 1 would be separate and version 2 would be separate. That's why it's always important that you have to define the version name in your API. So that's the version name we have, and here we're going to construct the NFT resource. Okay, and this NFT endpoint will have all the resource about the NFT for getting all the NFT, single NFT, creating NFT, deleting NFT, updating NFT. So that all information would be stored in this single resource related to NFT. Okay, so we'll have a same endpoint for the user, for the review. Okay, so let's focus on the NFT first. So that's the URL we have construct, and here you have to follow the same pattern, request and response. It's going to be an arrow function, and here we're going to take the, and here we're going to send the response. So we have to define the status to 200, and we are going to send the response in the form of JSON. So first define status, and the status is going to be success. If we successfully send the request, then we have to say success, and here we have to send the data. Okay, in this I found that we don't have the data to send back. Okay, so let's come up here. Here we're going to, in the NFT data, in the data folder, we have this files. So we're going to use this NFT sample data to test our API. So here you can see we have all this data, and we're going to read this data and send in back of response. Okay, so let's come here. First thing we have to do is to get the data. So we'll say NFTs, and we have to use the FS module. So actually I remember we don't have that. So let's come up here, and we have to import the FS module, FS, and required FS. And this we are getting from Express. Okay, so when you install Express, it comes along with that. Okay, so don't need to install separately. We need to install FS module, and now we can use that to read the data. So let's come here where we are, bring this down. We'll say, so we'll take this FS module, and we're going to use this read file synchronous. Okay, so it's a part of JavaScript ECMA 6. So what it does, it will load the data behind the scene. Okay, and here we're going to take the template literal. We have to define the directory. So --dir name. So this means that in the current directory. Okay, from there we have to get, so this dir main, we are in the current directory, and from there we have to get into the NFT data, and from there we have to get into the data, and inside that we have this NFT sample. -dir name means always current directory. So that's how we have here, and that's the data we have. And now we have to convert this data into a JavaScript object because it's in the form of JSON. Okay, so let's make JSON pass, and we have to wrap this. So that's working fine. We have to simply make it capital, not small. Now you can see here we are getting some sort of error in our terminal. So let's have a look. So it says dir name is not defined, but we have dir name. Okay, I remember we have to provide one more space. So make it 2 space. Right now our server is working fine. Okay, right now we don't have any error, looking fine. And now we're going to simply console log out the data we have received. So let me show you what we have exactly. So NFTs, if I save here, you can see we have all the data. We can successfully read the entire data from the JSON file, and we can log into our terminal. You can see we have all the NFT ID, and let's bring this out, and that exact data we're going to send here in the data. Okay, so we'll say NFT-NFTs, so it will work. And here we're going to find out the length, that how many NFT we have. So we can say result, and we have the NFT, we can check the length for that. Okay, length. So here we get the entire length. So this is the endpoint we have, and now we can test in our Postman. Let's come back here. So this is the root domain, and here we have to define the API. So here we have API/v1/NFT, and we are using get method. So let's come here, and that's the thing we have. Now simply we have to make a request, and here you can see it's working fine. Finally, we have able to read the data from our JSON file and into our Postman. So you can see the result altogether. We have 9 array, and here we have the data, we have NFTs, and in that we have all these NFTs. Okay, looking fine. So let's come here, and here you can see inside the data we have this NFT. So I have given the NFT name. So if we have NFT, we can simply remove one NFT, and we can type simply NFT. Okay, because that same thing we are sending here. Okay, so it will work in the same way. Okay, if you make the request, we'll have the result. Now let me save this one. Okay, so we don't need to write the same URL over and over again. That will save a lot of time. So let's call it something like get. Okay, and that's will save inside this folder. Okay, so this is the get request we have, and that's we have inside this folder. Okay, so whatever URL we're going to construct, we're going to make a file for it, and we're going to save inside this NFT folder. Okay, so we can easily able to switch, and we don't need to write all the URLs over and over again. So if you make the request, you will get all the results looking fine. So that's how you can able to make the get request. Okay, so hope everything's makes sense. You have understood that how you can easily able to use it. Let's paste it here, and things are looking good. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video about the get method. And the next video we'll talk about the post request. Okay, how you can write something in your API. So let's move to that. So in the last video we cover about the get request on our API, and we are sending the data and we are receiving. In this video we'll focus on the post method. Okay, so let's come here and I'll give this comment post method, and the same structure we have to follow. We have to define this app and we have to construct the API. And you can see simply we're going to copy and paste. Same endpoint I'm going to give, because NFT is going to be the resource, ultimate resource, and here we have to follow the general convention, request, response, and it's going to be an arrow functions, and we have to send the response back. So we have simply console logout first. Okay, so console logout the request.body, because in this we'll have all the data which user try to post. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's come down here, duplicate it, and remove this one request. Let's have a look at what we have exactly in this request, because this request we're going to use a lot. Okay, so let's come here, save it, and let's send the response, and let's send this to post NFT. Okay, simple for the time being. Okay, now let's come back to the Postman and simply copy this entire URL and open this one, and here you have to paste and make sure you have to change this method to post, and now save this one. Okay, and we'll call it, let's say, post in the same folder. Okay, so here we have the get and post method. Now if we make the request, let's bring this down, and here we have to go into the body, we have to select the raw, and here we're going to select this JSON. Okay, because we want to write the data in the JSON format. So that's what we're going to do. Here we're going to write the data. So we want to write is, let's say, come here, let's get back to the data and let's copy the data from here. Okay, simply, so we're going to copy this part only and come here and make sure you have to give the data in the same format in double quotes. If it's string, make it double quote, because this is how we pass the data in JSON. So I believe that you guys are familiar that how JSON work. Okay, so that's the ID we have, and that's the data. Simply remove that comma, and now we can create the post method. Okay, so let's come here and send the request, and here you can see post NFT, the response we got back. Now if we come back in our code and if you scroll up the terminal, and here you can see we have this exact data. Okay, let's bring this down. Okay, so here you can see, not this one, where it's gone. So let's close this one and let's simply come down here, and first thing from where we are getting that logs, so that's okay, that's the post request. Okay, so bring this down, and here you can see, here we got it. Okay, so here you can see all these logs, that's all log is coming from the request, so this part. Okay, so we have bunch of data here which we're going to use it. Okay, so we have the read files, we have this, so all these data we have in the request, and it's coming in the form of object, so we can easily able to access that. Okay, so that's the request we are getting whenever someone making a request. Okay, now let's simply comment that and let's open the body. So in that request object we have this body, and this will contain the data. Okay, so let's bring this up and let's scroll all the way down and make a request one more time. It's successful, and here you can see right now we are getting this undefined. When we log the request, we get all the request log, but when we try to access the request.body, we are getting undefined. And can you guess why it's happening? Because here we have to use one express middleware which allow us to read the data from the user and write in our document. Okay, so that's the middleware we're going to use. Okay, so let's come up here. Here somehow we have imported this, remove this one, we don't need this one, and here we're going to use that middleware. So let's use it. We'll take this app.use and we'll call express.json. So this is a middleware function which we get from Express. So when we use this one in our code, what will happen that whenever any data get passed, we can easily able to access the data in the form of JSON. Okay, so earlier we don't have this express JSON, that's why we are getting undefined, but now it will work. So we're going to talk about middlewares a lot, because this Express API is entirely depends on the middleware. Okay, so we have a separate section, we are building separate tools as a middleware, so that will come later. Okay, so I just give you an overview that how middleware works. Okay, so this is the middleware and now it will work. Okay, so let's save it, and if we come back to the Postman, if we make the request, so it's successfully post NFT. And if we come back to the terminal, here you can see we got all the data which we have sent. Okay, so we have the ID, we have the name, we have the duration, and we have the max group size. And that's the data we are getting because express JSON. Okay, so our post hook is also working fine, and we can easily able to read the data. Now here we have this one. Okay, now we have this one. So you can see that every NFT has its unique ID. If we want to create NFT, we have to assign a unique ID to that. So let's create that first. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to simply comment this. I'll keep this comment so you guys can refer. Okay, so let's create an ID for the NFT which user try to create. Okay, so first what we're going to do, we'll take a variable and we'll call new ID, and we have this. So we'll say, so we have the NFTs, all the NFTs, and we'll try to get the NFTs. And first we have to find the length, that how many NFTs we have in that file. Okay, and from there we have to access the ID, and we're going to +1. Okay, so it will give the last NFT. Just imagine that we have data in the form of array, and we're trying to access the last one, and we are trying to find the ID of the last one, and then we're going to add one more new NFT, and we're going to assign this. So we're going to use this object dot assign, and assign what this object dot assign does. So if you have an existing document and if you want to add data in that existing document, so this function will help you to do that. Okay, so object dot assign, and in that we're going to pass this object. So first thing we have to pass the ID. So the ID is there which we have created. Okay, and now we're going to add the data. So request dot body, in which we have all the data which user try to send. Okay, so that's the simple logic we have here. Okay, once we have the new NFT, now we're going to push this NFT to our NFTs. Okay, so we'll pass the new NFTs. In this way we can easily able to add in the NFT array. Okay, in our file. So that's working fine. Now we'll come here. Now we have to write a function which allow us to write. Okay, so we can easily able to push, but to have that in our database we have to write it. Okay, so let's write that. That's not complicated, we can do it very easily. So we'll say fs model we have to use, because this time we have to write. Earlier we have used to read, and this time we have to write. So we'll say here we have write file, and here we have to pass the directory of the file. So we'll come here, and the same directory in which we want to write, simply copy this one, and we're going to pass this one here. Okay, simple. And we're going to simply convert this. We're going to convert the data, because the data will come in the form of object, and we have to convert into a string. Okay, a string. Okay, JSON. And here we're going to pass the NFTs. Okay, simple. And we have to handle an error. If anything goes wrong, we have to catch that. So error, it's going to be an error function. And here we have to send the response back. Okay, so NFT status is going to be 201 for create, and we're going to send the response in the form of JSON. Status is going to be, let's say, success, and we have to send the data back. So whatever data user are providing, we're going to send the exact data back to them, so they can have a look at what they have provided. Okay, so we'll send the NFT. Okay, so that's the NFT. Okay, new NFT. Not, you can call it NFT or you can call it new. So NFTs, and we'll pass the new NFT. So that's working fine. This is how we can easily able to write. This is all the response. Okay, simply remove this, because in one method you can easily send one type of response. Okay, you can't send two responses. So that's why you have to comment this one, early one. And that's our post request is ready. Let's come back to the Postman and let's try to create NFT. So here we have make a request, and here you can see we have successfully created our first NFT, but the ID is not working somehow. So we have it's successful ID, the name we have given, the durations, and the max group size. Okay, we don't need to provide the ID here, because this will calculate it automatically. Okay, so we need to remove the ID, and we have to hit the request, and here we are getting this object1. Let's come back to the data file in the sample data, and you will find that whatever NFT we have created, you will find here. Sorry, data we have created, you find here. So if you save here, you can see if you save this, it will also restart the application. You can see the moment you will save, you will see that our browser will reload. So we have all these data. Scroll all the way down, and you can see this is the data we have created. First one is with ID 0, then ID object output 1, object output 2. Okay, so this is not what we wanted, but so far it's looking fine, and we can easily able to write into a local database. Okay, it's a kind of local database. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's simply remove this. Okay, we don't want this one. Okay, why? Okay, remove this comma, and now it's working fine. So it's last one is id 8. Let's come back to the function. So this is the post method, and here is the problem. Okay, so we have to provide the id. Okay, so we are not providing a specific identifier that what object, what we were targeting. Okay, so we have to assign the id, and now it will work fine. And let's create one more time. Hit enter, and here you can see we have created successfully and written the data. Let's change the name Sam Daulat, and you can see Sam, and the id is 10. So the id function is also working fine. If you go back to the local database in JSON format, and you can see, scroll all the way down, and here you will find id 9, id 10. So this one is working fine, and we can easily able to write in our local database. So that's how you can create the post method. Okay, so I hope everything is clear that how you can do it. So that's the only thing I want to cover about the post method. We're going to make it more robust. Okay, so first we have to build this simple function, and we're going to take it to the next level. Okay, in the next video we'll talk about that how you can get the single NFT. Okay, so let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video, and we had successfully completed our post method in our API. In this video we're going to focus on the get NFT. Okay, single NFT. So let me give this command and call get single NFT, and we'll start building the functionality for that. So let's build the functionality app.get. Same method we have to follow here because we want to get data. Okay, we are not posting data, we are trying to get it. So we have to construct the URL. Same URL is going to be because the resource is the same, and here we have to pass the ID. Okay, and this ID is going to be the ID of the NFT which we want to retrieve. Okay, and here we have to send the responses, request response. It's going to be an arrow function. Simple, hope it makes sense. And here we're going to send the response back. We have to send the status code, so it's going to be 200, and data will go in the form of JSON. Status is going to be success, and that's the setup we are doing. So let's come here and let's try to find out this ID. So let me do this console log, and let's look for the request.params. Okay, so whenever you pass any parameter in your URL, maybe it's a filter, or maybe it's an ID, or maybe it's some sort of string or some sort of data that would be available in this params. Okay, so let's have a look. So to test this, what we can do, let's come back to the Postman, and here we're going to define the IDs in our NFT. So first thing we have to do is simply copy and create a new one. Okay, and here we're going to simply save it, and we'll call it single NFT. Save that one, and this is the get method. Okay, and here we have to specify the ID. Suppose I want to access the data which ID is 2. Okay, so I want to access the data of ID 2. So if I make a request, you can see I got this success status. But the interesting part is here in the console. If I scroll up here, you can see we got the ID, and that's ID is coming from request.params. Okay, so we can use this ID to match with our local database and get the data and display to the user. Okay, so that's what we have, our ID, and that's coming from there. You can change to anything 5, hit the request, and you will get the ID 5. So this is also working fine. And the interesting thing here is that you can take multiple ID. It's not necessary that you have to take one ID from the user. Okay, you can take multiple IDs. So if you want to take multiple IDs, this is how you can construct slash, and you can define all the way like how many IDs you want to take. Okay, so this is how you can do it. So if you come here, and here you can pass this one. Okay, so I have passed this, and this is how you can pass all the IDs. So 5, 2, 4, 3, 1. Okay, because we are taking 3, so make it 3 and make a request. So if you do that, here you can see success, and here you can see ID 5, E2, D4. Okay, that's how you can take IDs, multiple IDs. Okay, and you can make it an optional as well. So if you want to make an ID optional, so you can provide this question marks, so it become an optional. So if you come here and if you remove the last one and try to hit the request, you will not get an error. Okay, and here you will say that ID 5, E2, and the D1 is get undefined. Okay, D is undefined. But if you remove that and make the request, you will get an error. Okay, so make sure you have to keep this in mind. So we don't need this 3 ID, we need only 1 ID. So that's what we're going to utilize. Let's come here and we're going to take this NFT, and we have this NFT, all the data inside this NFT, and we're going to use this find method. And from where we are getting this find method, so this find method is coming from Express. Okay, so I believe that you guys have opened up your Express documentation and MongoDB documentations. So whatever function I'm using here, make sure you take the reference from that. So we have this find method, and in this we're going to take this element, and we have the ID, and we're going to try to match it. Okay, so we don't have this ID variable, we're going to create it. Let's come here. You can simply type this request.param directly here, but it's always important that you have to make it separate. Okay, so let's take a variable ID, and we'll say request.params, and we're going to take the ID and we're going to multiply with 1, because the ID will come in the form of string, so we have to convert into a number. Okay, so that's what we have, and that's what we're going to pass it here. So in this way we can easily able to match the ID which is coming from the URL and the ID we have in our NFT array. Okay, so we can match it and we can send back the data to the user. Okay, so we have that, and now here we're going to send back the data to the user. So we'll say data, and we'll say NFT and NFT. So name and name is same, so we can remove one NFT and we can send the back. Okay, and make sure you do this change. Come here and provide this 3 equal sign. Okay, now it will work. Save it and come here and try to make a request. So this time we try to access the ID number 1. So make a request, and here you can see we got the ID number 1, the C Explorer. Okay, ID number 1. If you come here in the data, you can see number 1 we have this C Explorer. It's working fine. Let's change the ID to 7, hit the request, and here you can see we have the data to ID number 7. Let's make it to 8, hit the request, here we have the ID 8, the Northern Light. Working fine. But what if we want to pass the ID which not exists in our database? So what will we get? Let's hit the request, and here you can see we get the request success, but we don't have the data in our database related to that ID. So we have to build some sort of lock, some sort of validator, okay, which validate the ID. So we're going to build that. Let's come back here, and here we're going to build the validator. So the way we can, so there are multiple ways to build the validator, but I will go with this approach. So I'll say if ID is greater or equal to the length of the NFTs, if that's the case, then we want to send this response. So make sure you use this return keyword, because we want to exit from this function. Okay, we don't want to continue. So if you not provide this return keyword, it will keep executing and it will stuck. Here we have to define the status code to 404, and then we have to send the data in JSON format. So fail, and the message we're going to define that, let's say message invalid ID. Okay, that's the message I want to return. So make sure you remove this only greater, okay, not equal. So that's looking fine. So let's come here and try to hit the response. So this is the ID 2 we can easily able to get, but if we try to provide something 5, it's also working. Now let's increase this to 50, let's 56, and you can see invalid ID. So our validator is working fine. Okay, so this function is also working fine. So you can do one thing, cut and simply copy here, and even you can do something better. So we have this NFT, all the NFT we have in this, simply comment this part and replicate this and simply comment this one, and you can say that remove this. You can say if the NFT not exist, the one we want, then simply call the function. So you have these 2 options. Okay, you can try it in many ways, it will work in the same way. Okay, if you hit 5, here you will get the data. So that's looking fine. If you want to 1, it's also working fine. Okay, so hope you have got the idea that how you can get the data from your local database and how single NFT requests make sense. Okay, so that's working fine, everything's looking good. Our API is slowly taking shape. So That's the thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can retrieve a single NFT from your API. In the next video, we're going to talk about that how you can create, update or delete NFT. Okay, so let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. So in the last video, we have learned that how we can retrieve a single data from our local database. Okay, in this video, we're going to cover the update method or delete method. Okay, so let's come here and let's start working on, let's call it patch. So here I want to talk about two things. Okay, so when it's come to updating data, there are two methods. One is put and the other one is patch. So when you use put, what it does, it updates the entire data, which I don't want. Okay, so what happens, sometime a user have created NFT and they want to update the price. They don't want to update the entire data, but they want to update the price only. So in such scenario, you have to use patch, not put. So the same structure we have to follow. We have to take the app variable, and this time the method we're going to call is obviously patch, and we're going to update the data in the same URL. So we have to simply copy the same and paste here. Request response, it's going to be an arrow functions. And so what I have decided, that I'm not going to build a function to update the data into our local database, because it's a unnecessary long work. So I'll keep this for the end, when we'll connect our database, and from there we'll write all the functionality to update the data in our database. Okay, not in the local database. So I'll simply send the simple response. Okay, so what I will do here, I'll take this response status is going to be 200, and we'll send this simple data. Okay, it's gonna be a success, and I will say this data, and here I'm going to send the simple message. Okay, I'll say update NFT, updating NFT. Okay, so that's the simple response I want to send. I don't want to build all the logic, otherwise it will take a lot of time. Now let's write the if statement to validate. Okay, so request.prom id, we have to convert, and we have to check that it is greater than the length of the NFT. Then we want to simply send this response, copy and simply paste here. So this is our validator for ID. Okay, it's working fine. That's looking good. So that's the one we have. Post method, simply close this one, and this is the single, and this is the patch method we have. Okay, if you come here and simply copy this URL and open up a new tab, and here we're going to paste this and save this one, and we'll call it, let's say, update. We'll call it update NFT. Save it, and here we have the update NFT. Okay, so let's come here, and here we try to update the data. Okay, so let's go to raw and go to this JSON, and here we have to provide the field name which we want to update. So let's provide the, I want to update the name, so make sure you follow the JSON format. So name, and I want to update it to, let's say, something like Sam. Okay, and if I hit the request, I'll get a status. Okay, I'm getting all the NFTs. Why so? Okay, I'm getting all the NFTs. I'm getting the single NFT, NFT1. Okay, I have to change this post method. Okay, sorry, my bad. Here I'm going to select this patch, not get. And if I hit request, I'll get this response, updating NFT. Okay, so this update function is also working fine. This will do nothing in our local database. Okay, we are just trying to build this one. Okay, it's working for all those, and our guard class is also working. Okay, so that's the logic we have. This function will do nothing in our local database. Okay, we are just building the functionality, and that's the patch one. And let's build the similar functionality with the delete one. Okay, again, this delete function will not delete the data exactly from the local database, but we'll try to have this functionality, and this will work when we'll connect our database. So let's close this one, and let's write the delete functionality. Okay, so I'll say delete method, and the same thing we have to do. So what I can do, I can simply call this delete, copy and paste, and call it delete, and same check we have to do here. It's going to be 404, and here we have to send the response to 404. Okay, that's looking fine. And this time we don't want to send anything, we have to simply send null, because when someone will delete any document, we don't need to send anything back. You can send a success message, but I don't want to send anything. I just want to send null. Okay, no data. So that's the delete method we have. Now we can test this one. Come back here and make sure to copy and open up new. And okay, why we have this one twice, save it and come here. So first thing, we have to delete this one. Okay, this is a single one. Save as, and we'll say update NFT. Here we have NFT and we have to delete this one. I don't know from where it came. And now we have to create another one for delete. Simply copy that and come here and paste here. And we have to select the method is a delete one. Okay, that's the method we have. Now we can save it and you can see here we have null. Okay, why it's so? We don't need to send any response success, but we are getting this. It's a 404. Okay, let's come here and here we have to change this to 204, which stand for null, not 404, 204. So that's looking fine, and here is going to be okay. So that's the change you have to do. And now let's come here and let's make the request, and you can see right now we are not sending anything. It's completely blank null. Let's do this for other. Let's check the other 5 and hit the request, and you can see nothing. So this function is also working fine. Okay, that looks pretty good. All the method we have created successfully. Right now they are doing simple work with our local database, but they will do a lot of things. Okay, you guys will really appreciate that. So that's all the functionality, and I'm keeping all these comments. I'm not removing any one of these, so you guys can refer back and have a look at what we have covered. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now I'm not going to delete anything, so I will simply select all this and I will copy and I will comment this one. Okay, I will bring down, I will say this one is a part 2. Okay, so you guys will get the previous code, and here we're going to remove all those comments and all things. Okay, so just simply remove all this existing code. Okay, so you guys can have a look, okay, in what part we have covered what thing. So you will find all the codes here. So that looks clean. Let's the Postman remove this console log as well, and let's move this one as well. Remove this console log, remove this one. So things are looking pretty good, and now we have this clean environment. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to refactor our code, because that is very important. We have to focus on refactoring and keeping things simple and readable. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So here we are where we left in the last video. So in the last video we have covered about the update and delete method. In this video we're going to refactor the entire code. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so first I will take a variable and I will call get all NFT. Okay, and what I will do, this is going to be a function, so I will simply select this one. Okay, this is the one, and I will select till here, cut, simply cut it and paste here. Okay, so that's the get all NFT we have stored as a variable, and that's what we're going to call on this URL. So let's cut this one and come here, and here we're going to call that variable. Okay, all NFTs. So let me repeat what we have done. We have stored our response in the variable, and whenever someone will hit this route, we'll send this response. Okay, so let's come here and let's have a try. So what we're going to do is simply come back, save this one, and we'll call it delete NFT from the last video. Okay, so that's looking fine. This is the single, this is the post, and this is the get all NFT. Okay, so let's close all this existing one, and now let's focus on the get all NFTs. Okay, so this is the get method, and let's hit the request, and here you can see it's working fine. We have altogether 11 NFTs. So this refactor is working fine. So let's do this quickly to other functions as well. So we're going to take this, we'll call it, let's say create NFT, and we're going to simply cut this portion where it is. We have to simply cut this till here, and we have to simply call the function here in the URL. Okay, now let's do this to the get single NFT. We'll say get single NFT, and we're going to take this response, cut it here, and simply cut, and that's what we're going to call this get single NFT. Now the same thing we have to do for the patch update NFT, and we have to select till here, and we have to call it and simply past update NFT. Now the final one is delete NFT, Simply select all these code till here, and we'll call delete NFT. And now, okay, that's look good. You can see it's very readable. Now we'll come here and we're going to close this one, and we're going to copy this and keep all the route together. Okay, so let's bring it here. Let's close this one and copy this one as well, cut, and that's we're going to paste it here. Update, close this. Let's format that properly. This one is for the single one, and that's what we're going to paste right here. Okay, so this is for the post and looking good. Cut this and we have to paste here. Okay, it looks much better. You can see all the routes we have defined down, and we have all the function here, so anybody can read these codes and look nice as well. So you can comment, and it looks much better now. Okay, we should always refactor and make it very easy to read. Okay, and that's how we have refactor, and even we can refactor even further as well. You can see that for the get all NFTs and create NFT, this URL is getting repeated. For the same IDs, it's getting repeated. So we can even refactor these as well. So let's do that. So for that, what we're going to do is, let's come down here. We'll take this. As you can see, this one is, and this ID. So let's come around. We can take a app. We'll use this route, right? Route, and in that we have to define the root URL. Okay, the root URLs. So which one is the root URL we have? We have this one is the root URL. Simply copy and paste here, and we're going to call chaining method. Okay, so we're going to call this get all NFTs. Get, and we go in past the get all NFT, so the method, and we have to call the functions. Same goes for the post, and we have to call the create NFT. So this is equivalent to this two. Okay, simply comment this, it will work. You can see we have to write one time the URL, and we can use the two different function in the same URL. It will work. Same goes for the ID. So let's do that for the ID as well. In that we have to pass this entire ID, and we have to call all the functions, all the methods. So we'll have the get for getting single NFT. We have the delete. So we have, patch for update NFT, and we have this delete NFT, delete for delete NFT. So that's looking perfect. So we are using all this method in a single route. Okay, now you can simply comment out this. You can make the order properly. Simply comment this out. So I'm keeping this comment so you guys can have a reference. Okay, so that's how we have refactored our URL. It's looking much better now. If you come back here, make the request, it will work in the same way. If you try to create an NFT, it will work in the same way. Make sure you to change the name. You can, okay, change the name and try to make the request. You can see it's successful. We have created. That's looking fine. Now make it dot dot. Let's hit enter, and you can see it's also working fine. We have 12. Let's go to the second. Let's click on hit. It's also working fine. Let's change that to 4. This one is also, let's check the updating. If we have, this is the error. Validator is working fine. Now let's remove that one, and let's click on update, and it's saying update. Same goes for the delete. If we try to delete 5, no data, and working fine. So we have successfully refactored the code. Okay, so I hope it makes sense. You guys can see that how readable it became. Okay, and that's the approach we're going to follow throughout this entire API development. So that's the only thing I want to cover about the refactoring in this video. In the next video, we're going to create the route for the users. Okay, and we're going to create the resources for the user. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video, and we had successfully refactored our entire code. So if you haven't watched that video, I'll link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we'll talk about the concept of middleware, that why middleware is so important in Express, and how we can utilize the power of middleware to build any kind of logic. Okay, so you will find that in this entire application, in this entire API, whatever functionality we're going to build, that is going to be highly focused on the middleware. So I made this a dedicated video in which I will tell you the concept of middleware, that why it's so powerful. Okay, so we're going to create a custom middleware. We're going to use some packages. Okay, simply comment this out. Let's create a custom middleware. Okay, so to define our middleware, we have to follow the same structure which we have follow above. You can see app.use, and we have used the express.json middleware. but we're going to create our own middleware. So we'll follow the same structure, app.use, and middleware generally required 3 parameter. Okay, so earlier we had 2 responses. So when we were requesting for the NFTs or creating NFTs, in that we are passing 2 response. It's request and response. But in middleware we have 3: request, response, and next. Okay, so you can call this third argument anything, but make sure the order would be same. It will act like a middleware next. Okay, middleware. And here we can define all the logic. So what I can do, I want to execute this middleware every time, no matter what function I call in this entire API. I want that this middleware should work, run whenever someone call any kind of functions. Okay, and one important thing I want to highlight here, the order of the middleware is also very important. So if you define this middleware down below, it will work only in those functions which is below this middleware, not above. Okay, so I'll explain what do I mean by that. So let's define here. So what I want to do is I want to simply console log out this information. I'll say, hey, I am from middleware function. So I want to simply log out this message every time I call any function. So now you have to use this next keyword. Okay, so if you come and you have to use this next keyword, it's very important. If you don't use this next keyword, the entire function will stuck and it will not move. So that's why we have to use this next. Save it, and now we can use this one. So let's come here, and if we make a request here, come to make a request, get NFT, and if we come back to the code, if we see in the console log, and let's me scroll down, and here you can see I am from middleware function. Let's come here and let me get the emoji. Okay, so let's come here and let me get the emoji. So I need this hi-fi emoji. Simply copy, and that's what I want to pass here. Let's paste here and let's make a request. And you can see here we have a hi-fi request. So if you come here and if you make other requests like update NFT, you will find that will execute. Do same for the delete, it will work. For single, it will work, and same goes for the post method, it will work. Okay, so this middleware will work every time, no matter what request you make. If I cut this and if I come here and if I paste down below this NFTs, okay, get all NFTs and create NFT. So this middleware will only run on this get single NFT, update NFT, and delete NFT, because we have place on top of that. Okay, so the order is very important. So if we come back here and if I try to get all NFT, if I make a request, this middleware will not work. You can see there is no log in our terminal. There is no log in our terminal. If I try to get the single, if I create the post, if I create it, you can see there is no log in the terminal. But if I create any single NFT, if I want to get a single NFT, update and delete, I'll get the log. Here you can see, hey, I am from middleware functions. Okay, that's working fine. So order is very important. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. So that's looking fine. What we can do is simply cut this and we have to bring it on top. Okay, so this is the first middleware function we have. Now let's create one more. Okay, so app.use, and it's request the 3 parameter next. And in this, what we want to do is, so let me give you one more example. So in this middleware, what the logic I want to build, that whenever someone make a request on get all NFT, I want to show the timestamp of that request. Okay, so let's build that functionality. So we have the request time. So again, we are able to access this request time which is available in the request object. Okay, and here we're going to call this new date function. Okay, and we're going to take this to string and simple. Okay, and we have to call this next so we can execute it. So that's the simple thing we have to do. Now we want to use it in here. Okay, so let me simply console log out this and let me show you what I mean. So I want to simply console log out this request dot time. So let's come here, open up your terminal, let's make a request on get all NFTs. So let's do it. So make a request. Here we have all the NFTs looking fine. Now here you can see we got the timestamp when the request was made on this get all NFT. So once you have the timestamp, you can build different logic. So suppose you have to create any kind of functionality or any kind of offering for a particular individuals based on the time zone or based on the particular time. So you can simply able to access the time, and on the base of that you have to trigger certain event. Okay, so you can do check, you can use this for a hell lot of thing. Okay, so that's how you can use this middleware concept. Now what I want to do this, I want to simply show the request time. So I'll say, let's say request time, and here I want to pass this request time. Okay, so whenever someone will make the request, they will have the time. So let's come here, and that's the response we want to send back. And let's come here. Right now you can see we have no request, but now we'll have it. So here you can see we got the request time. So at this time the request was made. Okay, so that's the concept of middleware. You can use it for multiple purpose. Okay, that's looking fine. You can see we have this data. If we come here, make a request, we got the time. So no matter how, when and who make the request, they will always have that current time when they are making that request. So that's the another middleware we have. The concept of middleware is getting clear, because we're going to create more middleware. If you still have any confusion, we're going to create more middleware with more advanced functionality. Okay, so that's the simple concept I try to provide to all of you guys. And let's come up here and simply clear up your terminal, and we're going to install one thing, and which is a Morgan. So let me show you what it is exactly. Close this one, and we'll come back here, go to the package.json file, and make sure you can install any version. Simply type Morgan and install this Morgan. This package does, it will allow you to identify that what request users are making on your API. So someone might be making requests for all NFT, create NFT, or delete NFT. So if you want to attach certain event on the base of those requests, so you can use this package and you can trigger that event. Okay, so let me show you how it works. Let's come back here, and here we're going to import the Morgan. So let's come here, let's import the Morgan first. So we'll say app.use, and we're going to import. So we'll use Morgan, and you can see it will automatically get imported. And here we have a couple of options. So here we have combine, common, dev, short, teeny. Okay, so we have all of these options, but the one I like is dev. Okay, so now it will work fine. So let's come here, that's working fine. Now let's go back to the Postman and let's try to make a request. So when we hit this get all NFT, you will find a console log. So okay, here you can see, let's come back to the terminal, and here you can see this Morgan package will give us the request. So you can see the what's the method we have called get, and the API endpoint we have called API NFT stated code 200, and the response, that how long it took to fulfill the response. So you have all this information. Okay, all this information you have. Same goes for the post. If you make this post request, you will have this log. You can see this log we have 1201, which is for created. Okay, that's the status code we have defined for create. That's also working fine. Same goes for delete. If you hit that, you will get the URL, that what URL we have triggered. So ID4 we have done, and it's a successfully, so we got 200. Okay, same goes for the delete, and this is really very helpful. So when you want to attach any kind of event on the base of the request or a user behavior, you can do that. So let's come here and let me show you the other options. So let's select the teeny one. I think it's a teeny. Yeah, teeny. And there is not much difference between the dev and the teeny. Okay, so let me show you what is the difference. So if you come here, the only difference is that we don't have the coloring. So earlier in the dev we had the color, that green, red, so you will have all the coloring, but in teeny one you will not have the color. So I will go with the normal dev one, and I'll make the request, and I will have this color which is highlighting the, so it's looking perfect. So I believe that you guys have understood that how middleware works, how you can create your own, and how you can use the Morgan package as a middleware to identify the request which is coming on your API. So we're going to talk about a lot middleware. Okay, don't need to be confused. If you have any doubt, don't be confused. We're going to talk about a lot, because this Express is all about middleware. Okay, so that's looking fine, and simply copy all of these and comment and paste here. So let's come here, change this to 3, and we have to remove this comment. So we don't have any comments here, so let's remove this one. Okay, that's, come here, router section. Okay, router for NFT, and here we're going to write the router for the user. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. So hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have still any confusion about middleware, do leave in the comment section. I'll try to help you in that. And with that, let's move to the next video. We'll create the user router and user functionality. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we had talked about the middlewares and we have seen a couple of examples. In this video we're going to start working on the user router. Okay, so here I have opened the project. Make sure you do that. So the very first thing I have to do is I'll come here and I'll give this comment user section, and I will take this variable get all user. Okay, we have to follow the same structure. So request response is going to be an arrow function, and here I'm going to send the request with the status code in the form of JSON. So the data we want to send is success. We're not going to build any functionality for the user router, okay, because this is a separate part in which we're going to talk about more detail, because we have to work on the authentication section. So just now we are building the layout for the users, so let's do that. And in this I'm going to send this message internal server error, so because of the 5 error, and the same response I want to send in all the requests. Simply replicate it 5 times, okay, and change the name to, this will become get single user, this will become, let's say, create user, update user, and this one is delete user. So these are the 5 requests we have. Okay, and now we have to create the router. So router, and we have to follow the same structure which we have followed in the NFT. So v1 users, and user is the entire resource section, and on that we're going to call this method. So we have this get all user method, we have the post method, and create NFT. Now we'll come down, we have to target the ID. So we'll take the router and we will assign ID, and we'll call all the methods. So the first one we have the get for the single user, we have to call the batch for update user, and we have to call delete for delete user. So that's the router we have here. So I hope these things are making sense. Right now just we are building the layout. Okay, so there is a separate video on which we are building entire functionality for the user. Okay, so that's looking good. We have all these things. Now what we can do, we're going to simply select, come and bring it here, so we can follow the proper order. So that's what we have. And so close all these functions. So that's looking good. So that's the user section we have, and that's the ID. So let's come here and let's have a look. So simply close all this existing, make sure to save it, okay, otherwise we have to type one over and over again. So save it, all this existing one, and now let's test this out. So we have to create the user router. So we'll simply copy and we'll come here and paste, and we're going to change this name to user, not NFT. Okay, so if I make a request, so before we do that, let's save it. So here we'll call get all user, and we're going to save in the same folder NFT, save it. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply click on send request, and here you can see we got the response error. Our status code is also working fine 500, and here we have the message internal server error. So this is working fine, and the exact response we are sending for all the routes. Okay, all these get alls one, okay, for create single, so we are sending the same response. Okay, and here you can see our Morgan def dependency is also working. We can able to see the log in our terminal, so that's looking fine. So that's what we have. And now let's come here, we're going to take this NFT router. Okay, so now our code is growing in app.js file, and this is the best time that we should start splitting the code into different folder and file structure. So we're going to follow the MVVC model. We have a detailed talk on that, so don't need to worry about it. So it's time to simply split this code into a different files, one for the user, one for the router, one for the NFTs. Okay, so let's do that. So before we do that, here we have to take a router variable. So let's create a variable, we'll call NFT routers. Okay, so and in this we're going to use this express router, and now we have to build the primary router. So app dot use, we'll use this middleware, and this is the main router for the NFT. Okay, in this router the NFT resource is located. So let's simply copy this one, and paste here. And here we're going to call this NFT router. Okay, because this router will be in this app.js file, so whenever any request will come here, it will first hit this route, this main NFT route resource, and after that it will go into the different folder that whatever resource the user want. Okay, that will make sense. Okay, don't be confused. So this is for the NFT, and let's come here, and we have to take one more for the user as well. So let's say user's router and express.router, and the same things we have to do with the user. So simply take app.use, and here we're going to provide the user. So simply grab this one, the resource locations, and we have to paste it here, and we're going to call this user router. Okay, that's looking perfect. So that's our router is ready, and now we can start splitting the code. So things are looking good. So this is the main, and here we're going to replace this one because our primary router became that one. Okay, that this is become the primary and this has become the secondary. So we can simply remove this one. I know right now it seems like that what we are doing exactly, but it will make sense when we'll do that testing. Okay, so just do the way I'm doing it. So it's looking perfect, and same thing we have to do with the users. We have to replace this, and we have to leave only the ID. So that's perfect. Okay, so first the request will hit this, and then it will move to the other routers. We're going to bring this down here. Okay, and that's the router we have, and then it will start hitting the routers. So it's looking perfect. Now we have to replace this with the NFT router, and we have to replace this with the user router, so it can identify that what to trigger. Okay, that's looking good. We have this routers looking perfect. We have all the methods. That is looking fine. So let's come here and let's have a try. So here we are on the get. Let's make the request, and here you can see internal server error. It's working fine. Okay, so we can easily able to get the response, and this is the message response we are actually sending. Let's come back to the other get, and here we are to look for the NFT. So let's make the request, and here you can see we got all the NFTs. So it's working fine. Let's do with this create NFT. It's also working fine. So whatever refactor we have done, that's all looking good and working absolutely fine. So let's come here, and now what we're going to do is everything's working fine. Let's come here, and now we have to create the folder and file structure, which is called MVC model. Okay, we're going to talk about this, but just follow along with me. So I'll create a folder in the main directory, and I will call routes. Okay, inside this we're going to keep all the routers for the resources, for the NFTs, for the reviews, for the users. Okay, so let's create the NFT route first, NFT route.js. Okay, so that's the one we have. Now we have to create one more. This is going to be the user route. That's looking fine. Now let's come here to the NFTs, and here we have to grab this route. Okay, so simply come here, and what we're going to do is, so simply come here and simply copy this, because I want to provide you this code. Simply copy and comment out, and we have to paste here, and this is the fourth part. So let's come up here and change this to fourth. So that's look good. So far everything's looking good, and now we have to do is simply cut this and paste here, and that's what we have. And now we have to grab the entire router. Simply grab the router, and we have to paste here. Okay, here we're going to import the express, because we are using express route. Okay, so we have to import express, and here we can do this refactor. Okay, instead of NFT route we can simply call route, because this route is totally dedicated to the NFTs. Okay, so let's remove this route, and here we going to simply let's come back. Here we're going to export that. Okay, module dot export, and we want to export the route so we can receive. Okay, here. So now what we can do, we have to get all these responses. Okay, so right now we don't have anything. Simply select all these for the NFTs and till here, and simply cut and simply come and paste on top of here, paste here. So here we have all the responses in a separate file. Okay, we're going to separate this responses as well in the control file, so just follow along with me. So that's what we have here, and here we need couple of things, so that's look good. Let's come here, and we need this data, okay, which we are reading from our NFT sample. So we need this, simply cut this one as well, and we have to paste here so we can send it back. So that's look good. Now we have to come here and we have to grab this fs module as well and simply going to paste it right on top of this. That's looking good. Now we can come here. So we have our fs module, and now we have to do the same thing for the user router as well. So simply paste here, and we have to get the routers as well. So let's simply select and get it and paste here. Now we have to simply export it, route, and simply replace this one route, and that's what we're going to export from this file. Okay, that's look good. Now we have to come here and we have to grab all these methods responses which we have written for the users, and simply we'll bring it here and we're going to paste it here, and that's look good. So far everything is looking good. Now we have to import the express module, express package, so things will look fine. It's required and express, so look good. So far we have all these things. Let's come back into our app.js, and right now you can see it's looking much better. We have this clean environment. These are the generally what happens when in the APIs, app.js file is only for the middleware. Okay, so those functions which you want to run in every single request, those are the function, those are the module you define in app.js file. Okay, so this is the structure we have to follow, and here you have noticed that we don't have this NFT route and user route. Okay, this is going to be the primary resource section. Okay, so when any request will come, it will hit this route and it will move according to the files, and then it will send the response back. So now we have to import the files which we have exported from the user route and from the NFT route. So let's import that file. So we'll call it what the name we have given, so let's call it copy this and paste here, NFTs route, and that's coming from the dot slash, and that's coming from the routes slash. We need the NFT routes. Simply replicate this, and we have to change this to user route. Here we have to make the change user route. So this time everything would be look perfect, and now we can test. Come here, and here we can see that we have some problem in our code. So simply refresh it, simply save it, and let's try to find out here. So we have problem in our utils. Actually we have problem in our file directory. Okay, so the file we are importing for the data, we have problem in that. So we can do one thing, we can go to this NFT routes, and here we are importing the data, and make sure you have to do the changes here. So right now the data is coming from this NFT. Okay, and this file is inside the route file, so we have to make the change here. Okay, so let's come here, and here we have to say dot slash, and here still we have the error, sorry, my bad. Here we have to provide slash again, and right now everything's working fine. Our app running on 3000 ports, so it's looking fine. So let's bring it out and let's save one more time. Everything's working fine. So whatever refactor we have done, that looks pretty good. Simply close all these functions and do the same thing for the routers, sorry, users. That looks good. Close this one, and let's do one thing. Let's bring this terminal down, and so far everything's looking good, and right now you can see we have very less code in our app.js file. Okay, so that's looking perfect, and now we can do something better as well. So let's come here. Before we do something better, we have to test whatever we have done. So as you can see, we are getting the data. Let's post. You can see we are getting that, and the data is increasing. So everything's looking fine. Our error handler is also working fine. So everything's looking good. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, that how you can refactor the code according to the MVC model. Okay, we're going to talk about this. Okay, you heard this word a couple of times, but we haven't discussed about this, but we're going to definitely do it. Okay, So let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we had successfully created the user, routers and all the responsives, and we have also followed the basic MVC model for the file structure. Okay, in this video we're going to take it to the next level. Okay, so let's continue working where we left in the last video. So come here and we have to simply come in the, this is what we have done in the last video. We have successfully refactored the entire code, and now we're going to follow the MVC model to split our code into different file and folder structure. Okay, so make sure whenever you build any kind of API, this is the like highly practiced structure follow in the industry in the API development. You can come up with your own, but this is what I have learned, so I'm going to with this one because this is more convenient and very easy to read. So when you will work with your fellow developers, they have to know that what structure you have followed to build the API, and that way we can easily able to navigate that what function doing what. Okay, so it's always better that you should always use the popular structure which are there in the industry, so it becomes very easy to work with the other developer. Or if you're building an API to for your small application for your own self, then you can follow whatever structure you want. So let's start working on the model. So first we're going to create the file folder, so we'll call it controller, and this will be the section which control all the responses. Okay, like all the models we have, like all NFT, create NFT, that's all we're going to be inside this, and same for the user as well. So we have this controller, and inside that we have to create a first file which is a NFT controller, make it capital, and .js. So this will control about the NFTs. Now let's do for the users, remove this one, and we have this JS. And now let's split the code. Okay, so right now you can see we have all these NFTs in the router, but we don't want, but according to the MVC model, okay, the file structure we are planned, according to that, we don't need to put this responses inside the route file. It should have in a separate file, and that's why we have created this NFT controller. Okay, so we're going to split this code into that file. So let's select all these controllers and we're going to paste it here. And let's come here, and right now we have this, get this one FS model, so we can read the file and we can paste it here. And we are simply doing, and now what we're going to do is we're going to simply export all this function. So let's do that. So right now we have this const as a variable, but we have to export it so we can easily able to receive this function in our NFT router. So this is how we're going to do it. Simply make sure you copy this one and do this to all of these, write this dot and create. We have, now let's do it for the single NFT, do it for the update NFT, and do it for the delete NFT. Okay, so we are not doing a single export like in our router. We are exporting entirely the entire document, but here we are exporting individually because we have to call this function individually one by one on different routers. Okay, so that's all the export we have for this function, and you can see everything's looking good so far. And right now you might be getting an error in your terminal, but don't need to worry about it. Right now we are just refactoring the code. So that's all the export we have, and now here we're going to import that file. So we'll call it const, and the file name we're going to call it NFT controllers. You can call whatever you want, and this is going to be required, and it's coming from the where it's coming for controller, and we have this NFT controller. So this NFT controllers have all the functions which we have defined in that NFT controller. Okay, and that's what we're going to call it. So this is one way of importing. Okay, this is one way of importing the data. Let me comment out and let me show you the other way. So you can also deconstruct the exports. Okay, simply remove this one, take this block, and here we're going to import individually. You can do this with this as well. So let's do it. I would just want to show you that you have multiple options. Coding is not limited to a single thing. You can come up with multiple solution, and it's always better that whatever project you are working on, you should always try multiple way to achieve the same functionality. In that way you will learn faster. So that's all the imports we have here. You can see everything is working fine. Right now we don't have the error, so our app is running fine because all the exports function is here. Now you can simply come here and you can test. So you can see we have this NFTs, we have the user invalid data. So no matter what function you will call, it will work as it was working before. Okay, you can see all the responses from our Morgan dev environment. Okay, so that's looking perfect. But what I want, I'm not going to follow this structure, because why should I add unnecessary extra line of code? So I'm going to simply comment out this so you guys can have the reference, and I'm going to comment out this one. So this will have all the functionality, so I will simply comment this, and I'm going to call this function here. So simply copy, and here we can call it. So provide this and provide dot. This will work in the same way, the way it worked in that way. Okay, so it will work in the same way. In this way we have to write less code. So let's call this one, do this for the update NFT, and do it for the delete one. So it will work in the same way. So that's looking perfect. If you come and you can do the testings, and you can find things are working as it is. So that's looking perfect, and it looks much better and much cleaner. So that's looking fine. I'll leave that comment so you guys can take the reference from that. So that's looking fine. Now let's come back to the other one. So here we have the router for the users. Now we have to split the code for the users as well. So simply grab this entire, cut it down, and here we're going to paste inside the user controller, and here we're going to make it export. So select all these together, and we'll say export, and we have to provide this dot. That's looking absolutely perfect. So that's why it's looking good. And now we have to simply receive the file here, and we'll call it user controllers. Okay, you can see how clean it looks. And here we're going to import that file which is coming from controller, user controller. So that's our data, and we're going to call it individually one by one. Do it here, and we're going to do this, and now we have this one. So that's looking much better. Okay, so that's for the users. I hope you guys have got the understanding that how you have to structure the code and how you have to call the functions. Okay, so we are following the basic MVC model, but we're going to follow the same structure throughout this entire API development. Okay, so let's close this all, and everything's looking fine. And now we have to refactor this as well. You can see this is the port 300, and app.listen is a part of server. Okay, it's nothing related to the middleware. So we're going to split this code as well in different file. So to do that, what I can do, I can simply come here and create one more file in the main directory, and I'll call it server.js. Okay, and in this I'm going to handle all the things, all the global error, all the database connections, all the servers related thing in that app.server file. And this file is going to be the starting file for our API. Okay, not the app.js. So I'll show you how you can do that. So let's come here, and here we're going to simply take this, and from here we have to export that app. Okay, so we can easily able to receive in that. Okay, model.export, and we have to receive it here. So far nothing new. You guys are familiar with this structure which we are following, and here we're going to simply receive that file. So that's coming from the app. Okay, so that's the server we have here. Now let's come back to the package.json file, and here we have to do the changes. So this time we don't want to run the app.js file, we want to run the server.js file. So in the start script we have to do the changes. So simply come here, remove this entire one. So remove this one, and here we're going to call the package we have installed at the beginning for running the server in the terminal. So we're going to call the same package, node mon, and we have to define the page, the page we want to start. So this time we're going to call this server.js. Okay, this is the starting point of our application. Okay, and I want to change this to test, not okay, sorry, start. So that's the script we have. And if I come here and simply close this one, and this is going to be the starting point, server.js file, not app.js file. So we're going to simply start the application. We'll type npm start, because that's the script we have defined in our package.json file. So let's hit enter, and here you can see right now it's looking absolutely perfect. Our server.js file is got activated, and we are getting the log from there. So hope you guys have got the idea that how we have refactored this entire code. We're going to follow the same structure I'm telling you over and over again. So you guys should start preparing yourself with this structure. And if you come here, you can do the testings, all the requests. You can see post and get. So everything's looking fine. No problem we have in this. So that's looking good. Let's bring the terminal down, and let's come up here. Okay, that's the entire code for the app.js, and it's so clean. We don't have too much jargons there. Okay, we are only handling the middleware and the important functions which we want to run every time someone make a request on our API. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover about this MVC model. We're going to talk about more. Okay, I don't want to give you a theoretical part on this, otherwise it will create confusion for all of you guys. Okay, so we're going to do this while creating. Okay, so let's move to the next video. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have found this interesting and you have learned something new. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. We have successfully refactored the entire code according to the MVC model. So in this video, we're going to continue where we left. So let's move to that. So here we can come here, and the first thing we have to do is let's get back into the NFT route, and let's come here. So this is all we have done in the last video. Now we're going to work with the ID. Okay, so we're going to talk about the params middleware. Okay, so as a developer, I have to be very creative and I have to think that what kind of possibilities are there a user can make a request on our API. So in case of the single NFT, you can see that in case of the single NFT, update NFT, delete NFT, users are making requests on ID. Okay, so it's always better to create a separate middleware for that ID. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in this. I hope you guys will find something new. Okay, so this is how we can define. We have the route variable, and on that we're going to call this params. Okay, and generally what it happens here, we have access to 3 variables. Okay, so we have the access to request, we have the access of response, and we have the access of next. Okay, nothing's new, you guys have following this, and we have one more which is a value. Okay, so this params route, not actually 3, it has 4. So request, response, next, and value. And we're going to call this callback function, and let me console log out the value exactly, ID. Okay, so let's log out the ID, and here we're going to call this value. Okay, so whenever someone will make any request on the IDs, and this will only work for the NFT, not for the user router, because this is what we have defined in the NFT route, not in user route. So that's an obvious thing. Wherever you will define, that will only run on that particular data resource. So this is the params, and we have to call this next, otherwise so it will stuck. Okay, so to continue we have to provide this next, so nothing new now. So that's the one we have. Now we can come here and let's come back to the get, and this time what I want to do is I want to make a request on the get all NFT. So if I do that, you will find that there is no log here. Okay, so everything is working fine, and in our terminal you can see the Morgan dev request, that we make a request on our data resource, NFT resource, complete NFT resource, and we can't able to get the ID because we are not making the request on the ID. Okay, we are making the request on the entire data. But if I come here, if I go to the single, and here we have this ID 4, if I make a request, I'll get that ID. Okay, so here I get the ID. You can see I got the ID 4. So this will only work on the IDs, not on the entire resource. So I hope this concept is get clear, that why we have built this param middleware. So here you can see in the NFT controller, we are checking for the ID, whether we are calling the delete NFT, update NFT, or get single NFT. We are doing the check for the ID. So it's a very repetitive code and writing the same code in all these 3 functions. So it's always better that you have to create a separate function as a middleware which run every time whenever any request goes on ID. Okay, that's why we have taken that ID variable. So I'm going to simply cut this one, and I'm going to use this params as a middleware. Okay, so let's come up here, and we're going to create one more functions, and I'll call it export, because we have to export from here, and we'll have check ID. Here we're going to provide that request, response, next, and value, and here we're going to have this arrow back, and here we're going to check for an ID. Hope this makes sense. So whenever anybody requests an ID, this function will get executed. So here make sure you have to provide this return keyword, otherwise the function will not execute and it will stuck. Okay, so that's what we have here, looking good. And let me call this next. So that looks perfectly. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to simply cut this, and I'm going to simply paste here, so I can see that what request ID request user are making. And here I'm going to simply remove this, and I'm going to call the function directly. Okay, nft.checkid. Okay, nothing new. You guys know from where we are getting this function, check ID. So that's looking fine, and now we can easily able to use that function as a middleware. Okay, that looks fine, and this is what we have here. which will only run on the ID. And we are calling the nest. Let's come back and let's do the test. So here we have we can go into this single and we will make a request. So you can see we got the data number 4, ID 4, and we can change this to, let's say 2, make a request, and here we got it. And you can see in the terminal we got this ID 4 and ID 2. So this is working fine. Okay, this is working fine. So hope you guys have got the concept that how you have to use the param middleware on the IDs. Okay, so now we have to do one more thing here in our create NFT, because when we are getting the data from the user, we have to check that the user are providing all the data or not. Okay, so we have to have a function. We don't want to have incomplete data in our database for the NFTs. We want to have a complete data. So we have to create a function for that as well. So let's come here, and the function we go to create right up here, and we have to export it, and we'll call it check body. Okay, and it's going to be an arrow function. We have access to request, response, and next. And if name is request dot body, in which we have the name. Okay, so I believe that you guys haven't forgot that from where we are getting this name data. Okay, so all the data which user will send will have in this request rec dot body, and from there we want to access the one data. Okay, name data. Same thing we have to do is for the, let's come here, and so name, and we have the check for the price as well, price. So I'm just showing you that how you can use it as a guard class. We're going to make it more robust system when we'll actually get the data from we get the data from the user and upload to the database. Okay, so right now we are building this custom check functions, so you guys know how you can write custom function as well. And we're going to send the data, send back. Okay, so first we'll say that fail, and we'll say message, and we'll say date, missing data. Okay, so if the user not provide the name, or if they don't provide the price, then we want to send this message back. Okay, and that's looking fine. Now close this one, and here we're going to call the function. So we have to call the function on create NFT. Okay, so if I come here and close this one, save it first, and let's try to create an NFT. Okay, simply remove this one. We are passing only name. Okay, no price. So if I make a request, you can see I got this 18 ID 18 and NFT. So without applying that function, we are able to create. Okay, now we come here, and now we're going to apply the function which we have created. Okay, so we'll come here, copy this function, and now we have to apply here. So we'll type NFT control, then this, and we have to provide this dot. So this is how you can separate and chain multiple check on the same route. Okay, so first this check body function will run, and once it gets success, then it will go to the next middleware, next function, which is a create NFT. So looking fine so far. Okay, so far everything's looking good. Now let's come here, and here you can see, now if I try to make a request, you can see I got missing name and price, and this is the exact message we are getting from here. But if I provide the price, I'll get the success message. So let's say 20 price, and if I hit enter, okay, our middleware got stuck. I think we forgot to use the next keyword. Okay, it's stuck. So let's close this one, and let's come back. Let's make a request. It's still stuck. Let's come back to the code, and here I forgot to add the next. Okay, so I believe that you guys have seen that how important it is to provide the next keyword, which will take into the next function, otherwise it will stuck. So let's call the next, and now we can easily able to create NFT. Now simply hit on create, and here you can see we have ID 18, name, and the price. So if you remove that, we'll get an error. Okay, missing data. If you provide that, hit the request, and here you get the success. So things are looking fine. So that's how you can create check body function as a middleware, how you can create a params middleware for checking the ID. So hope so far whatever we have covered in this video, it's making sense to you. Okay, the only reason we are doing this because I want to make you familiarize that you can create your own custom function. You don't need to always depend on third-party packages or npm packages. If you want to add certain functionality, you can create a middleware like this, and you can add that. So that's looking absolutely good. So that's how we have successfully structured the data. Let's close all this. Now let's come here. So that's the only thing I want to cover about this, that how you can use the params as a middleware to put a guard class on the IDs, and how you can create a check body function to check the incoming data which is coming from the user. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you guys have found this valuable. Now with that now with that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we had talked about the params middleware and how we can create a custom data validator like check body function we have created, where we are checking the data we are getting from the user. In this video we'll talk about that how we can serve template. Just imagine that you have a template and you want to serve in your browser. So we have a couple of method in Express, we have couple of middlewares which we're going to use right in this video to do that. Okay, so it's going to be a very short video, and I will give the comment called serving template or demo, whatever you call, and we're going to use this app.use because we are using as a middleware, and here we're going to use this express.static. Okay, and in this static we have to define the folder from which we want to retrieve the data and display on the browser. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to take this dollar, we have to define the directory from where. So this dash the dir mean from the current directory, and we have to provide the path. So let's come here, and here you can see we have this NFT data. Okay, so that's the folder I'm targeting. So we'll simply target that NFT data folder, and inside that NFT data folder we have two folders, data and image. So I just want to show you that how you can access the images and display on the browser. Okay, so we're going to target that image folder. We don't have the templates for our NFT marketplace, but we're going to add it later. Okay, so just we'll go with the image first. It's relatively same, the way we're going to serve the image, the same way we're going to serve the template. So here we have to go into the NFT data, and from there we have to go inside this image folder. Okay, so now whatever data we have inside this, that would be available to us, we can easily able to serve in our browser. So let's come here, and here we are on the browser, and let me open the image. So leo.jpg, so this is the image I want to access, and you can see I can easily able to serve the image. So in API, in Express API, you can not only send the data, you can serve videos, you can serve images, you can serve template, so you can serve hell lot of thing. Okay, so we have the access of image. If we come here, and here you can see we have this image ARRAV. So let's come here, and ARRAVR, what is this? AVR. Okay, and you can see we can easily able to serve the image. So if you have the data file, you can serve it. If you have the templates, so I believe that you guys have got the point that how you can serve static file in Express. Okay, so make sure you have to keep this concept in mind, that you can serve the template by using this Express statics method as a middleware. Okay, so that's how it's looking fine. Let's close this one, and so far everything's looking good, everything's working fine in the terminal. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got the understanding that you can even serve file. So let's move to the next video where we're going to do some cool thing. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. In that video we have talked about that how you can serve template, image, or any kind of data in your browser. Okay, so if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description, so you can follow that. Let's come here, we're going to work on the environment variable. Okay, so let me show you that what I mean by that. So let's console log out this app.getInv, because environment variable is a very important concept in API development or any kind of project development. You have to know that how you can set the environment, how you can create environment, and how you can change the entire application, entire motive of the API based on the environment. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about in this video, environment variable. So let me show you what we get in this when we do this app.getInv, and if I save it, if I scroll down, here you can see we got the environment variable. So right now we are in the development environment. So you can see development server.js. So we are in development environment. So there are a couple of environment you have. For generally when we are building an application, we follow two type of environment. One, development, and the second one is the production. So once your application is got ready and you want to deploy on the internet so user can access that, that's called production mode. So many teams, many developers have tried to have different kind of environments depending on the type of application they want to build, depending on the team size. Okay, so it's totally up to you that you can create multiple environments, but in this we're going to focus only on two environment, one development and one is productions. So right now we are in the development mode. You can see that log, and here we're going to check couple of more things. Okay, so let's comment this and let me show you from where we are getting this. So I just want to console log out this process.env, and in this we have all the environment, that your directory name, your passwords, everything you will have in this process.env. Okay, so if you save that and if you come back to the console, here you will find all the data about your environment variables. So which some are used internally by Node.js, some are used by Express. Okay, so all the data environment variables used by the packages which you are using in the application, that's you will find right up here. Okay, you can see the username we have set up in our .env file, the data locations which we have, and that's all information you can find here. Okay, these are all environment variable, and based on this you can easily able to change the application behavior. So let me comment this. So now let's create a separate file in which we're going to create all the environment variables. So these are the predefined environment variables which are generated by the Node.js and Express, but we want to define our own environment variables, like a development one, like the user and passwords, the API passwords, API URL. So all those things we have to try to keep in the environment variable. We don't want to use directly in our production code, because if you do that, there might be a chance that other people can see your code. So it's always a best practice that you have to create a .env file, and that we have to keep all our environment variables. So let's do that. So I'm going to call it, let's say, config.env. You can give whatever name you want, and here we're going to define all the environment variables. So let's define the first variable, which is a node env. So we'll call development. So this is our development environment, and we have to define the port. So right now we have 3000, so that's the same port we're going to define here, and we have to define the username. So I'm going to define my name, you should define your, and here we have to define the password. So right now I'm just taking this random password dollars. Okay, so that's my environment variables, and to load this environment variable, all you have to do is to restart the application. Okay, so if you run this command and save it, this will not work. You have to restart your server. So let's come here, we have to clear the terminal and we have to restart npm. And before we restart, we need a package. That's called .env, because this package will allow us to read the variable from that config file. Okay, so let's install the package first, then we're going to restart the application. So let's .env. So make sure you install this package which help us to read the file. And if you come here, clear the terminal, and here you can see we have this dependency. Okay, now clear the terminal, and now here we're going to do, so that's all our environment variable, and here we're going to do the setup before we start the application. So let's come here. First thing we have to do is we have to make it required. Okay, so we need to import that .env, and that's coming from same the package folder, node modules. Okay, so that's what we have here, and now we're going to use this to configure. So I'll call it, let's say, .env, and we have a method called config. You can have this methods, but we're going to call this config one, and here we have to define the path where the file is located. So path, and here we're going to define the name of the file. So /, and we have this config file. So this is the place where we have all the environment variable. Now I'm going to simply cut this and I'm going to paste it here, and here I'm going to restart the application. Okay, so our environment variable can load, and here you can see we got all the data, and here you can able to find that. So here we have the username which we have created, Daulat Hussain, and here you can see Daulat Hussain we have, username Daulat Hussain we have, and you can find the version name and where it is, this is the port we have defined. So where we have the other variables, there is a lot of data. So this is the port, and the one other we have, this is the password we have defined, and the development node env. So this is the development environment, development server.js. You can see we can easily able to load this environment variable and we can use it. Okay, so that's how you can load your own environment variable and create your own environment variable. And right now you can see we have this Morgan packages globally. So no matter what request or in which environment we make this request, whether it's production and whether it's but it's always a good idea that you should always log any kind of sensitive informations in a development, not in production. Okay, so I just want to run this middleware only in development, not in production. So for that, I'm going to set a condition. Okay, so I'll come here and I'm going to take this if statement. So I'll say process dot env. It's an object, and in that I have that environment variable. So I'll get this node dash env, and that is equal to development. So if the environment variable is development, then we want to execute this. But if we are in production, then we don't want to execute this one. So that's will only run in the development. So that's the one setup we have here, and here we have to change this one because right now we can read that environment variables from our .config file. So we'll say process.env, and we're going to call that port. So if we have the port in our environment variable, it will take that port, but if we don't have that, then it will take this 3000. But in both the places we are providing this 3000. Okay, so it will work fine. So if you come and just do the request, things are working as it is. Okay, we don't have any problem, so things are looking good. So that's what we have, and here we're going to create a one more in a script which is for the production. Okay, so right now we are in the development and we have this. Let's create the production for. So let's call it pro, and here we have to define this node and here we have to define that what kind of mode. It's a production mode, and that's coming from node mod server.js. Okay, so that's the production, and the first one is the development. So to test this, all we have to do is simply stop the application, and now we have to run this production code. So let's change this prod name to, let's say, start prod. Okay, and we have to run this command npm run and start. So when you are running the production mode, you have to use this run keyword. Okay, when you are using the development, in that you can simply type npm start, that will work. But when you are running on development, sorry, in the production, you have to use this run keyword, and here we have to give the name of the script. So start prod and hit enter, and just wait. And here you can see right now we are in production mode. You can see env production node server.js. So this is how we can switch between production and development mode. So hope things are making sense, that how we can use this environment variable. This will make our work a lot of easy, because when we start working on the authentications, so we're going to set certain rules. Okay, not every time we're going to log into the application. So we're going to make ourselves admin as a development mode, and where we're going to stop the authentication. But when we switch to production mode, there all the authentication will start. Okay, that will make sense. Okay, just work along with me. So simply we have to come back to the normal one, because we have to work on our API, so we need to work on the development mode. So let's hit enter, and here we are back in the development mode. So things are looking fine. So that's the two script we have, one for development, one for productions. Looking fine so far. And now let's come here, and so that's the only thing I wanted to cover in this video. Hope you guys have got the complete idea that how you can check the existing environment variable in your computer, which is coming from the packages, and how you can create your own and write the script for that. Okay, so right now we have built the basic structure of our environment variable, but we're going to add a lot of things in our like in the config file, because we need all the API data to connect our database with the cloud database. Okay, so hope you have got the understanding. With that said, I'm ending this video. Let's move to the next one. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we had talked about that how you can create the environment variables and set up all the environment variables. Right now in this video we're going to connect our MongoDB database to our application. Okay, and in that scenario our environment variable, the config file we have created, that's going to play a very major role. Okay, so in this video I'm going to give you a complete overview, complete tutorial that how you can use MongoDB as a backend server, and how you're going to connect that, how you can create your account, how you're going to get the API keys to connect the application and create your first document on cloud. Okay, so here I have opened MongoDB on my browser. Make sure you open it, very popular website, and here you can able to find everything about this application. So build faster, build smarter, you can have this complete guide. And here they have talked about that who are actually using them, and here you will talk about the functionality which provide build faster, scalable, and sleep better. Okay, and here they have explained about the cloud service, that what kind of query you can make and how you can manage the environments, and these are the self-explanatory, so I will not get into these details. Now let's come on top here and let's click on this product, and first thing we have to do is to install one important tool, which is a Compass. Okay, because not all the time we have to come to our cloud server to check the data we are creating. Okay, so we're going to create this Atlas, that this compass tool which is offered by the same company MongoDB. So we're going to use it and install it in your computer, so we don't need to move to the cloud to check the data there. Okay, so we can do it in that compass tool as well. So first thing we're going to do is to install this compass. So you will find right here in the tool sections, click on this and you will come here, and here you can able to read that what it does. Okay, they have explained everything. So make sure you should click on this download it, and you will land up here, and here you will find all the tools which MongoDB provides you for testing. So if you want to test in the terminal your database, then you should go with the MongoDB cell, which is, you can do it, but I really like to have a visual graphic. Okay, so that will create interaction while building this huge application. Okay, so here you will find bunch of tool which you want, but the one I am interested in, this MongoDB compass, and from here you can able to check the available version. So make sure you pick your computer, you can read everything about this, and from here you will have the other tools. Just look at this, and here from here you have to check the available download. So make sure you go with the stable version. You choose a platform. If you are a Mac user, go with that, and if you're a Windows user, go with the Windows. Okay, so I'll go with the recommended one, and here we're going to click on this download. It's downloading, and I have already downloaded that, and I have opened this. So once you download and once you install successfully, this is how the interface of the compass would look like. On the right hand side you can see that we have already worked on a couple of APIs, and that's all the history you will find right up here. But we're going to create a new interface. Okay, so for that, what you can do right now, you can see all this history we have which I've worked in the past. Now what I want to do is I will click on this plus icon, and from here I'm going to add the new one. Okay, so here we have to provide, so by default it will trigger the localhost. Okay, you can see the localhost database, which is your own computer. It's by default it will trigger this, but here we're going to add the string which we'll get from our cloud database from MongoDB's actually Atlas. Okay, I'll show you how you can get that. So here we have to paste the URL of that database connection. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's come back to the MongoDB servers again, and again we are in the product section, and now we have to go to the Atlas section. So if we come here, and if we have to click on this Atlas developer database platform, sorry, data platform, not database platform. So we're going to click on this Atlas, and this is powerful. You can able to read everything here. MongoDB, Atlas, the multiple cloud developer data platforms. And the best part of this, and why I'm using this cloud database instead of using my local database, because I want myself to work from different locations. So it's not always necessary that you're going to work with the same computer. Okay, you might want to work with a different location. So it's always better that you should have your entire data in a database, in a cloud database, so you can start working on that. If you have your local data, if you are working on a local database, then you have to carry your laptop wherever you go. Cloud database, from you can simply log into your account and can start working on it. Okay, so you can completely read about this. These are the query you can make, how you can write. They're explaining here everything very beautifully, and it's really powerful. Okay, so let's come on top here, and first thing we have to do is if you go to the resource section, and here you will find the documentation. So if you have any confusion, you can come and you can visit to that. So this is the Atlas we have now. Let's click on this free, and here you have to create your account. So make sure what you will get in this. So you will get 512 GB MB storage, which is enough for building this application. I'm not going to take a paid plan, and do have for the clients, but I'm not going to use that one. I'm going to start with the free one, because I assume that you guys are also learning and you don't want to spend money when you are learning. Okay, so this much storage you will get, what you will get, all the things you will find right up here. Make sure you should fill up all the details very quickly, but I will authenticate myself with the Google. So I'll click on that, and I'm going to pick one of my accounts. So you can do this as well. So I'll go with this one. I probably hide this, and here you have to click on this accept, submit, and you will come here, welcome your account to deploy a cloud database with MongoDB Atlas and contract support. So this will take a little bit time. Okay, in my case it took 10 minutes, but I simply use the power of editing and make it fast forward. Okay, so this will take a little bit time because it's creating a database in the cloud, so this generally take a little bit time. So once you successfully created your database, you will find your dashboard like this. I have already created a couple of projects, so that's what you can see right up here. And in your case, if you're watching this video after 1 month or after a couple of months, then the interface would be different. Okay, but not much. So what you have to do now let's come here, click on this, and here you will find all the database which you have created. Okay, so I have already created one, but I'm going to create one more. Okay, so let's click on this and click on this new project, and here you have to give the name of the project. So make sure, and these are the sensitive data which you don't need to share with anyone. Obviously I'm going to delete this once I build this entire course, but make sure you create your separate and don't share this data with anyone. So give the name of this project, so I'll call it NFT name marketplace, and click on next. From here you have to select the owner, so I'm the owner of this project and this is my email, and now I'm going to click on this create project. So just wait, this will take a little bit time. Once you click on that, and here your project is completed. Okay, so generally this will take time. Okay, so you can see in my case it happened very fast because I use the power of editing. Okay, so make sure you just wait till the process is completed. You will have the similar interface like this. Here it's telling us to create the database. Okay, so database deployment. Okay, so here you will have a couple of options. So from here you can see we are currently activated our NFT marketplace project database. Okay, so we are on this, and what we're going to do is let's click on this build a database, and here we have to choose a cluster. Okay, so here MongoDB offer couple of plans, so if you want to take any one of those paid plans you can take, otherwise you can go with the free plan, which I'm very interested in. So you can find everything about it, and let's click on this and click on this simple create. This will create the cluster. Okay, cluster is nothing but they have given the name if you want to create a project, a project on the cloud. Okay, so create a cluster, and here you will find all the information about this cluster. So here you will find all the data location where they have on based on their country. So if you are from North America, these are the location where they have their cloud database. For Europe, Australia, Asia, South America. So I'm from India, so I will go with the Mumbai. Okay, you can see automatically get selected Mumbai. You can click, and from here you can choose a plan if you want, but I will go with the free one. That is sufficient for building this app, and that's look perfect. Free one, and close this one, and you don't need to do anything. If you want to change the name of this cluster 0 and you want to give something fancy name, you can do this, but I will just keep it like this. And that's what happened. And simply I will click on this create cluster. That looks fine. Just wait, this will take a little bit time. Once you create the cluster, here you have to provide the information of the user who will access this database. Okay, so one account can have multiple database. You can see I have already one database, which is the name nature app. Okay, and this is the NFT database. Okay, so you can have multiple database. So that's the account you're going to, that's the email ID and password you're going to provide to access this particular database. Okay, so here I'm going to provide the, let's say, name. So I'm going to simply call, let's say username is going to be NFT marketplace. Again, I'm telling you don't use this one, otherwise your application will not work, and I have to provide the password. Okay, so this is the user and password is created, looking fine, and it's working fine. Now these things are looking good. This is the created we have. So let's come here and click on this database. I want to save that, so I don't need to remember. And here you can see we are deploying your change 3 or 4 server complete currently action. So this will take a little bit of time. Okay, sometime it happen fast, sometime it will take a little bit time, depend on your internet speed. So just wait while they are creating the backend in background. So you can see your cluster is processed, and again I'm using the power of editing to make it fast forward. And here you have found your cloud database dashboard, actual dashboard, and here you will find all the stats, all the data stats, like the connections, everything you will find here, the data size. So this is the portion we're going to use right now. So we'll click on this connect, and first thing we have to do is to make it accessible to a particular API. So I'll click on my API. Okay, for the time being I just click on this, and I will want to allow access to only this API. Okay, you can make it global API so anybody can access from different internet, but I'm going to change this later. Okay, I'm going to change this later, but right now I'm just going with the default setting. So I'll just add this API that only this API can access this database, and click on this. And here we have this couple of tools which MongoDB is recommending to use it. Okay, so we have come here and we have already installed the Compass. Okay, that's the Compass we have. Now simply click on this, and here we'll get the string which we need to connect our database. So here you will say that you can pick the latest version. So here I'm going to choose the Windows, choose as per your computer. So I remember that we have already installed the Compass, so we don't need to download it. Okay, so we already have it. So let's come back to the I have MongoDB Compass, and here we go to select the latest one, letter 1.12 or letter. So whatever you have the latest one, please pick that one, and this is the string we need. Okay, so simply copy that, and this will allow us to connect with our Compass, which Compass app we have installed in our computer. So we come back to Compass, and here we're going to provide the string. So simply select this, and we simply paste here, and I'm going to change this to the password. So I'll say NFT123. Don't use this password. Okay, don't use this one. So this is the name, and here I have to provide the password. And if I click on save, and here you can pick the color. I just like to have some fancy yellow, and I can give the name. So I'll call it, let's say, my NFT database. Okay, make it capital. So you can create any collection name, and here you can see we have successfully created our database, and it's looking fine. You can see we have the local, all the local database, and here we have the admin sections. And if you come here in database, here you will find the local and admin. So right now we don't have anything because we haven't created anything in our local base. Actually, I don't have it. And here you will find all the information about the performance. So we're going to explore each one of these in detail. Okay, so that's looking fine. Now let's come here in the database, and from here you can easily able to create the collection. Okay, create database. Okay, so make sure you have to give the exact name, because this is the name we're going to use to connect our API from the terminal. Okay, from the .config file. So make sure you have to give this name, logical name, which you remember. So I'll call it NFT marketplace, and here I'm going to give the name to this collection, okay, in which we're going to store all the data. So we have multiple collection. We have collection for the NFTs, for the user, for the review. Okay, so that's the name you have to provide, the folder name. So I'll go to store the NFT, so I'll call NFTs. Okay, save it, and here it's saying that we don't need to provide a space. Okay, not a problem. I can simply come up here, and I'm going to remove this space. Okay, so again I'm telling you, make sure you have to keep this database name in mind, because this is what we're going to use later. And click on this create, and here we have the database. You can see right now we have one collection. If you click on this, right now we don't have anything here. Okay, so we have connected our database, and we have successfully done it. And you can create multiple collection, okay, from here, but we're going to do it from the terminal. And let me give you that how you can create document in your database manually from this Compass tool. Okay, do that, and here you can easily able to apply filter method, which is there in the Mongoose. Okay, so we're going to write the filter method in our code for filtering the data. But you can, if you have a large data here, and if you want to filter the data here to see that what data you have, you can apply those filter here. But I'm not going to do it. I will show you that how you can do with the code. So here you can apply the filters, and here we're going to create the data manually. So let's insert the data. You can import into a JSON file, or you can simply create. So insert document, I'll click here, and here we're going to create. So when you create any document on a Mongoose, or so whenever you create any document, the Mongoose will automatically create an ID, unique ID to that particular data set. Okay, so you can see that right now we have this ID, because this ID is created by Mongoose. So we don't need to think about IDs, creating IDs for every single NFT, every single user. This will create automatically, and it would be unique to every single NFT, every single user. Okay, so hope this makes sense. And now here we have to define the data. So we're going to use this. We're going to follow the same JSON format. Okay, that's the format we have to follow here as well, because that's the very common practice. And we have to send the like. Okay, so the like I want to give it to, let's say, 93, and that's the first data we have created. And you can see this is the data we have created. So we have the ID, we have the name, we have the price. So that's what we have. Let's create one more name, and we'll call it, let's say, women NFT. We have to give the price, we'll call something this, and we have to give the like to this. I'll remove the 0 and insert the data. So right now we have this two data which we have created manually, and this data is stored already in our cloud database. So I'll show you how you can do that. From here you can be able to do the editing. So you will have that what kind of data you have. As you can see, like is integer, price is integer, name is string. So you can able to find the data type as well.
Okay, from here you can select all the data types. So just go with this recommended one. Okay, now that's looking fine. This looks good. Now you can simply delete the database as here. Okay, so you can easily able to delete it. Now if we come here in our cloud database, and we can easily able to have that one particular NFT or data we have created here in our cloud server. So to access that, we have to click on this cluster 0, and if you click on this will take a little bit time, and you can come here and you can simply click on this collections in which we have all the data. So again, this will take a little bit time. I'm doing this fast forward and using the power of editing, so you can't see that stuckness, but it will happen. So just click on this, and here you can see we are retrieving the data we have created, and here you can see the data is loading. Just wait, and here you can see the one NFT we have created manually. And I can't tell you that how happy I was when I created this for the very first time. Okay, so this is the data set database name we have given NFT marketplace, and this is the collection we have created in which we have this data. Okay, so it's looking fine. The same option you will find here, and you can just add one more. Let's provide the like and insert, and let's come here and simply refresh the browser to see the changes. Okay, so retrieving data, and here you have the data, and here you can apply all the filter method with provide mongoose to check the data, but we're going to do with the code. Okay, I'm not going to apply the filters here. Okay, so we have this data here, and from here you can easily able to edit the way you can do with the compass. So right now you can see the same data we have in our compass, the same data we have in our cloud server. So right now I'm not going to enter into my cloud server. We're going to focus here and check all the data right in our compass. Okay, but before we do that, we need a couple of things from our cloud servers to connect with that. Okay, here you will find all this tab which we're going to work very soon. Okay, schema, aggregations, that's all you will find here. So let's come here in the database and let's work on the security part first. So let's go click on this database access. So here you can define that who can access this database. Okay, from here you can edit, and here you can provide the access to a new user, but I will go with the network access first. So first thing I will do, I'm going to change this network IP. Okay, so I want that I should access this database to multiple location, to multiple internets, not with only one particular IP address, which is my. So this is the change I'm going to do. So okay, this is absolutely perfect when you have the data, sensitive data, so you should always follow this kind of protocol. Okay, not anybody can access from different location. So that's kind of security you should have in your production APIs. But when you are developing, it's absolutely normal to allow access to different APIs, different internet. Okay, so that's the one which is my, and I'm going to change this to everyone. Okay, so to do that, click on this edit, and from here you have to change this to allow access from anywhere. Click on this, and that's now I can able to allow access this database from any API, any internet, public, user, anywhere. This will take a little bit time. Okay, just wait, and you can see finally it's activated. It's working fine, and here you get the update IP. Now let's come here and reload the browser, so things have taken place. So I hope you guys have got the complete understanding that how you have to do the basic setups in your Mongoose. And at least we have installed the compass, we have written the manual data in our compass and showing up in the cloud servers. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to connect our application with the cloud server. Okay, so with that said, let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in the last video, we had learned everything about the compass, how you can write manual data in your cloud database, how you can connect compass with the cloud servers. We have done all the advanced and basic configuration for accessing the database. In this video, we're going to actually connect the cloud server to our API. Okay, so we do need to switch back and forth. Okay, so let's connect the API with the cloud servers. So to do that, all we have to do is to come back to this database development, and here we have to click on this connect, and here you will find the same option, but this time the option we are interested in is this connect your
application, and here you make sure you have to choose the version. So right now we are using Node.js for building the backend, but here you have multiple options. You can go with that PHP, whatever you want, but I will go with the Node.js, and you should go with the Node.js because this is what we have. And from here you have to choose the latest version, so always go with the latest one. And once you select that, here you will find this important string, okay, and this is the string we need to connect with the database. Simply copy that, okay, and simply close here. And now we're going to use this string in our .env file because this is a sensitive data. We don't need to share like this, okay. So we're going to simply paste here. So we'll say database base URL, okay. So this is the string for our database, and now we have to type the password as well. So we'll say database dash password, and here I'm going to type the password of my database. So again I'm showing you, but I'm going to delete this one once we complete the tutorial, okay. And this is the general convention for adding the environment variable. So it should be in capital letter, and when you have two words you have to provide this space like this, okay. So this is the general convention, and the reason why I'm having this environment variable in this beautiful coloring because I have installed this .env extension, and that's giving me this style, okay. So make sure you install that extension, but if you don't install, it will work in the same way, okay. So that's looking fine, and here we have to do the changes. So here we're going to replace this with the capital password, okay. So you can do one thing, you can simply paste the exact password right up here, but I just try to keep the password and the string separately, okay. So what I will do, I'm going to convert this in a small to capital, okay. Simply change this to PASS password. So that's the password we have, string. Let's remove this one, looking fine. And here we have to give the name of our database, okay. So let's remove this, somehow I deleted that, so let me write this password, okay. And here I have to give the name of the database. So I told you that you have to remember the name of the database, and that's the name we are going to give here. So the name is my database is NFT marketplace in the capital, okay. So this is the name I have given to my database. Make sure you should give your database name. So that's the only setup we have to do in this .env file, okay. That's looking absolutely perfect. Now close this one, and that's we're going to do in the server.js file. So let's come here, but before we do that, we need to install Mongoose, okay, because we have all the setup, but we don't have the important npm package which allow us to do all those things. So let's install Mongoose first. So simply open up your terminal, and here we're going to install that, clear terminal, and we'll type npm I mongoose, and make sure the version I'm using, you have to install the same version. So 5.5.2. so this is the version you have to use. If you install any other version, the code we have written might not work, okay. You might fail to connect with the database, okay. So make sure this is the version you should use, and this is the version I used at the time of recording, okay. So go with this one. So this is the stable version we have right now, and simply hit enter to install the package. You can see it's loading, and just wait a moment, and here finally we have successfully installed the Mongoose package here, okay. This is the package we have, and Mongoose is really powerful. It has a lot of methods, and the entire application, the data modeling, the security part, that's all we're going to do with this Mongoose, okay. So that's the very important package, and make sure, again I'm telling you, install this version which I'm using in this project. So that's the version we have here. Now let's clear the terminal, and now things are looking good. Simply come here, go to this server file, and here we're going to make the connection with our database cloud server, okay, with the Atlas. So let's make the connection here. So before we do that, we have to install the Mongoose. Require the Mongoose. We're going to call this Mongoose, and we'll come here. Here we're going to take a variable called db, okay, stand for database, and here we're going to create the string, okay. So we have the process.env, in that we have the string of the database, okay, database. So we'll pass this database, and in this database we are going to call this replace method because we want to replace this password with the actual password, okay. You can do it directly, but I like to do it in this way. And here I'm going to pass this this one, because this is what I want to replace with the actual password, and the password we have in this process.env, and this is the password. Simply paste here, okay. So you can see this is the general convention. It's actually a setup to connecting with the database, okay, nothing with the logic, okay. So that's how we are replacing the password with the actual password in the string, database string. So that's what we have here. And now we'll come down, we'll call this mongoose, and we'll call this connect method. In that we're going to pass this database, and here we're going to use this methods which is there in the mongoose. Okay, so just write the way I'm writing. Okay, it's a general convention which you have to follow. So use create index is true, use find and modify is false, and use new URL parse true. Okay, so nothing related with the API, it's just a general convention which you have to do to connect with the database. And then it will return us a promise. Then we want to resolve that promise to get the data. So we'll say console, and we want to simply console log out this connection, the con, and in that we have this connection property. Okay, so the response will get in the form of promise. So we have to resolve that promise so we can access the data which is available in this variable con variable, and we'll try to access the data of this connection. Okay, so that's what we have. And now let me do one thing. Let me simply console log out that database successfully connected successfully. Okay, so if this runs, that means our database is successfully connected. So that's the basic settings we have to do. Make sure you do that. And now what we can do, we're going to simply, here we have this .env file, simply cut here and we have to paste on top so we can easily able to access it. Okay, so paste right up here, remove that dot, and now we can easily able to read this variable from our config file. Now we have to check. Okay, so let's start that development server. Okay, so npm start, and you can see here we got the object back. So we have successfully connected with the database. You can see the name, admin, the host, the port, and the user, the passwords. That's all you can able to find. So we have successfully connected with the cloud database. You can see all these methods we have on this, and we can easily able to use it. Okay, so what I want to do, I don't want to log out the entire connection, so I will simply comment this out, and I want to simply log this message, database connection successfully, because we want to check. If it's not print in our terminal, that means the connection is failed, so we have to reconnect it. Okay, so let's come here and come back to this and simply do one thing. Click on these connections and simply retrieve the data. And right now you can see, right now we have this 2 demo data. Simply going to delete this one. Okay, because now we're going to create all the NFTs, all the data from the code. So let's paste here to delete and click on drop, and we have successfully deleted that. So right now we have this clean environment in our database. So I hope you guys know that how you can connect your application with the Atlas cloud server. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have learned something new, that how you can connect it, and it's really powerful. When I did for the very first time, I was really excited. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. So in the next video we'll start working and creating demo NFT from the code. Okay, not manually in the Compass, but from the code, and that will be deployed to the database. So with that, now let's move to the next video. See you there. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we had successfully connected our database with our API. In this video we're going to create some documents, some data into our cloud database with the help of code. Okay, so here I have opened this server.js file, and here we're going to define a basic model which allow us to create document in our database, but later we're going to create a separate model. In that we'll have a more advanced database modeling structure. Okay, so I'll show you how you can create here in this video. Come here, and here we're going to take a variable called NFT schema. Okay, and we're going to use this mongoose.schema. Okay, so again I'm telling you, I believe that you guys have opened the mongoose documentation. In that you will have all these method which we are about to use in this. Okay, so we have the mongoose method. So it's just like a classes. Okay, we have classes in the JavaScript. In the same way we have this mongoose. We are using the new keyword, and this mongoose has all the instant of the classes of mongoose which we're going to utilize. And here we're going to define the data we want to take from the user. Okay, so first thing we need the name, and in mongoose defining data type is also very important. So you can't simply type the name of the field or the data you want to take. You have to define its type as well. So it's going to be a string, and I want to take a data rating, and it's going to be a number. Then we have this price. Okay, so these are the three data we want to take. Let's test this model first. Okay, and even you can do better. Okay, so if you want to validate the data, or if you want to set certain conditions that from the data you are getting, so in case of name, if you want to define that the name should be unique or the same name should be mandatory, so you can set those validator here as well. So let me show you how you can do that. So you can do this simply. Do one thing, take this object, and here inside this you're going to define all this properties. So type is going to be a string, and here you will define that it's a required module. So you can say true means they have to provide the name, and you can also set it to unique. Okay, so every name should be unique or NFT should be unique. So you can use this, but this one is optional. You can use it, and you can also send the message. So if someone forget to provide the name, so we have to send some sort of response back to them to let them know that they have not entered the name. So you can also send message back. Okay, so to send the message, all you can do is you can come up here and wrap this in the form of array, and here you can define the message which you want. So I can say an NFT must have a name. Okay, same thing you can do with the rating. You can define the type, you can define the default value, so you can make it required or you can make it as a default value, but generally we never set required on rating. Okay, it's totally optional. So we'll set a default value 2.5, and that's the two thing we want. And let's talk about the price. So here it's going to be a type number. We have to set the required to true because we need to have a price, and that's okay. So that's the message we can provide. NFT must have price. So here we have to provide. So this is the general schema. So whatever you will define in your schema, only those data will store in your database. Okay, because the data will go through this schema and then it will store. So here we have the schema. Our schema is ready, and now we're going to utilize that. So to utilize that, here we're going to take another variable. We'll call it NFT, and this variable have the instant of the schema. So here we'll call this mongoose.model, because this mongoose model will refer to the schema. So in this we have to pass the NFT, the name. This is the general convention. So the variable name you have given NFT, the same name you have to give in the same capital. Okay, it's a general convention, and here we have to define the schema. Okay, so that's the general setup which you have to follow to get the instant of the mongoose schema. So here we have that, and now we can use that to create it. So what we can do is we have all the instant in this NFT, and now we can utilize that. So we'll come here, we can take this another variable called test NFT. Okay, so this is how we can create NFT, create data document in our API, in our database. Okay, and this is how we're going to create. So make sure you have to be very focused here, because this is how we can create document or data in our database. So this is the structure we have to follow. So here we have a couple of methods. Okay, so I'll show you all the methods which we have. So first thing, we have to assign this new keyword, and then we have to take the instant, so NFT, the variable, and here we're going to pass an object. Okay, and in this we have to pass all this data, the schema we have defined. So we have to pass the name. So let's say name is going to be a string. Okay, the crazy woman. We have to pass the rating, and this will say, let's say 32, and we have to pass the price to be this. Okay, so this is our schema, or this is our actually a document which we want to create. And again, I'm telling you that we have the schema and we are using the instant, and it's just working like a classes. So if you have read JavaScript, if you know JavaScript, then we have classes in JavaScript, the same logic we are following here. So that's the data we want to pass, and now in return we'll get an instance. Okay, so here this is the data we want to pass. Now we'll call this NFT, and we're going to call this save method. Okay, we'll call it save method, and when we'll call this method, this will save the document into our database, and it will return a promise. So we have to resolve the promise to see that the data is actually stored or not. So we have this access the NFT doc, which the NFT is get created, and we're going to simply try to console log out. Okay, the document which we have stored in our database. Okay, and if anything goes wrong, we have to catch the error for that. So we'll say catch, and we're going to simply take the error, and we can simply console log out the error. Okay, error, and here we'll say error. So let me tell you what we are doing. We have the instant, we are calling the save method, it will return the promise. So we are resolving the promise and logging out the data in our terminal, so we can see that the everything's got succeeds, and we have created the one document and we are successfully getting the response. So things are looking good, and that's fine. And you can see the data is already created the moment I saved. Okay, you can see this is the name of the crazy woman, the price, and this is the value we have. So it's got created automatically the moment you will save. If I save one more time, here you can see I'll get an error because we have used that name should be unique. So our validator is also working fine. So if I want to save this data to my database, I have to type a new name. You can see the error message I can get here. So I can come here, I can change the name to, as let's say, Schweb, and I can save it, and here you can see we have created one more data in our database. And you can see we have an ID, we have name, we have price, and we have rating. So this ID will automatically created by Mongoose. You don't need to worry about it. So earlier what we were doing, we were creating ID manually, but here this hard work is taken care by the Mongoose. So we have this data here, so it's working fine. So our validator is working fine, and we are all the methods is working fine. So let's save it. You can see we'll get an error because the name should be unique. So that's looking fine here. So this is the simple schema, data schema we have structured, and the same schema we're going to use. So if we want to build a online streaming platform, if we want to build a e-commerce platform, the only changes we have to do is in the schema, and we have to do a couple of changes in the tool controller, NFT controller, which I will show you how you can do that. Okay, so just for the time being, just focus on this. So this is the simple schema we have which allow us to create document in our database. Okay, so make sure we are getting the instant, and then we are calling the method, and we are passing the data, and we are resolving the response we are getting back, and we are displaying here. And if you come back to the cloud database in your MongoDB, and if you refresh, you will find all the data you will write here. And here you can see we have this one document. In case of you will have two document, but I have deleted one, so that's why I have this one document. So it's working fine. And if we come back to the compass, here you can see we don't have any data. So what I can do, if I click on this and if I simply refresh this, you can see I have this data here as well in the compass. So that's working fine. Let's bring this terminal down, and if I change this name to $monkey, okay, and if I save it, here I have created one more document. If I come here, if I refresh, I will have the data here, and the same data would be available in our cloud server in MongoDB. So, and here you will find a couple of methods. We're going to explore each one of these in detail. Okay, don't need to worry about it. So let's come back to the document, and let's come back to the code. Come here, and that's looking fine. So that is how you can write and create document. And that's the example of simple schema model. We're going to make it more robust. Okay, more robust. So if you really want to know more about this, and if it still create any confusion in your head, make sure to visit documentation. They have explained every single thing. Okay, so always have a look to the documentation if you have any problem, or you can ask me in the comment section. I would help you in that. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I don't want to extend this video. In the next video, we're going to refactor the code and just take this schema model we have designed into a separate file, and we're going to create more data fields so we can take more data from the user. Okay, so let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we had designed our basic schema model and use it to create document in our database. So if you haven't watched that video, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to separate the schema model into a different file, which is called model. Okay, so let me come here and let me create a new folder called model in this main directory, and inside that I'm going to create this NFT model.js, and this is our schema. We're going to simply select this one, simply cut this and simply paste it here. So this is the schema model we have. Now I'm going to simply comment this out and I'll leave it here so you guys can have the reference. Okay, and I need, what else we need all these mongoose, and because we have to make the connection, and we have to need this one. Okay, the schema instance. Okay, so simply select this one and cut and paste here, and here we're going to export the NFT model. So with this, what will happen whenever we'll request any data or we'll create any data, that will go through this model, okay? This NFT model. This NFT has all the data and has all the power for creating NFT, getting NFT, authorizations, all that will have this power, okay? So that's what we have. We have successfully separated this into a different file, and you can see it's looking fine here. Let's have a look in the terminal. That looks good. Let's come back to the servers here file, and I'll leave all this comment so you guys can have the reference, and that looks perfect. Now let's come back to the model and close this one, and now we can start working on the model itself. So right now we have this basic model, we have to make it more robust, and now we're going to use that model. So before we start writing more code in our model, we have to simply replace our local database with the cloud database, okay, which we have built. So that's what we're going to do here in NFT controller. So right now we are using this local database. Simply we'll comment this out. We no longer need this one, and here we're going to do a couple of refactoring, okay. So what I can do, first thing I want to do is to import the model here. So we have to import the NFT, and that's coming from the, let's say it's a required, and it's coming from it's coming from model slash NFT model, okay. And now we have all the data in this NFT. So all the requests we're going to make on that NFT instead of this NFTs array to our local database, okay. So hope this makes sense to you. Now let's refactor and change from local to the actual data we are getting from our cloud API, okay, cloud database. So here we're going to do a couple of refactors. So what we can do, first thing is, I think no longer need this ID because this will take care by the Mongoose, okay. So we no longer need this, and here we have this check body, and here we have this NFTs. Right now we are using this locals, so I'm going to simply comment this out, comment this. I'm not removing, I'm simply commenting out, and I don't need this as well, so we need to comment this portion. So comment all of these till here, and we need to comment this one as well. So that's one, and here we have to comment because we have NFT, and this looks fine, and we have to comment this portion as well, comment this all entire if statement, and that's the refactoring we have done, okay. So we have successfully comment out all the code which allow us to connect with the local database, okay. So that's looking fine. Now what we can do, we can start implementing the real functionality. Actually we don't need this check ID because this will take care by the Mongoose. We don't need to write extra functionality for that. So I'm going to simply comment this out, and you can see that's looking fine. And here you can see we are getting an error in our terminal, and that's obvious because we have comment out the check ID function. So let's come here, go into the NFTs route, and here we have that function check ID. So this is the function we need to comment out because we no longer need this one, okay. We don't need to have this one. We don't need this one as well because this will also take care by the Mongoose, and the validator will be defined in the model, okay. So simply comment this portion as well. We don't longer need this one. I just wanted to show you that you can create, so that's why I built this demo one, okay, NFT router, and here we have to remove this one. So what I will do, I will simply replicate this, and I will comment out this, and this will remove, so you guys can have the reference, okay. So that looks fine. We have no issues in here, and that's the controller looking very clean. Now that's all I have here. So what do you have to do? Simply select the entire code, comment out, and we have to copy, and we're going to simply say part 2, okay, part 2. So you guys can have the reference of the previous code, okay. And I'm going to paste it, and here I'm going to clean it up, all the comments. So let's come up here, simply remove this first one. We need this function. We need to remove the check body, and we have to simply remove this entire code, create NFT. So now let's start with the create NFT. So we'll take a variable called new NFT, and here we're going to call this. So let me show you the two different methods which you can use to create NFT, okay. So let's go with the old one which we have used in the last video to create a demo NFT, okay, demo data. So let me show you how you can do that. So this is how we can do it. We use the new keyword, and we use this NFT instance of the model we have designed, and here we're going to pass out all the data, okay. So this is the one way,
And if we do this, save methods, so this is will create the document in our database. So this is the one method we have used in the last video, but we're not going to use this method. We're going to use some other method to create one. Okay, I just want to explain you everything, that there are multiple ways to create document, but the one I use very frequently, and that's the one I'm going to use it, and that's more convenient. Okay, so this is the one way, and let me comment this out, and let's come down. Now we're going to use this model. So first thing we have to do is to convert this entire function into a async function, because rest time we are not reading the data and not writing into our local database. We are looking for the remote database, and sometime while fetching the data, some kind of error happens. Sometime it will take time, so we have to handle those things. So let's do this async, and let's take this variable called new NFT, and here we're going to take this await, and we'll use the NFT model, and on that we're going to call this create method. Okay, again this method is available on Mongoose, and that method we are using to create the document. Okay, and inside that we're going to send the data. So the data we have in this request.body, remember from the previous videos, so all the data we have in this request.body, and that's the data we'll pass inside this model, and the data would be created automatically. Okay, because we have defined all the models here. We're going to send the response back to the client. Okay, so the status is 201 for creating a new document, and in that we're going to send the data back. So the status is going to be, let's say, success, and here we're going to send the data itself. So we'll say send the new NFT, so we'll call it, let's say, NFT, and we'll say new NFT. Okay, so that's the newly created NFT we'll send back in response to the user. Okay, so that's the one thing we have here. And now let's come here, open up your terminal, and before we do that, so again this is the two method we have to create document into our database, but the one I would like to pick in this video is this create one, and this is the one I'm going to use for all the functionalities. Okay, so that's the one we have, this create method. And now what we can do, simply come here, and first thing we have to do is to wrap this entire into a try and catch, because we have to handle the error as well. Okay, so we'll take this try and catch, and we're going to cut this code and paste in this try, and here we're going to catch an error. So simply we have to come here, we have to send the response back. So we'll say rex.status, so status is going to be 400, which is stand for error, and here we're going to say fail, and we'll send the response. The message is going to be let's say error happens, so the entire error object will send. So right now we are sending the entire error object, but we'll focus more on error handling in the next section. Okay, when we'll have we have a dedicated section for error handling, so we'll talk about the error there. Okay, right now we are sending the entire error object, so that's the one we have, looking perfect. Now this is the model, this is the validator. So if anything goes wrong, if someone forget to provide the name, so we have a validator there required, so this will throw an error, and this error message will catch in the try and catch and will display to the client. Okay, so that's the entire logic we have here. So that's the entire model. Now looking perfect. Okay, hope so far things are clear. And if you come here, let me do one thing, let me simply delete all these previous document we have created in our database, and we can start something fresh. Okay, refresh it, we have no data here, and let's come back to the database, and here we're going to delete it as well. Simply click on this collection and just wait. Here we have no data because we have deleted from the compass. So if you delete the data from compass, it will delete here as well. So it's looking fine. Now let's delete this folder as well, the collection name we have created, and drop it here and delete it. So right now the database is completely empty, and now we can start creating data. So we'll come back to the Postman, and here we're going to make that request. So here we have opened the post method, so let's click on the post method, and here we have to pass the data. So we have to pass this name and price. This is two mandatory data which we have to provide. If we don't provide the rating, we'll get the default rating. So we have this two data, and okay, and now we can simply click on send request, and here we have successfully created our first document. You can see the rating, default rating is there. We have the ID, we have the name of the NFT, we have the price, and we have this field --v. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. Okay, so this is created by Mongoose, and Mongoose use that data variable internally. Okay, so we're not going to do anything, but I'll show you about how you can hide that later. Okay, but focus on this create method. So it's working absolutely fine. You can see all the data is beautifully created. And I hope you guys are excited. If you come here in the compass and if you simply reload this, here you will get the folder. If you click on this, inside that you will have this NFT folder which is created automatically. And if you click on that, and here we have the data, the ID, rating, and the name and the price. It's looking fine. So that's you how it worked. If you, let's create one more. So I'll say this time is gonna be, let's say Schwab. Let's call it Schwab 92, and this time we have to add a rating. So let's add a rating to 34. Okay, not 34, we have to say 3.2. That's the rating we want to provide. And let's hit the send request. You can see we have the rating. The status code is 201, which is stand for created, and that's looking fine. If you refresh, here we have the data. So we have the rating, we have this rating. So all the functionality is working fine. Okay, now if we remove the price, we'll get an error. Let me show you. So send the request, and here we have the validation error. An NFT must have a price, you can see. So our validator is also working, and we are catching the error and displaying on this here. Okay, so again, I'm telling you, we're going to make a more robust system in the error handling. Okay, so just follow along with me. So we have the data looking fine. We have all the information about this particular error happening. So this is the price error handling, and name is validation error. Okay, so that's looking perfect. And you have the message as well. If we bring back the price and try to create one, you can see we have successfully created one more document, one more data hidden, and here we have the data. So looking perfect. So if you refresh here, we have all the data we have created here. So looking perfect. Okay, now let's come back to the close all the existing opening tab. And so this is the create, it's working absolutely fine. And now let's, for sending the error, we can send this invalid message. Okay, for the time being. So invalid data sent from NFT. Okay, so that's looking perfect absolutely. So if you hit, you can see we get this message. So let's close this one, and now we can start working on this get all NFT. Okay, so what we have to do is simply remove this one, and let's come here, and here we have to convert into a async function. We have to take this try and catch, and we have to simply cut this and paste right up here. And here we're going to take a variable, same NFTs, and we're going to call the await, and we have the data in this NFT. We'll call this find method. Again, this find method is not new to all of you guys. You already know this method. So this find method we have, this will give us all the document, and that's the data we want to send back to the client. Okay, so remove this timestamp, we don't want to have that. And now let's uncomment this. So that's the get NFT, and we have to send the error response. So status code is going to be, let's say for error is going to be a 500 and JSON, and I want to simply send the response back to status code is going to be, let's say fail, and the message is going to be something like server error. Okay, so that's the simple response, error response we are sending up. And now we can test this out. So let's come back to the Postman, go to this get NFTs. Okay, and now we have this endpoint, hit the route, and here we get all the 9 NFT we have created. Actually it's 9, not 9 NFT, but you can call it NFT. So we have this 9 document we have created, looking perfect. And if you come here, if you make the request, you will have the all. So let's delete that quickly, because we're going to create some meaningful data. So let's clear all these data from our database. Refreshes, here we have 3 more. Let's delete this one as well, delete this, and delete this one as well. So that's all we have here. Now let's come back to the code, and now we can go to this demo data, and from here we're going to simply copy this data. Okay, simply copy this entire data, because these are the data we need. Simply copy this, and you can see right now we don't have any NFT, so we can see the 0 result, and now we can create. So simply do one thing, replace this one and paste this code. So that's looking perfect. If we bring this down, we have all this data, and you have noticed one thing. So what do you think if I try to create the data with all these fields? So it's going to create, because in our schema we don't have this duration, we don't have this max group size, we don't have this difficulties, average rating, average quantity, price. We have only price, name, and rating, but we don't have these other field. So what will happen? Can you guess? Let me show you. So Here what we have to do is, simple thing we can do is simply hit the request, and here you can see the output we got only rating, id, name, price and v1, but we have passed all this data. Okay, but this data is not getting here, because whatever you will decide in your schema, whatever model you will design in your schema, all the fields, only those fields will have get access to the database, not this field. Okay, you won't get the error, but this will not store in the database. If you come here, and this is the what we have defined, name, rating, price. So this is the thing, very important thing you have to keep in mind. Okay, so that's looking fine. Now let's come back to the control Postman, and here, and let's change the name to the name Schwab, and here we have created one more, and we can change the price. Everything is working fine, and this one is also looking good. Have the request we can create. Okay, if you call on get all, so this is the 3 document we have created and all the informations. Okay, result and all this information we can easily able to access. So hope you can sense this. If you reload this, and you will have all this data. That looks fine. Now let's come here, and we can able to access the data, and instead of 500 we can say 404, obviously, because if someone hit the wrong route, and if there is some error, we have to send the 404 status code, and we can say that error message. Okay, so that's looking absolutely perfect. So we are done with the create NFT and get all NFT, and now we can start working on this get single NFT. Let's do one thing, simply select all this and remove. We can write from fresh. So we're going to convert it into async function, and we'll take this try and catch, and here we're going to take the same response. Simply grab this one, and that's the one we have to paste it here. So, and we'll say invalid message, not this, we have to take this response. Okay, 404, remove this with. Okay, so that's the error response, and now we have to build that. So const nft, and we have to find the individual nft on the base of the id of the document. So we'll call this nft where we have all the data, and we're going to call this method find by id. Okay, so again, I'm not making up this, it's already there in the Mongoose documentation. You can visit that in the query section, there you will find everything. Okay, so make sure to refer the documentation for this method to know more about it. Okay, and then we're going to find the request.params. Okay, with this params we can easily able to access the id. So params.id, and once we have the id, we have to send the response back. So 200 first status, and we want to send the response back to the client which they are looking for. So success, and we want to send the nft data. So nft. So in this way we can easily able to successfully send the particular nft the client or the user is looking for. So that's the single nft data we have. And let's close all this open field, and here you can see we have this one. So if we hit this route, it will find that and will get the data. So let's come here, let's try this out. So here we have the single nft, and here we are this 2. Okay, so we're not going to use that 2 because we have to provide the real id. So here we have get all nft. From here we have to copy this id. Okay, and Schwab Bhai. Okay, that's the id we have to provide. If I paste your id, and boom, here you got that single document. So we have the id, we have the name Schwab Bhai, and all the data. So this function is also working fine. We can easily able to read the data from our database and get on the base of the id. So that's the name we have. If you paste this one, you get this one, time bomb by. I don't know why I've written that name, but the id is working fine. But what if I try to give the id wrong id? So we'll get this validation error, and this is automatically taken care by the Mongoose. Okay, so this is the validation error we have here. So that's looking fine. Now we have to work on the update nft. The same logic we have to follow here as well. So what we can do is simply remove the entire code, and we're going to convert it into an async function, try and catch, and we have to simply get this error response and send it back here. And now again we have to do the same thing, const, and we have to say nft. We have to convert this to find by. This time, last time it was find by id, this time find by id and update. Very generic name. Okay, this will update the document. and we'll use request.params. We have to get the ID, and we have the data in this request.body. And here we have to do a couple of settings because we want to update the document. Okay, because here we're going to take an object, and here we have to say that new true. And the reason why I have said new true, because we have used the patch method. Okay, so whenever anybody will update any field in the document, we'll treat it as a new. So we'll remove the previous data and we'll save the new one. So that's why we have given the new. And we have to also run the validator. Okay, the validator we have defined in our data model. We have to rerun the validator. So for that we have to say, let's say run validator to true. Okay, so still we want to validate the data when someone update the data. Okay, so we have to validate it. So this is the validator. Simple. Hope things are clear, not that complicated. And now we have to send the response. So it's going to be a 200. We have to send the response in the JSON status, and we have to send the actual data, the NFT they have updated. Okay, so we'll say let's say, so this is what we have, NFT, and that's the data we want to send back to the client. So that's looking fine. In this way we can easily able to update the data into our document. Okay, so let's come here and we'll go to this get. Simply click on this, and here from here we have to get this ID. So this is the monkey monster. Okay, grab this one, and I want to update that. So let's come back to the update, and here we have to go to the body, and here I have to provide the ID. Okay, so I want to change the name, so I'll say, let's say Rahul, and hit the send request. And here you can see we got this failed message. Why so? Why we are getting this failed message? So if we come here, okay, this is the function, update function we have. Okay, we have, sorry, my bad, it will give us a promise, so we have to resolve the promise. So we have to use this. Oh wait, I forgot to add this one, and now it will work. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. And now if we try to simply hit the request and simply get the ID of this, come back to the post, and here I'm going to replace the ID and hit request. So this time I'm going to change the name to single time. Okay, I don't know, and boom, here you can see the time, the name is changed, single time. So this is how we can update the data. Okay, and if you refresh, you can see this data is updated. So with this we are done with the update method. Hope you guys have learned something new. Now with that said, now let's move to the next one, which is a delete method. Okay, so we have to convert it into a async function. Try and catch, we have to grab this error response and we have to paste here, and here we're going to say const. Actually we don't need to save it as a variable because we're not going to return anything to the client. Okay, it's going to be a blank. So we're going to say await, and we'll say NFT dot, in this time we have to call the method. Can you guess what the method name is going to be? So this is the name, very generic name. So find by ID and delete, not update. Okay, it does what it is. Okay, so we have to get the request dot params, we have to get the ID, and we have to simply delete that. So that's the function for that. Simply copy the error response, and that's what we're going to call right up here. Simply paste here. So that's the error, and in this way we are ready to go with it. Okay, it's working fine. So now if we come here and go to this delete, simply copy this, send a request. Here we get all the data. Now we can do it. Let's get this ID and we try to delete one. So here we are on the delete. We have to replace this one, provide the ID and hit that delete request. If you hit that delete request, here you can see we got 204, no content, and the document is deleted. So it's working fine. If you come back here, so right now we have this 3 document. If you hit request, now we have this 2 document. So we have deleted successfully. So looking fine. If you copy this one and let's delete this one as well and hit the request, we have deleted that. If you come here, if you hit request, right now we have 1 document. So it's looking absolutely perfect. If you refresh, we have 1 document which is a single time. So I hope things are making clear. If you have still any confusion, do leave in the comment section because these are the important things which you have to know. So that's looking fine. Now we can come back to the code and this is also looking great. So with this we are done with this entire methods for create, get all, get single, update and delete. So that's looking cool. all the methods is looking fine. So that's the only thing I wanted to cover in this video. Finally, we are reading the data from our database, updating in our database, creating, writing. We are doing a hell lot of things, and this is really cool. Okay, so hope you guys have found this as valuable as I am appreciating this. So with that said, now let's move to the next video and we'll do a couple of cool things. Hi all of you, hope you guys are great. So this is where we left in the last video. We have refactored the entire functionality of creating NFT, retrieving data, updating, deleting. Okay, so we have connected with our database and we are trying to create, and we have created the document or data in our database. Okay, so make sure if you haven't watched that video, I will link in the I button in the description so you can follow that. Okay, so this is where we left in the last video, and from here we're going to start working on in our NFT model. Okay, so this is the basic model we have designed, and this is now we're going to make it more robust because our NFT or will contain a lot of information. Okay, lot of information. So that's the model we have to define here. So right now this model can take only 3 data: name, rating and price, but we have to add more field in this. So let's start working on it. Okay, so we'll come here, we're going to take this duration, and again I'm telling you that this is the API we are building. It's a general one. Okay, so I found these fields compatible for all type of applications, so that's why I'm building as a general model, but later we're going to convert it into our NFT marketplace. Okay, so let's take this duration, and the reason why I have taken this duration variable here in the model, because I assuming that you can use this API for education purpose, e-commerce, online learning platform where you can display the duration of the particular course, or maybe you have a travel agency where you provide touring service. Okay, you send people on vacation on certain packages. So okay, so where we'll have the duration as well. Okay, so that's purpose. I just try to make it as general as possible so you can convert into a later part, but we're going to convert it at the end. Once we build the entire API, we're going to convert it into our actual NFT marketplace. Okay, so in this way you can learn everything. So we'll take a duration and it's gonna be a type string, and we'll take this required field, and here we said true, and we have to send the message. So we'll say must provide a duration, and let's add a one more, which is going to be max group size. So maybe if you are providing some sort of offer in a group, okay, or maybe you are sending people on vacation in a group, or maybe you are selling course in a group. Okay, so that's the field for that. Okay, so max group size. So we can type is going to be, let's say, number obviously, and we have to make it to, let's say, required, and it's going to be a true, and we have to display the name message. Sorry, must have a group size. So that's the one, and we have to take, let's say, we can take another one. What else we left? It's a difficulty. Okay, so maybe you have a course and you want to show the difficulty level of that course. Okay, so for that we have this field. So it's gonna be, let's say, this difficulty will have couple of types. Okay, so it's gonna be, let's say, string, and it is required, and we'll say must have difficulty. This is the one more, and let's come here and we have to simply copy and paste here. We have all this data we have designed, that's what we're going to use it. So let's come here, and that's what we have here. Let's go to this and simply check the spelling because I'm really bad with that. So let's create this average rating is, and convert that rating to a rating average. Okay, now let's come here, we have this rating quantity and gonna be a number, and we have to set the default is true, 0. Now that's the rating and this is the rating quantity. And what else we need? Let's come here, we have to take the summary. So summary we have here, type is going to be string, and this is going to be, let's say, we have to use this trim property. So if anybody add a space like this, so we don't want to trim it down and we have to take only text. Okay, so we have this trim property, and we want to add the trim property in the name as well because we don't want the user to add extra space. And simply take this duration and check a spelling. So replace this, do the same thing with the max group size, check the spelling, and do this to the difficulty as well. So all spellings are good, so that's looking fine. And we'll come here, we'll take the price discounts. Okay, so we're going to do this calculation
for the discount. Okay, so we want to offer some sort of discount, so for that we having this field. So number is going to be a number, and we have that. Now we'll come down here, we'll make the summary to required, we'll say true, and we'll say must provide the summary. We'll come here, we'll come back to the description, and we'll take that description, and we'll have a description for our NFT. We'll copy and paste here, and it's not going to be required because it's totally up to the user. Okay, so that's the description we have. We have to take the images, so our NFT will have a background images, cover images, so that's the image, and we'll store it in the form of string. Okay, and the reason why I'm saving the images in our database in the form of string, because it's not always a good idea that you should store the entire image into a database. Okay, so we just save the name of that image, and we'll display the images from our file system. That will make sense, just follow along with me. So that's what we have here. Now we'll make it required, so they should have to add the images. Must provide the cover image. Okay, that looks fine. And now we have this image. Okay, so one NFT can have multiple images, or one service can have multiple images. Okay, so you can take in that, so it's going to be an array, and we'll say string. So that's the image we have. Now we have to take this created ad, and here we go to do the calculation. So we want to display the time of that particular created NFT. Okay, so let's create the time for that. So we'll have a time, we'll call this date dot, and here we have to set the default date. It's going to be date dot now. So if the user provide the date, it's okay. If they don't provide, then we're going to add the default date, which is the current time of creating. So that's looking fine. This is the created tag, and here we have to take the start date. Okay, so if we are providing some sort of offering, in case of NFT we are providing offering that this NFT is available at this discount price for this time period. Okay, so that's what we have here. So we'll take this date, and that's the model we have to build here. It's going to be an array, so it can have multiple dates. Okay, this all will make sense when we'll create the document. So these are the data we want to take, and we need actually more. So that's the simple data structure. Okay, things are looking good. Now we have all these data in the sample data, and that's all we are taking. Simply copy this one, because this is the exact field we have in the model, and simply delete this one. And now we're going to copy and simply paste here all the data. Simply cut this one and paste the data from our sample at the NFT file. Okay, and simply remove this comma, and we have to simply remove this ID, because this ID will create it automatically. What else we have? So we have all these data, and our database currently have nothing. We have deleted all the document, and we are creating from fresh. So looking fine. Now hit the request, and here we got some sort of error. Okay, so something's went wrong. Let's come back to the database, refresh it. Okay, it's fetching data, and we come here, and that looks good. We don't have any problem. Let's open up the terminal here, and if we reload the browser, we are getting some sort of warning. Okay, my bad, somehow the internet connection got disconnected, so that's why we were getting that error. And now it will work. Okay, so make sure you restart the browser, it will work. Now we can send the request, and boom, here you can see finally we have created the entire data with our model, and you will find all these data right up here. You can see it has ID, it has the images, dates, and it has the ID, everything we have in that. You can see it's looking absolutely perfect. So the data field is got filled, max group size, so things are looking absolutely incredible. And here you can see I am from middleware function, so the middleware is also working, and this is the exact data we have in our database. So this is the exact data. Simply copy this and simply replace this one, and let's create one more. Remove this comma, and now remove this ID, and now let's create one more. Hit enter, and here you can see we have created one more. So it's looking perfect. Let's come back to the get all NFT, and let's make the request. So if you make the request, and here we have the two result and all the NFTs, all the data. Okay, that's looking fine.
Here we have the start dates, all the property we have defined, that's all automatically getting inserted into our database through the model. If we come here and if we refresh, here we have the data. So I hope you guys are really appreciating this. You will find all these data in the start date, images. So here in our database, we are just saving the reference of the images. We are saving the name of the images. We are not saving the image, but we are saving the image name. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and that's looking fine. Everything's looking great here. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have learned something new. And this is a very simple model. We're going to make it more robust, okay? Because our NFT marketplace needs a lot of data and a lot of calculation we need to do before we actually save the data into our database, okay? So that's what we're going to do in the later part, as gradually we'll work on this API. In the next video, we're going to write a one small fun little script which allow us to deploy the entire data to our database. So right now you can see we have data into our data.json file in the sample data, and I just want to deploy this entire data to our database so we can do the testing. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back once again. In the last video, we had built a basic model for creating document into our API. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, I'll link an I button in the description so you can watch, and we can continue where we left in the last video. So here we are in the model file. I'm going to simply close this one, and I'm going to write a small little fun script which allow us to deploy all this sample data to our database in just one click. Okay, you can do one thing. You can simply copy and just paste one by one in the post method. But what if you have hundreds or thousands of data? So it's not possible to simply do copy and post one by one. That will take a lot of time. So let's write a script which allow us to do this in just a matter of second. Okay, so this is the data we have, sample data, and that's the data we're going to deploy to our database. So here, first thing we have to do is to remove all this data we have created while testing. Okay, remove this one, and altogether we have this 9 document in form of this. Okay, now let's build the script for this. So let's come here, and that's script we're going to build in this data folder. Okay, so this is not the part of the API, but I want to show you that how you can build and write a custom script to deploy the data, and that's the data we're going to write up here. Okay, let's close this one, and let's create a new file called import data and JS. Okay, here we're going to write the deploy script. So we need couple of things to deploy our data. So first we'll come back to the servers, and here we need couple of things. So we need our database connection. So what I will do, I will simply grab and copy and paste all of these, paste here, and we don't need this app, so simply remove that one, but we need other these data. Okay, so that's what we have here. We come here, we're going to simply take a FS model because we have to read the data and then we have to deploy. Okay, so we have to have a FS model, and we need to get the sample data. So we have to get the model. Okay, and this model is coming from dot model and NFT model. So that's the model we have here, and now we going to write the script. So let's come here, we're going to say const NFT. We have to get the data, so that we have in this folder. So read file synchronous, we have to provide the directory name of the file. Okay, NFT sample, and here we're going to say UTF, and let's write the function for import. So we'll say import, it's gonna be an async function, and we'll take this try and catch if anything goes wrong, and we'll have to handle the error. So we'll say await, we have to take this NFT model and we'll call this create method. Okay, so this is the exact method we have created in the controller, and that's the method we're going to create, and in this we're going to pass the entire data. So that's the data we have in this NFTs. Okay, that's the data we're going to pass here, and this will create the NFT in our database. Okay, that will work. Okay, so that will work, and here we're going to console log out the data successfully loaded. Okay, so once the data gets loaded, we have to get this message. This is the script we have written for uploading data, but what if we want to delete the entire data into our database? So we have to write that script for that as well. So let's write that. So we'll take const, simply we'll replicate that, and we'll select delete data, and we're going to change the method. So we'll select delete data, and it's going to be the same thing, and again we have to call this function which is available on Mongoose for deleting data. Okay, so we'll call delete many. So what it does, it will delete all the data which we have in the database. and we don't need to pass anything else. So this is the two function we have. If you call any one of these function, it will work, okay? But we want to do it in a different way, okay? Instead of calling directly one by one this function, we can create a variable for that, okay? So let me show you what I mean by that. Let's come here, let me do this console.log, and I'm going to take this arvg, okay? So this is the variable we have available here. What it does, it will show you the location of the file. Okay, here we have to do the changes in the file location. So instead of this, we have to convert into a template literal, and we have to provide this directory. Okay, I forgot to add this one. So dash dash dr name and slash. Okay, so this will work fine. Okay, so right now won't have an error. Now let's start the application. So node nft. So this is the command you have to run, node nft data, because we want to execute this file. So nft data slash data and slash import data.js. Hit enter, and here you can see that we got this log. So with the help of this process arg, you get this green comments. Okay, so these are the comment we are getting, these are the file directory we are getting, and we're going to add one more thing. So it's working fine. So let's stop this one, and now we're going to add one more method on this, and we'll call it dash dash import. So if you hit enter, this time you will find that we have 3 green logs. Okay, so we have this program file Node.js, and we have this user $desktop, and we have this import. So this is one more method we have added, and this one we're going to try to access to importing and deleting. Okay, so we have the third argument, this. Simply copy that, and that's what we're going to utilize it. So let's come up here and let's add a if statement. So simply come back to the hit this one, and here we have it working fine. Now let's come here, let's write the if statement. So we'll say if process.arg and the element number 2. Okay, so we have 0, 1 and 2. Third element is the import, that what we want to access. Okay, this one. If that is equal to, let's say, import, if that is equal to import, then we want to simply call the import data function, else we want to call the delete. Okay, process.to, and we want to call this delete function. Okay, so that's looking fine. Okay, and in this we're going to call this delete function. So looking absolutely great. Hope things are making sense to you, all of you guys. And here we have to change this to delete, not import. Okay, so if the third argument is delete, then it will call the delete function, but if the third argument is import, it will call the import functions. So that looks pretty good. And here we have to say if, so that's the function is ready. So to show you, let's come here in the terminal and let's stop the application from running, and let's deploy that. So I'm doing this in my second terminal, don't do in the first terminal, because you have to keep running your server. So let's call this one, and right now if we call this, we have this 2 documents. So first thing we have to do is to delete all this document. Okay, I don't want to have this one, I just want to delete it. So here the method I'm going to call is delete. Okay, so if I call this, the entire data in our database will be deleted. So call this delete, and here you can see the log, data successfully deleted. It's working fine. So we have deleted the data. And if we come here, if we call the response, here you can see we have no data in our database, 0 result. Okay, working fine. Now if you call this, no data we have. Now let's import that. Okay, let's clear that, and we have to call this import, and this will import the entire data to our database. So just wait, and it will take a little bit time because we have a lot of data. So here you can see DB successfully connected and data successfully loaded. So finally we have loaded all the data from this file, this import detail, to our database. So looking perfect. Okay, if you come here, if we'll call this get, and here we have total 9 results, all the data we have in our database, looking absolutely fine. Okay, if you refresh this, here you will have all the data we have deployed to our database. Let's bring the terminal down, and you have noticed one thing: once the data is got deployed, still our server is running, but we have to stop that. Okay, so to stop that, what we can do, first you can see this is the model we have, and this is the file we are adding. We are calling this, and we are calling this deploy function, and then we are deploying this one. So far it's looking good. And let's come here, and now it's running. Okay, you can see that after deploying the data, it's still the browser server is running. We have to stop this one. Okay, and again I'm telling you, we are doing in different terminal. Okay, the main server is running in the first terminal. This is we are doing on the second terminal. So let's come here, and here we're going to call the functions. So the function we want to call is called process.exit. So this will stop. Simply do this for the same to the delete one, and that's the only thing we have to do. Simply close this one, and let's delete the data first. So if I call the delete function, the data is deleted, and you can see after deleting the data we have stopped the execution. So no longer we are having that running. Okay, if you recall the function, we have no data. Now let's deploy that and change this to import. Hit enter, and here you can see we have successfully deployed. Now we have all this data. So things are looking pretty good, and I hope you guys are excited. So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you have found something. So hope you have liked this video. If you have still any confusion, any doubt, do leave in the comment section. Hit like and subscribe, and make sure to save the playlist, because there I'm going to push all the videos. With that said, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. In the last video we had written small script which allow us to deploy the entire demo data to our database. So if you haven't watched that video, I'll link in the I button or the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to work with queries. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. So simply clear a terminal and let's start the server. So we'll start the development environment. So npm start. This will start the development environment. So things are looking good here. Now let's come back to the app.js. So here everything's looking good. Let's go to the controller and let's open this NFT controller. So here we have written all the functionality to get the NFTs, like create, get all NFT, single NFT, update NFT, delete NFT. Okay, so all the functionality we have here. What I can do is let's come back here, and here you can see this is the function we have, get all NFT. So right now whenever someone requests hit the route get all NFT, they will get the entire data. Whatever data we have in the NFT collection, that all data we will get. Okay, but in this video what we're going to focus is we're going to add query. Okay, so whenever someone make any kind of request, we're not going to display all the data. We're going to take the query and we're going to display the data on the base of the query. Okay, so that's the common practice which get follow. Just imagine that you have data in your get all NFT. You have 1 lakh NFT, you have thousands of NFTs. So you don't want to display all the NFT in one single request. Okay, you have to set some sort of query. So the data will go through that query and you will display that final result. Okay, so that's the thing we're going to cover here. So I hope you have understood what we're going to do. So let's open the function, and here we have written all the function which give us all the NFT back. So let's come back to the Postman and let's come to the get request. So right now if I make this get request, I will get all the NFT which I have stored in my database. Okay, so altogether I have 9 which we have deployed in the last video. Okay, so if you haven't watched, I will link in the I button or the description so you can follow that. So here we have all the 9 results. Okay, all the data, and this is not the optimal way to display the data. Okay, so right now I'm making the request and I'm getting all the data, but you can set the query on the base of the fields you have defined here in the database. So we have name, we have duration, we have max group size, we have difficulty, we have price. So if anybody want to have a look of the NFT which is higher in price, so you have to add a query functionality, so they can select the higher price range and they can filter the NFT on the base of the price, higher price, lower price. They can have a query to filter the likes. So if NFT got higher likes, so they can find that which other NFT has a higher likes. Okay, so that's kind of query we're going to add here in this. Okay, so that's all we have here, and let me show you how you can build up the query. So to build up the query, all you have to do is to give this question mark, and you have to give the name of the field which you want to use for the query. So first field I want to take is duration. Okay, let's come up here and I'm going to paste this duration. So I want to filter the NFT based on the duration. So just imagine that I have 1000 NFT in my database and I'm the user. I visit to the application and I want to find out only those NFT which is created between the month of April and May, or between any year, any particular year. Okay, so we have to add that kind of functionality. Okay, so that's why I have taken this duration and I have defined the duration here. So let's say
Duration could be a number, duration could be a year, but I will go with a number. Okay, that's what we have defined in the database. And you can add multiple query. So we have one query duration, we can add the query on the base of the price. So if then anybody wants to filter on the base of the price, so lower to high or higher to high or in between any specific range, so they can provide that. So, and we can add one more. Okay, so let's come here and let's add this rating average. Okay, so if an NFT has a higher rating, they can filter on the base of that as well. So this will do nothing here. I just want to show you that how you can build up the query on the API. Okay, so you can see Postman is really very smart. So once you add the query using that question mark, it will automatically trigger and display right down here in the params section. You can see we have duration 5, we have price, we have rating. So all the data you can find, and you can simply turn it off. Okay, you can turn it on and off. That's absolutely great. Or even you can create a one here, right up here without adding in the URL. So if I want to add one more, I will simply copy from here and I can paste in the key section, and here I will define the value. You can define the description, but that is totally optional. So we have right now this 4 queries in our API, okay, in this NFT resource. So that's how you build up the query. And let me save this one and let's come back to the code. And let me show you that when someone hit that route, request for the data, and we have those parameter in the query, so how it will look in the terminal. Okay, so this is how you can access those query. So we have this console.log, and here we have the special method in the Mongoose, and that's called query request.query. So on the request we have the entire data, and we are trying to access the query in which we have all the query which user have applied in the API. Okay, so let me save this one and let me show you. So this is what we have here, and now we're going to make a request. So let's come here and let's send the request simply. So right now it will do nothing because we haven't built out the function. It will give us the same old 9 result, but we'll find something interesting in our terminal. Okay, so let's come back here, and here you can see in the terminal we have got our query. So we have the duration 5, we have the price 43, we have rating average is 2, and we have rating quantity is 54. So this is how we can easily able to access the query on the API, and on the base of that we can easily able to filter the entire data and display the data which actually users are looking for. Okay, so that's the query we're going to apply right now. So it's looking for perfect. Okay, so you can see we have this query, all this query we have here. Let's come back to this and simply turn it off. Okay, and send a request one more time, and you can see right now we have this strict query, duration and price. So you can add multiple queries. It's totally up to you. It's looking fine, and we can easily able to access the query, and now we can build a function on top of this. Okay, so let's come up here, and what I want to do is I'm going to simply comment this part. So this one, comment this part, comment this, and I'm going to simply take this out from this and paste it here for a time being. Okay, we're going to fix this later. Okay, and let's come back here and let's check one more time, and let's hit the route, and now it's working fine. We can see you can able to get the request which we are making, get request, and the status 200. Okay, that's looking fine, no problem. We have all the data we can able to access right now. So let's bring this down, and now we can start building the functionality for that. So to filter out the data, there are many ways, but I'm going to show you 2 or 3 methods which you can apply. Okay, so let's come up here, and first thing you can do is you can simply pass the query directly here. Okay, so let's come up here. All right, let's come up here, and here we have the data. So here you can take the data and define that whenever someone hit the route, this is the exact data you have to send. So you can predefine the query without taking from the user. Okay, so let's come here and let's do this one. So I'll say that difficulty is going to be easy. Make sure it should be a string, easy. And one more property I want to add. So this one is going to be, duration is going to be, let's say 5. Okay, so right now I'm just doing this hardcode value. So when a user will provide any query in the URL, that doesn't make any sense because here we have predefined the query which we want to execute. Okay, so you can take this approach, but we're going to make it more advanced. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So this is the query we have sent, and we have apply in the find method, and this find method will give us the only those data which is difficult and easy, and duration is 5. So let's come here and let's come back to the Postman. Let's hit the request. So right now we have 9 document, 9 result, but the moment we'll hit the request, we'll get less. Okay, so let's hit the request and turn this off. Okay, because this doesn't make any sense. Turn this off, and let's send this data. And right now you can see we have 2 result. You can see this is the 2 result we have, and difficulty is easy, and you can check the duration is 5 as well. Okay, so this is one way to simply filter out the data. Okay, predefined way to filter out the data, but this is not the optimal solution you should go with. Okay, I just want to show you that you have this approach as well. You can do it when you are working on a small application. Okay, and now let's check the other method. So here we have this one. So we have the query. Instead of defining that, we have this one method also. So we can use this where, and in this we're going to pass this duration, and we can pass this, let's say, equal to the value, so 5. Same thing we have to do if we have other. So difficulty is going to be this, and we have to pass the equal value is to easy. So this is the another way to add the predefined query, sorry, in our router. Okay, so this is the predefined, and if you come and hit the response, you will get the same result, exact result you will get. So this is the one method. So there are multiple methods you will find in Mongoose. Okay, so I just want to show you this too. Okay, so that's the another one. Now simply comment this out, because this is not what we're going to follow. We're going to follow more advanced one. Okay, so we'll come here, and now we can do is we'll take this NFT, and still we have all the data in this NFT, and we're going to use this find method. And now this time we're going to look for the query. Okay, so we'll say request.query. Okay, because this query contain the object of the query which users are making. Okay, so if you do this, you will get the filter data. So let's come here and let's do the test. So now we can pass it out. So that will work fine, and that's the data we send. So now we're going to turn this on. Okay, so we're going to turn this duration. We have one filter, and we're going to make a request. So you can see still we have this 2, because the duration of this 2 result is 2. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's add the other one. So let's go with the price. So if I make the request right now, we don't have anything below 43. All the price are higher than this, so that's why we're getting this 0 result. And let's go to the average rating. If I make the request, so still we have a 0, because all the rating we have over 4.5. So still it's not working. And let's come here. So let's come here. What I can do, I can take this difficulty, and that's what I'm going to add it here. So let's add this here, difficulty, and it's going to be an easy one. Okay, so right now we are applying 2 filters, rating average 2, and difficulty is going to be easy. So what if, let's come here, and if I make the request, still I will get the 0, because still the rating is not, we don't have any rating we don't have any NFT which is lower than 2. Okay, so to fix this, all we have to do is to simply come up here and comment this. And now if we make the request, and here you can see we got the data. So we got the 4 result, which difficulty is easy. Okay, so if I scroll down, and here you will find, okay, difficulty easy, and you can check for all the data. So this is working fine. Okay, and in most of the application you will find that this is how they do the queries thing. Okay, but we're going to make it more advanced, and we will use reusable concept here, because we have other resources as well in our API. Like we have user resource, we have review resource, we have best selling product resource. So we have multiple resources. So we have to build a model of filtering this query and displays the actual data in shorter term. Okay, so we're going to follow the more robust structure. So that's how you can pass the query in the entire data. So I will comment down this, and here I'll come here, and I'm going to take another variable we'll call query object, and I'm going to deconstruct the entire query. Okay, so it will come in the form of object, and I'm going to deconstruct. It's a simple JavaScript. So all the query we have inside this request.query, and here I'm going to exclude couple of fields. So I don't want that users should make request on the base of field, on the base of limit, on the base of sort. So these are the couple of fields I don't want to include in the query, so I want to exclude that from the query. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll call excluded fields, and here I'm going to simply take the array, and here I'm going to exclude page. I want to exclude, let's say, short. I want to exclude the limit, and I want to exclude the fields. Okay, so these are the couple of fields which I want to exclude from the query. Okay, we're going to add it, but not in this query object. So here we have that. and we're going to simply run a for each method, and we're going to simply delete from the query. And here you have to keep one thing in mind. So first, what I have done, I have created a copy of the query object, okay, by the query object, and on that I'm excluding these 4 fields: page, short, limit, field. Okay, I'm not doing any changes in the original query. Okay, that's the thing you have to keep in mind, because we need that original query later. Okay, so we'll do all the experiment in this query object. So here we have the beautiful method called delete, and we'll call this query object, and we'll pass the element. So in this way we can easily able to delete all these 4 field if user they have requested. Okay, so if they haven't added in the query, so it will work, but if they have added, then we can simply delete that. So simply remove this comma, and that's okay. So that's looking fine. Now we can simply come here, and we have the data, and that's the data we'll take here. We'll say console dot like query. So this is the original query, and this is the manipulated query we have. So if we come here and if we try to make a request, so let's do this, and let's try to send the request. And here I'm going to add that field which we have excluded. Okay, so let's add the field. So I'll say page, and I want to access the page number 2, and I want to access the field, okay, fields, and I want to access the field number 3. Okay, I'm just giving this randomly. Okay, so you can see the logic we have worked, it's working fine. So here you can see we have got all the data. We have this 0 data. Don't need to worry about, right now we are refactoring. Okay, so we have this 0 data, but the one thing we are interested in, which we have in our terminal. And here you have noticed one thing: the original query is there, rating 2, rating quantity is 54, difficulty easy, and we have the page 2, and we have the field 3. Okay, so that's the original query. And the second object we have got, that one is the object query, okay, manipulated query. So we have the rating 2, we have the rating quantity 54, and we have the difficulty. So we have successfully excluded the page and the field from the query. So that's logic is working fine. So you can see this is the logic which is absolutely working fine we have built. So this is the original one which is coming from here, and this is the manipulated one which is coming from here. So I hope this time everything's becoming clear to all of you guys. This is the thing you have to understand, very important. So that's the query object we have, and that's the object we going to simply apply here in the query. Okay, if you pass it here, it will work in the same way. Okay, so if we make a request, let's come here, and I'm going to comment this part, and right now you can see we have difficulty, we have page, and we have field. But if I make a request, I'll get the result. I will get 4 NFT. Okay, we have successfully excluded the page and the fields, and it's working fine. We have no error in our terminal, and here you can see we have the original query, and we got the difficulty one, the query object. So this is a very simple filter we have built on our NFT collection, but we're going to allow user to filter the data and send the request on the base of greater or less, okay, in those terms as well. So sometimes you have visited an application where you will have the slider, and you slide it and the price got increased and decreased. So we'll have those kind of functionality. So okay, greater or equal or less than greater or greater than high, okay, those kind of things we're going to add now. So that's working absolutely incredible. Now what we can do is, first thing we're going to do is, I'm going to simply come here, I'll say this build query. So it's always very important that you should add comment in your code, so you can know when you will come back to the code, like after 2 months or after a week, so you know that what you have worked on. And here I'm going to say that let's execute query, and this is the send response. So that's the send response. Simply comment this out. Now things are looking good. Now what we're going to do is, let's come here, let me comment this portion, and we're going to replicate this one. And here we're going to do a couple of changes. So here it's going to be the query. So when we are getting the data, it's coming in the form of promises. Okay, so all the filter system we're going to apply on the promises, not on the actual data. Okay, so I will simply remove this one, because when we get the final result, that we're going to resolve and send back to the client. Okay, but all the filtering, shortening, pagination, limitations, that's all we do in the promises. Okay, on that we're going to do that. So that's what we have, and simply copy that, and that's the data we're going to simply pass here. Okay, query, we'll have this query, and that the data we're going to send it back to the client. Okay, so far things are clear, I believe. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now let's come here. We're going to simply, let me show you how the thing will look. So difficulty is easy, and we have this duration is this. Okay, so this is the normal MongoDB filter query. Okay, so when you want to add those kind of things like greater than equal or less than equal, so this is how the filter system in Mongo's look like. Okay, this is how it will look, and this is exactly what we have to build. And let me show you. But when we are making the query request, and let's come here and let me do this console.log query exactly. And if I come here in the Postman, sorry, request.query. Okay, if I hit the request, simple, let's say duration, we have difficulty and we have duration. So let's try to add this one. So if you want to add the greater than equal to filter sign, then this is how you can do. Take the bracket and here you type GTE. Okay, that stands for greater and equal. So that's the command we have to give. And if you send the request, so nothing will happen, you will get an error message. Don't need to worry about it. Okay, because we don't have this functionality. You can see this is the query we have. And if we come back here in the terminal, let me bring it up, and here you can see we got an object. You can see we have this difficulty, we have this duration, and this is how what we got when we make that query. Okay, so let's simply copy this one and let's come paste in here and comment this one. So you can see the difference. We don't have the dollar in the query which we have made, but to get the data we have to convert and add the dollar here in our original query as well. Okay, so we're going to build the logic for that. So okay, so this is the duration, everything's working fine, but we don't have the dollar. So we have to write a small function which add this dollar so we can easily able to filter the data. Okay, so far things are clear, I believe. Simply cut this one and simply paste it here, because here we are sending the response. Okay, I'm not removing this comment so you guys can have a reference that you have multiple options to do the query and request. Okay, so that looks fine, and I can simply format this document properly. And here we're going to build a system which simply allow us to add that dollar sign to all the or dollar sign so we can make that request possible. Okay, so to do that, what we can do is we'll call it advanced query system. Okay, filtering query. Okay, that looks good, and I'm going to simply bring it up, and here we're going to bring that functionality. Remove that one, we no longer need this, and let's build the query. Okay, so what I say, I'll take this variable let. So this is going to be the actual query on which we're going to do this manipulation. So we have this query, and I'll call it query string. And here we're going to take this JSON dot stringify because it's coming in the form of object. So we have to convert into a JSON, and here we have to define this method. Okay, so we have this query object. Okay, here we have all the data. Once we have all the data, now we're going to simply call this replace functions, and we're going to follow this /b, and this is a general expression you will find if you do a Google that how to replace and add certain thing. You will find this expression, and here we're going to assign this one. Okay, getter and getter equal to and less than, and this is how you have to do. So make sure you have to add this g. If you don't add this g, it will only replace the first one. Suppose example that right now we have this duration, and we can also have a price. So there we have this two numbers which allow us to provide the like greater than equal to functionality. Okay, so if you don't use this g, it will only replace the very first one, but if you use the g, it will replace all that. Okay, so that's what you have to add. And here we're going to create a callback function, and that's the power of replace. Okay, let's give a powerful callback function which you can add. So we're going to take this template literal, and here we're going to assign the dollar sign, and I'm going to add the match, which is the element, the query itself. Okay, so that's the system we have built, and this will do our work. Okay, so make sure you do this exact thing. If you have any confusion, just pause the video and try to understand that what logic we are trying to build. First, we are taking the query, converting into a JSON, and then we are calling the replace function and using this expression because we want to only provide this functionality in this greater than equal, and less than equal. Okay, so these are the only these four field we want to add this functionality. and then we are adding that $sign. And now what I can do is I can simply console log out the query, not query, sorry, JSON parse, and in that we have to pass this query, okay, because we want to have a look in our terminal in the form of object. So that's what we are doing here. Simply save it, and now we can make a request. So right now we have this, simply make a request, and still we get the error. No need to worry about it. Let's come back here, and here you can see we got the request, but somehow it didn't work. Why so? Why it's not worked? We need to add the $sign, but it's not there. So we have this duration, we have this, but the $sign is not there. Okay, my bad. What we can do is we are not saving that in our query string, okay? So we have to save it. We are trying to print the original query, not the new one. So let's save that, okay? That's why we have taken that let, okay? So we have saved that, and now it will work fine. So let's make a request, and let's come here. And here you can see we got the exact what we needed to filter out the data. So simply copy that, and let's try to compare it. Here we have the dollar which we have included in the query, and now we can easily able to filter the data, and Mongoose will not create any problem. So let's type the price, and let's make this, let's say, greater, okay? If you hit the request, we'll get an error, but if you can see here, we have that $sign in price as well, greater than equal function we have here as well. So okay, looking perfect so far, so good. I hope you guys are excited, and that's the functionality we have working fine. Now let's come here. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to simply cut this, and I'm going to pass it here, so we can easily able to receive that data here, okay? Simply comment out, and that's the query we have, and now we can able to find the data. Simply make a request, and here you can see, boom, we got 3 result, and our greater and equal to functionality is also working fine. So that's what we have, and all the data you can able to find. We got 4 data in back. So you can see the price is this high price, and the actual price we have is 43, okay? So all the higher price we have here, okay? We are looking for the higher price, and this is the duration which is a greater or equal. So you can see 5 duration, and that's 5 we have here. Here you can see we have 9, so it's not below the 5, but we need higher than 5, okay? So we have 9 as well. So all the things is working fine. Now we can easily able to add multiple thing, okay? System is working fine. Now we can come back here in the code, and that looks pretty good. Okay, so this is what we have done. We are excluding this, then we are adding, then we are converting and assigning all these expressions, and then we are sending back the data to the client. That looks pretty good. So that's the only thing I wanted to cover about the filter option in this video. Hope you guys have learned something new, that how you can do the filter thing in our Mongoose, how you can use the special method, and how you can filter the data on the base of the request, whether it's a greater or equal or a simple filter or advanced filter, okay? So that's the only thing I want to cover. Hope you have learned something new. So with that said, I'm ending this video. In the next video, we'll start working on the shortening functionality. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we had work on our advanced filter section. So if you haven't watched, I'll link an I button on the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to work on the shortening functionality, okay? So let's start working on it. So what I can do is I'm going to make this comment so we can differentiate between the filter code and between the shortening code, okay? So let's come up here and simply turn off this, and let's save it. And this time let me show you how the shortening query work. So again, same structure you have to follow here as well. So provide this question mark and type this short, and on the base of what you want to short the data, okay? You want to short the data on the base of price, or on the base of name, on the base of description. You can see nothing will happen right now, but we're going to add the functionality. So right now we want to short the data on the base of price. So let's come here and let's start working on the code. So if request.query, this is the original query, okay, not the manipulated one. We are targeting the original query, and we have the original query, and we're going to call the short method on this. And we'll say if there is a sort method, then we take this query, and what we can do, we have to convert this into a let, not const, okay? So we can further manipulate, okay? So here we're going to take this query, and we're going to call the short, and here we're going to call this request dot query, and we're going to call this short method. Okay, so this will short the data, and that's what we have here. Okay, so we are shorting the query and passing that parameter here, and this will already working. Okay, it will show you all the NFT with low to high price. So let me show you. You can see this is the price we have, 1497, and if I scroll down here, you can see we have this same price. Okay, we're going to talk about this, that why the same NFT, two different NFT having the same price coming in this order. We're going to talk about this as well. So let's come down here, and you can see here we have the higher price than the previous one, and if you scroll down here, you can see this is the highest one. Okay, so it's already working. We can easily able to short the NFTs or the data on the base of the pricing from lower to higher. So that's working fine, but why the two NFTs, two data has the same price coming in the same order, coming in that order? Okay, so we're going to have the functionality for that. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do the -1, okay, let me show you the -1. If you do the -1, you will get the higher price. Okay, it will start from higher. You can see this is the highest NFT price, and it will go all the way to the lowest one. So this is the lowest one we have. All you have to do is to provide the minus sign, and it will give you the highest one. So that's how you will use this short method. And now let's come here. It's already working, and we can do something better here. So now let me show you this, what I was talking about. So this is the price, 497, and this is one is. So two different NFT have the same price, but they are coming, one is coming on top of each other. Why it's happening? So to change this behavior, you can add one more field. Okay, instead of only looking for the price, you can add the rating. Okay, so you should always include 2 to 3 field in your shortening method. Okay, so if the price is similar, then we'll move to the rating. Okay, so maybe rating difficulty, we'll follow any one of these. So where we have it, let's take the rating quantity. Okay, let's take the rating average. Okay, so if the price is similar, then we have to move to the rating to compare the rating. Okay, so we can come here, we'll take a variable called short by, and here we're going to take this request.query, and we're going to call this short method, and in this we're going to call the split method. Okay, so in this, what we're going to do is, let's pass this query, and this is how we're going to do it. So if you copy and paste it, so this is how we're going to pass the multiple query in the shortening method. Okay, by providing this comma. Okay, that's okay, so that's how we'll get the data. And here we have to simply, first thing we have to do is to find out that comma. Okay, so we're going to target that comma, and we're going to split them out, and here we're going to call this join method, and then we're going to join them together with the space, not with the comma. Okay, so that's the simple logic here we have now. Once we have done this one, and here we're going to add this split method. Okay, I forgot to add it, so we have to call this split, so it will split the two field with the comma, and then we're going to join them with the space. So that's perfect, nothing complicated, simple JavaScript. And now we're going to pass that data here in this query shortening. Okay, this will already work. Now to show you that how the query would look like, let me do the console log, and we'll say short by, and now let's make a request. Okay, let's make a request, and here you can see this, we got the 9 result. It will give you the 9 result, and right now we are having this rating, so 4.5 we're having. Let's come here. Okay, we have a couple of NFT have the same rating as well, so we can update that as well. You can see this is the price we have, highest to lowest. So what we can do is, this is the rating, this two NFT have the similar rating. So let's come back to the update functionality, and let's update the rating as well. So what I can do, I can simply take the ID, and I'm going with this update, and I'm going to paste the ID, and I want to update the rating. Okay, so let's go to this body pass, and here I have to simply what is the rating we have, so which one we want to add, this is the one we want to update. Okay, simply copy and paste here, and the rating I want to provide is let's say 4.9, highest rating. There you can see successfully we have updated the NFT with a high rating, looking fine. Now we can come and make a request, and here you can see we have this 4.9, the highest one on top, and here we have that one also, looking fine. Let's remove this space, a minus sign, and here you can see now we are starting perfectly. So we are starting with the low price and higher rating, so that's looking fine. So you can see this looking fine here,
and let's do the minus rating as well, and you can see this is the lowest one we have, it's 4.7, and you can do the same thing for the price as well. So it's looking fine. But if you look at the console log, we have the query. Okay, so we have that minus price and rating, we are successfully separate them and we are sending that. So that's how we can build the query, and it's working absolutely fine. So I really want you to take a pause and try to understand that how things are working, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में कुछ वक्त रुकना चाहिए कुछ चीज़ों को समझने के लिए. It's a Hindi sayari which stand for sometime you have to stop in your life to understand things in better way. We'll add the else property. Okay, so if someone doesn't look for any query, we have to add a default query, and I will click this sort, and I want to simply add this one. So I want to not exclude, I'm going to filter the data on the base of the created timestamp. Okay, so whichever created on the base of that, I'm going to display the data by default. So we have this created at, so that's what we have here. And let's come here and let's simply bring this down and just simply remove this query, all the short, and send the request back. So this is the default data we'll get on the base of the document creation. Okay, so if I create one document today, and if one document after 10 days, so the document I have created after 10 days, and on the 11th day I will make the request, I will get the latest one. Okay, so that's the entire analogy we have here. So the data, you can see you can't able to find any difference in the created ad because we have deployed all this data at a single time with the script. Okay, so all the timing is same, so you can't able to find any difference here, but this function will work when you will create one NFT. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how you can add short method in your API to filter the data. Okay, in the next video we will talk about the limit. Okay, limit fields. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. In the last video we had work on the shortening method on our API. So if you haven't watched, I have a link in the I button on the description so you can follow that. In this video we're going to work on the filled method. Okay, so how you can filter the data on the base of the field, like name, price, like that thing. Okay, so here we are on the code where we left in the last video. Now we can continue where we left. So let me give this comment. I'll call filled limit. Okay, limiting. And if let's come on and let me show you how the query would look like. So let's come here. Here we're going to build the filled query. So we'll add this question mark, and here we will say filled, and we'll want to filter the data on the base of the name. Okay, so this is how the filled method work. So here we have the filled, and whatever data will pass, like name, price, or maybe a rating, so whatever name you will pass in the field, only those data you will get, not other data. Okay, so I'll show you in the practical. So that's the one field I have here, and I want to add the other field like duration, you can able to see here, and I want to add a difficulty. So that's the three fields I want to add, and I want to get that only these three data. So you can see this is the field we have here, and it's looking perfect. Now if we come here and let's build up, so if we'll say if request.query has a field, and again we are doing on the main query, not on the copy query. Okay, so here we have that one, and we'll say const fields, and we'll take this query, and we have the field, and we're going to simply call the split method, and we have to split with the comma, and then we have to join with the space. Okay, that's looking fine. And here we're going to simply update the query which we are sending, and we want to select the data. So the data we want to select the field. Okay, so whatever query we are getting from the field, that's the data we want to select and display, send back to the user. Okay, that's looking perfect. And else what we're going to do is we're going to simply remove this one. Okay, so this, let me show you. So let's come up here, and if I come here and if I make a request and scroll here you can see we have this dash dash v. Okay, so this one is created internally by Mongoose, because Mongoose use this object, use this variable to perform and serve the data. So okay, so I don't want to display this to my clients. Okay, so I'm simply going to remove this. It's not going to be removed, but I'm going to hide it from the user. So let's do that. Let's target this one, and we'll come back to the code, and here I'm going to provide this minus, and I'm going to paste that variable dash dash v. So when you provide this minus, it will remove, it will no longer display there. So
That's working fine. And if you come here and if you simply turn this off and make a request, so by default we'll get this. So you can see here we have all the NFT, and right now we don't have that V. Okay, it's gone. We have successfully hidden that one. So you can hide this in multiple way. There are a lot of things you can do. You can see we don't have that one. Okay, now let's make the request on this, and here you can see we got the ID only. Why so? We need to get the ID, name, duration and difficulty, but we are getting only ID. We have some problem in the code, so we are getting the ID. Okay, that means our fill functionality is working for so far, but we are not getting the actual data. So let's remove this. Maybe we have some wrong spelling. No, let's remove this one as well, and let's hit enter. Okay, so we are getting the name, but what we are not getting the duration, and we are not getting the difficulty. You can see we are getting the ID. So this ID will come no matter you request or not. You can change it, but it will come because it's a unique identifier for that particular document. So we are getting the name. Okay, only name. And if I come here, and that's what we have duration, simply copy. Maybe I have miswritten the spelling, and let's hit the request. No, it's not working. Without only name is working, but when we are passing this duration, it's not working. So let's type the difficulty. Where is the problem we have here? Okay, here we have to provide the space. I forgot to add that. Okay, so let's provide that space, and now it will work. Silly mistake. Let's come back, and now it will work. Now simply add as many field as you want. So if I put difficulty, and boom, here you can see this is the ID, name, monkey monster, and the difficulty is easy. The second one is the Sea Explorer medium. Okay, so here you will find the two data which you have put in the filter. Let's add one more duration, and let's hit the request. Here you can see we got the duration. So that's how you can use this filled method. Okay, if you need this, we got only this two data, duration and difficulty. So this looks perfect and working fine. And let's add one more field, which is the rating quantity. Hit enter, and you can see rating quantity. So this one is very useful when you want to display only little information about a particular document. So you can add this field method. Okay, so what happens generally in our home page, the NFT has a lot of data, but in our home page we have to show only few names. Okay, we want to display the name or descriptions or the price. So in such scenario, you can create this kind of things and display the data like this. Okay, but we're not going to follow that approach. We're going to follow more advanced one. So you can come back here, and you can see this is the query. It's absolutely working fine here, and this one is also working fine. But you can see this is the one we have here. Let's make a request, and let's try to have a look one more time. Let's try this minus sign. What happens with this minus? And if we make the request, here we can see, so if you provide this minus sign, it will exclude. You will get all the result, but it will exclude from the data. So right now you won't find the difficulty, duration and rating. It's excluded from the data. So this is how you can include and exclude. Okay, with the minus sign you can exclude, and with the only difficult you can include. Okay, so right now we have successfully excluded the data. And I also not want to display the created ad. Okay, so just imagine that you are offering some sort of program, and that's an old program, and right now you are selling. So if a user find out that this is an old program, then he will not buy that. Okay, so it's always necessary that you have to hide this created time. Okay, so let's hide this one. So created at time, we're going to hide it. So to hide that, we can do in the model way, and we can do here, but I'm going to follow the more advanced one. Okay, so let's come here and go to the model we have created, and we're going to hide here. So to hide it down here, we have this created at, and all we have to do is to call this method. We call select, and we'll call select to false. So this false means that this data would be not displayed to the clients, to the user. Okay, so if you come back and make a request, you won't find this anymore. You can see it's gone. It's hidden. It's there in the database, but it's hidden. So that's how you can hide it. So looking good. And let's bring the name back. So this is the only name we have, and looking perfect. So that's the filter section we have. Let's close this down, and I believe that you guys have learned something new. You have understood that how this field section work, how you can filter the data on the base of the field. So if you want to include, all you have to do is to provide the minus. If you want to exclude, provide the normal one. Okay, so that's how it will work. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you have found valuable, and in the next video we're going to work on the pagination, which is a very important and you must have in your API. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have worked on the field limit functionality in our API. In this video we're going to create the pagination system, and you know it's very important that you must have pagination functionality, and let me show you why it's important. Just imagine that you have 1 lakh NFTs in your database. So when someone requests for the NFTs, you don't want to display the 1 lakh NFT in the very first request. That's a very bad user experience. All you have to do is you have to display the selective amount of NFT, and that's the functionality we're going to build right now. So hope you will learn something new. So let's start working where we left in the last video. So what I can do, I can simply let's come up here, and we have this 9 result. Let's bring this down and let me show you that. So if I make a request, let's add this one. If I take this page and 2, okay, page 2 and limit 10. So this is the query we're going to add right now. Okay, and this is how the pagination work exactly. So all you have to do is you have to find out the page, that which page you are on and how many data you want to display in per page. So here I'm saying that in page 1 we want to display only 10. You can increase this number as many as you want, but I want to display only 10. So this is how we pass the query, and we're going to build the function around this query. Okay, so that's what we have here. Let's save this one, and now what I can do, I can simply increase it to 3 because I have only 9 results. So let's make it small so we can test that our functionality is working or not. So right now we have 9 and nothing is working fine. Now we're going to make it work. So let's come here and let me give this command, pagination function. Okay, we're going to, this is the shortening, this is the filtering, and this is the pagination section. So how it works, so we're going to simply copy this one and let me show you how we're going to build this. So if we are on the page 1, then we want to display the data from 1 to 10. But if we are on page 2, we want to display the data on 11 to 20. Okay, so this is the function we have to build. If we are on 3rd page, we have to build display from 21 to 30. Okay, so now we have to build a formula, and let me show you how you can build it. It's pretty easy. We'll come here and we'll take a variable called page. So first we have to take the page variable, and we have to find out that which page the user is exactly. So we have the page, and we're going to simply convert that to a number because it will come in the form of string, and we'll set the default value to 1. Okay, so if a user don't provide any page, we have to make them to be on the page 1. So this is the default value. Now we have to take the limit. Same thing we have to take, we have to get the limits and we have to convert it to a number, and we have to set the default limit. So initially it's going to be 10. That's it. Okay, and now we're going to create the skip value. So this is how we're going to calculate the skip value. So we have the page and we're going to manage with the 1. So what it will happen, so if I'm on page number 2, okay, so on the page number 2 I want to display the data from 11 to 20. Okay, so what I will do, if I'm on page number 2, so this page variable is 2, I'm going to subtract it with 1. Okay, so I'll get 1 here, and I'm going to multiply with the limit field, so I'll get 10 here. Okay, and that's the exact data I want to skip to get the data from 11 to 20. Simple math. Again, let me repeat what I'm doing. First, I'm getting this page variable. So no matter user are on which page, okay, whatever page they are on, we are subtracting from that, and then we are multiplying with the limit. So we'll get the entire range according to the page. And here we're going to simply call the query skip method, and we're going to pass this skip, and here we're going to call this limit to limit itself, and this function will already working fine. So simple logic. I believe that nothing complicated. You guys have understood how it's work, and now let's come here and now it will work. So if we come here and if we make a request, you can see right now we have 3 results. Our pagination is working fine. Okay, so to make it work on a real application, all you have to do is to manipulate the page number and you will get the data, and that's very easy. So you can see we have 3 results. If we make on page 1, you can see we have this 3 result with different name. So monster, monkey monster. Let's move to the 2. You can see we have 2 limits is also working. Let's go to the page number 2, and we have this. You can see monster monkey. Let's go to the page number 3. Let's page 4, and here you can see we have different result. Different results. So this is also looking fine. But what if I hit the page number 6 and I don't have enough data to go on the page number 6? So what I will get in return of that? So here I'll get this empty, which is not good because we don't have any data on the page number 6. So in that we have to add some sort of guard class, some sort of validator which validate the page number on the base of the data. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. Let's come back here, and here we're going to check if the query in the page in that scenario will take this new NFT, okay, and we'll say await, and we're going to count the number of documents. So again, this function I'm getting from Mongoose, so they have in their documentation, we'll call it count document, and this will give you the length of the data you have in that particular resource, okay, the particular NFT. So it will give me that the length, and now I'm going to use that length. I will say if skip is greater than NFT new NFTs, then in such scenario I have to throw this error. I'll call it error, and here I'm going to say that this page does not exist. Okay, so we're going to talk about more in advance about the error handling. So this is how you can throw an error in between your function. Okay, so when you will have this function, whenever any error get occur, it will trigger that event and it will send you in your try and catch. Okay, and from where we can easily able to display. So that's the simple logic we have built, and here we can catch it and we can display. Now if we come and make a request, you will get this failed message. Okay, why so? Why we are getting this failed message? We have to display the error message. Okay, we have some problem, 404 error we are getting here, and that's error is fine, but the error is not displaying itself. Okay, what I can do here, I can come here, and here we have the query. Let me comment out this, and if I make a request, here we are getting this, and if I comment it out and make a request one time, again I'm getting the same result, but this is not what I wanted. I wanted the message, and the problem I have is greater than equal. I forgot to add the equal sign. Okay, so that's the one, and let's hit the request, and still let's make it on one, and you can see we have the result working fine. Okay, we'll just keep it for a moment like that. We're going to make it more advanced in later. Okay, that's working fine, not a big deal. So I hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you have any question, in doubt, or any confusion about this pagination, to leave in the comment section, and make sure to ask all your queries in your Discord, in the Discord server, and ask all your queries there, so I can easily able to help you out. And I hope you guys are enjoying this API development course. I know this course is pretty huge, but this is how it's work in a real world application development. Okay, it's nothing like that you just watch 2 hours video and build an application. There's a lot of things goes into development. You have to move your head around to think all the possibility which are possible in the API, and what are the problems user can create on the API. So you have to predetermine those existing problems, and you have to think, and you have to build the logic around that. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you have found this valuable. Now with that, let's move to the next video, and in that we're going to do a little bit magic, and you want to see what the magic we're going to do? That's what you will find in the next video. Let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back once again. So in the last video we have worked on our pagination. So if you haven't watched, I'll link an I button in the description so you guys can follow that. And in this video we're going to do a little bit magic. So whatever code we have written for the filtering, for the shortening, for the limiters, for the pagination, we're going to convert it into a reusable component, because we have multiple resources in our API. We have review resource, we have user resource, we have NFT resource. So I don't want to write the same piece of code over and over again for all those other resources. Okay, so we're going to convert this as a utility function, so we can use wherever we want throughout this entire API. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. So let's work, and you can see we have this price rating and everything's working fine. So that's looking pretty awesome. Things are looking fine as it expected, and this is what you have. Make a request and you will get the same result. Okay, So now what we can do is, now we're going to refactor this entire thing and convert into a reusable module. So what we can do here, we're going to follow an interesting thing here. What I can do, simply come back to the routes here, and here we going to create a top NFT, okay, by price. So before we move to the refactoring, I decided to create one router. So remember, we talked about the best route, where we have discussed that best NFT by price. Okay, so that's the alias route we're going to create right moment. Okay, because we have our filter system, so we can use that filter system to build this route. So let's do it. So what I can do here, I can top 5 NFTs, and we'll say router dot route, and here we have to construct the URL, and I call it, let's say, top 5 NFTs. We have to call this get method because we want to get the data, and we're going to call this function. Okay, and here we're going to call this another function, which is a get alias top NFTs. Okay, so this is the function we're going to create, which going to filter out the NFT on the base of the condition we're going to define in the function. Okay, top NFTs. Okay, that's what we have here. That's the route we have. Now simply come here, and if I come here, we have this one. Okay, so this is the route we're going to actually build. Okay, so we have limit 5, so we want to display only 5 NFT, and we want to sort the NFT by the price. Okay, so the higher price, and we have to comparing with the rating. Okay, so this route will give us this all 5 NFT, which is the top NFT, and we're going to display this NFT in a particular URL which we have built. Okay, so this is the top NFTs, and that's the NFT we're going to construct in this alias top NFT. Let's come up here and let's bring the functionality for that. So we'll call this export, and we'll call this alias, and we're going to follow the same structure: response, request, and next, because it's going to act like a middleware. Okay, so first it will execute this function, then it will execute the get free function. So here we have to send the response back, so we'll take the query, and here we have to set the limit. So here we are predefining the field. Okay, so we want to display only 5, not more than that, and we want to filter out with the base of the query short, and in that we're going to display all that. Okay, so we want to do this by the rating, and we want to distribute rating, and we want with the price, and we want to add one more field, which is okay, that looks good. We can add this too. We're going to filter that, and we're going to add the fields. Okay, so the field we want to include is the name, we want to include the price, and we want to include the rating. Okay, rating average, and we want to display the difficulty. Okay, so these are the only 4 data we want to display in this route. So only 5 NFT will display. That's why we have this limit field, and we are sorting the data on the base of the rating, higher rating to the lowest, and same goes for the pricing. And then we are setting up the fields: price, name, rating average, and difficulty. Okay, so these are the 4 data we'll display, and it's working fine. Now we have this, and now we have to call this next so it can execute further. So that's the alias route we have. Now we can call this one. It's already working. So we're going to copy this one. Okay, this will run, then this will run. This entire function will run with all the filters. Simply copy this and come here, and I'm going to create one more. Simply close all this existing one and make sure to save it. Okay, because it's a unnecessary lot of work. So we're going to simply copy this one, and we're going to paste it here, and simply remove this, and we're going to simply get the router we have built. So the router name we have given is simply copy top 5 NFTs and simply paste here. Simply remove this extra slash, and this is the router on which we'll get the top NFTs. If we make a request but save it, we'll call it top 5 NFTs and save it. And now we can make a request. If we make a request here, you can see we got the type for top 5 NFT, and with the field we have defined. So we have the ID, name, difficulties, and price and rating. So that's how you can create separate route for a specific data. Okay, that's looking absolutely perfect and looking good. Now that's how it will look here. We have this one. First it will run this function and it will set the query, and then it will run this get all NFT and it will pass the query there. So we'll get the data here. Okay, so that's looking fine. Then this will run and it will have all the queries, so the data will get filtered out, and finally we'll get the response back. So that's the functionality. It's looking perfect. I hope you guys have understood that how things are working fine here. Okay, so that's looking awesome. So that's the only thing I want to cover about the alias route, that how you can create a particular resource like a best or top 5 NFT, something like that. In the next video we're going to refactor this our filter system which we have built in a reusable component. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great and welcome back once again. So in the last video we have created our alias route. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, I will link the I button in the description so you can watch that. So this is where we left in the last video and we're going to continue from right here. So this time we're going to filter out and we're going to make a more reusable component with these filters. Okay, so we have this queries and we have this pagination, limit, sort and fill. So we're going to convert it into a reusable component. So here we're going to follow the JavaScript classes structure. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. So I'm going to take this class and I'll call it API feature, and here we're going to define this constructor. So the constructor will take two things. First, it will take the entire data, okay, and that's coming in the form of query and entire data, and here it will take the query string. So the query users are making on the data. Okay, so on the first query we have the entire data and this is the query string, which on the base of this we have to filter the data. Okay, so far things are clear. Let's move on. And now we have to do the simple things which you already know. We have this query and we have to take this query. Same thing we have to do with the query string. So this dot query string and then query string we have here. Simply remove this disk keyword because we don't need this one. I don't know why it's auto typed. So that's looking fine here. And why we are getting this error? Okay, simply provide this bracket and cut and paste inside this. Okay, now it's looking fine. No error we have. Okay, and now we can come here and we can start building that functionality. So we'll call it, take the first one which is a filter. Okay, so this is the filter, and we can come here, we can simply grab all this code, all the filter code here. So we already have the filter code right up here. So we're going to simply come here and that's simply comment out this, and let me simply copy and paste. Okay, simply comment this, simply comment this entire second part, simply second this part, because I want to remove couple of things, so I want you to provide the previous code. Okay, simply copy and comment. So the code, the comment I have given in the previous, it would be there, so you guys can have a reference. Okay, so let's change this to third part and now we can start working on this. So simply uncomment this and now we're going to work on it. So simply remove this, we have to remove this one and we have to remove this logs. So right now it's looking pretty clean, and remove this one for the paginations and remove this all. So right now looking simple, and remove this one as well. So that looks pretty good. Let's come here, close this one and close all the function which is open, close this create NFT, and here we are in get all NFT. Now we have to grab this filter code. Okay, simply select here till here and cut, not cut, simply paste and comment this out and let it be there. Okay, comment this out and simply going to paste inside this, and here we have to change certain things. So here first thing we have to do is to change. Okay, come here, this is the API we have, then we'll call this one, and let's come here, and here we have to change this to this query string. So simply copy that and we'll say this dot query string. So remove this dot query. Okay, and that's the query we have, and here we have the main data. So we'll say this, say simply remove this let, and we'll say this dot query, and here we are passing this data. Okay, simply comment this and let's bring this down and let's say this dot query, and this will say call the find method because we have this query. Okay, on that we're going to call this find method, because from this function, from this filter function, we're going to return an object. Okay, we're not going to actually print, we're going to return it. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this approach. We'll call the find method on this query. Okay, that's looking fine, and inside that So inside that, we're going to paste this one query. We're going to call the function here. Okay, the class we have created, we'll say const, we'll call it feature, and we'll say new. That's how we use classes in JavaScript, so nothing new. And in this, we're going to pass two data. We have to pass the entire NFTs, and we have to pass the query which users are making. So we'll have the data inside this, and okay, this is the NFT and this is the query we have here. We have to pass the data which we have inside this NFT dot find. Okay, and we have to pass the query as well. So we have the query inside this reg dot, we have it here in the query. Okay, the entire query we are sending, and then we're going to call this filter method. Okay, so that's how we're going to change the methods. So that's simple thing. Okay, and that's the feature we're going to pass it here, and we're going to return to the client. Simple setup, not so complicated. So that's working fine. That's the entire filter thing we have here. Now let's come here, and we have to grab this shortening. Simply copy and comment this one, and here we have to create this another one. We'll call it short, and inside that we're going to paste the entire code. So here, instead of this rag.query, we have to say this dot query string. So query string, and we have to do the changes here in the query as well. So this dot query, okay, select all and type this dot query. Okay, so that's the changes we have done. So this is our short method, and what we have to do, this is the filter and this is the short, and from here we have to simply return this. Okay, so when this filter function will run, it will return something and it will pass on to the short function, then it will execute and it will return to the next one. Okay, so we have to return this entire object. So we have to and this object is available in this keyword. Okay, and this keyword is always a reference to the document, current document. Okay, so we have this entire object and we are passing on here, and here we have to call return this. So it will pass on the object to the next function. Simple JavaScript, nothing complicated. Okay, this is the short functionality we have. Now let's create the field limit. Okay, and that's what we're going to call here on filter. So that's what we have here, and that's looking good. Now this is the short ready. Now let's grab the where it's gone. This is the field limit. So we're going to simply copy this part and copy and comment, and simply come here, and we're going to call, let's say, limit filled, because this is what it does. And inside this we're going to pass the code, and here we have to do the same changes. So it's become this dot query string, and here we have to change this to this dot query the data. Okay, so that's the changes we have to do, and that's the only thing we have to do here, and that's looking fine. That's the short, this is the filter, this is the fill limit, and that we're going to simply copy and call it here, and here you can see it's looking fine. So we have this fi filter, on that we are passing the data, NFT data, and calling this find method, and we are sending the request, and on that we are applying all this function, filter, short, and limit. So if you want to apply only filter, so you can remove other functionality. So if you want to use only short functions, so you can apply short and you can remove other. Okay, so this is how it become reusable component. Okay, it's not always necessary that you have to use all the functionality. If you want to use only filter, you can use filter. If you want to use only fill limit, you can use fill limit. So that's looking fine. So let's do the same thing for the pagination. Simply get the entire code and simply copy and comment here, and let's come here and let's call pagination. Okay, so I'll call it pagination, and in that we're going to simply paste this. Looking fine, and here we have to do the couple of changes. So we have this query, we have to convert it into a query like string. So this dot query string. Okay, and here we have to change this to this dot query. So looking fine so far, and here we can see we are getting an error. We're going to talk about this. Okay, so right now we don't have, it's not an async function, but we are using await, so it's not should be there. Okay, and we have to return this entire object. So looking so far, everything's looking good. We have everything's fine, and we have to return from limit field as well, so that's looking good. Let's space it out. That's what we have, and we have to store this data into a query object so it can pass on. Okay, so we have to make sure to save it here, and then it will pass on. So looking fine here, and here you can see we have this error. Okay, so this is the pagination, this is the short, this is the filled, and this is the pagination one, and the rest is working fine. And now we can call this pagination here. So this is how you can add all the functionality. And now let's come here and let's try to fix this out. So it's actually not an error. Okay, so suppose if you have 10 data and if someone is looking for the more than 10 data, so obviously they will get nothing. So actually it's not an error. So we can simply do one thing, we can simply remove this code. Okay, or we can write a custom functionality to handle this problem, but I don't want to do unnecessary work. Okay, so what I will do, I will simply remove this code. Okay, because it's not actually an error in a real world application. So simply comment this out. Okay, so whenever someone requests the data which is not there more than the data we have, they will get 0. Okay, so it's not an error. So I'll simply comment out this, and now let's come here and let's see. You can see right now everything's working fine, we have no error and things are looking great. And this is how we can use this reusable component. We can use anywhere. Okay, looking fine. We go to separate this in different folder, that's looking fine, and we have this reusable module. And now we can test it out whether it's working or not. So let's do the test. So let's click on this hit request and okay. So we have this top 5 NFT. It should be working, but why it's not working? So we are getting this fail method. Okay, let's remove that and let's come back to the other one, and still we are getting the same problem here. So let's do one thing, let's remove this short. Okay, so we have problem in our short function. You can see the limit function is working fine. We are getting the data on the base of the limit, but we have to check the field. It's also working fine. Okay, but we have this, it's looking fine, and all the results we are getting 1. But come here and check this out. So the page is also working, and let's come here. So the problem we have in the short functionality. So let's come and have a look what's the problem happening here exactly. So things are looking good. This is the alias route we have. We are setting up the limit and things are perfect here. No error here, we have it. And let's do one thing and try to change the order of the code. Maybe it fixed that issue. So let's have a try. And still we have the same error. Okay, I know it's a foolish thing, but it doesn't work like that. And here we have the query string, this dot query string. Okay, so here is the problem. Here we have to provide the string, okay, not the query. So let's change this up to this dot query string, and now it will work. Okay, so this is the silly mistake I made it. So I hope you guys have noticed if you are focused in this project. Okay, so that's the field, and this should be working fine. Now click on the request, and here you can see the shortening functionality is also working fine. So looking beautiful. You can hit the request, and here we have the top 5 NFTs, and we are getting that top 5 NFTs, the data as well. So let's click on the limits. It's also working fine, and you can check all the routes. That's looking absolutely incredible. Okay, so things are looking perfect. You can simply do one thing, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a separate folder for this, and this folder I will call utils. So let's call it utils, and in this I'm going to keep all the functionality of this API as a reusable component. Okay, so certain function we want to reuse in different places, so all those function we're going to keep inside this utils, and that's the general convention name in programming. So what I will do, I'll come here, I'll create a new file called API features.js, and that's the file we have. Come here and we're going to simply copy this code. So simply copy, and we have to follow the same convention. Okay, simply copy. I don't want to remove it, so I just want to give you the code as a reference so you guys can check it, and we'll call it, this one is a part 4, and now we can remove these comments. So what I can do, I can simply come here, I can simply grab this entire API feature class, okay, not the constructor. I have to get all these code, simply cut it here. So simply comment it. Okay, not a big deal. Come here and do this one, and from here we're going to simply remove this one, and we have to return this API feature. So remove all this unnecessary jargon. It's not a jargon, it's a part of learning. and here we're going to simply export this API feature. Okay, so we'll come here, copy this one, and let's come down here and we'll say module.export, and we have to export this API feature. Okay, so in that way we can easily able to export this entire function and we can use wherever we want, and that's what we're going to call it here. So what I can do here, I can simply let's come here, down here, so close this up, remove this actually. Okay, now we're going to remove all these unnecessary comment here from the part 4, and let's format that and remove this one as well. Okay, and these are the functions are open. Let me close it out so it will look nice and clean. So let's close this all, and here we have this alias route, and now we have to import that API feature here. All we have to do is to import that API feature and it will work fine. So we'll call it API feature. We have to give the same name, and here it's coming from it's a required module required, and it's coming from /utils, and we have this API feature. Okay, it should be working fine. Okay, no error we have, things are looking pretty good, and now we can test it out. Okay, so whenever someone will head the request, it will come here, it will go into the NFTs, and it will filter out the data on the base of the filters, and it will return the entire data at the end, and that's the we are sending as a response to the client. Okay, that's the logic behind we have here. So that's looking pretty good. So all this data we have here. Now what we can do, okay, that's look good. Now let's come back and let's test it out. So this is the router for the all top 5 NFTs. So let's send the response, and you can see it's working as it is, no problem we have. In the refactoring, now we can simply do the shortening. So let's do get all the data. So here we have all the NFT. Let's do the data on the base of difficulties, and we have 4, and let's do the on the base of field. So right now it's not 3, we have to provide name in the field, so it's not 3. And let's do the duration. You can see it's not working because we have problem in the field. If we comment out this, we'll get the result. I'll change this name. Okay, let's provide name and provide price, head request, and here you can see we get the name and the price and the ID. So that's all working fine. Let's do this greater than, and you can see here we got the lowest to highest. Okay, now let's do the short, and we want to short the data on the base of the price. So we have this minus price and minus rating, so it would be in the same order. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now let's do the limit. So I want to show only 2. You can see it's 2. We have the 2 one, and what else we have can try on this. Let's untick this one, and let's filter out on the base of the save it out. So we have tried almost everything. You can see this is the entire data without any filter. That's looking fine. So hope things are making sense to all of you guys. You are understanding that what we have done and how we are utilizing this functionality to filter out the data. Okay, so that's the entire thing, and hope it makes sense. So this is what we have written so far, and that's we have successfully refactored everything. That's the only thing I want to cover in this. So with that, I'm ending this video. If you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot to come up this project, and make sure to save the playlist, join the Discord server to ask all your queries. And with that said, let's move to the next video where we're going to work on cool things. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to the full stack NFT marketplace API development course. So in the last video, we had successfully refactored the entire code and converted that our filter system into a reusable component. So if you haven't watched that, I'll link the video in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to work on the aggregate pipeline of MongoDB. Okay, so this is going to be a very interesting topic because in this we're going to do some cool stuff with the data. Okay, so here I have opened the project and where we left in the last video. So let's come up here and we'll scroll all the way down. You can see all the functionality we have worked on: alias router and get all NFT, delete NFT. Everything is here. So what I will do, I'll come here, I will call it aggregate pipeline. Okay, so this is a very important concept in MongoDB. Okay, so suppose you have a data and you want to do a certain calculation. You want to find out the average of the entire NFT. Okay, you want to find out the average of a average price of an entire NFT which you have in your database. Okay, so if you want to do those kind of calculation in such scenario, we have to use the aggregate pipeline, which is available in Mongoose. So That's what we're going to do here. So let's create a function. We'll call it export get stats. Okay, so this is the name I have given because here we're going to calculate some stats about the data, and it will call the same request response, and it's going to be an arrow function. We'll take this try and catch, and here we have to send the response. Okay, so let's open this delete one, and we have to send the same response. Copy the response and send it back here. So that's the setup we have done, and now we're going to do something magical. So let's come here, and we have to take a variable called stats. Okay, so that's the data we're going to send back to the client after doing all the calculation. So let's come here, we'll take the NFT and we're going to call this aggregate. Okay, so this is the method we have in Mongoose. Okay, so still if you have any confusion, you can visit the Mongo documentation. They have explained everything about this aggregate. Okay, so again, I'm not including that part in this video because I don't want to make this video long. Okay, so right now we have this aggregate, and here we have to define this array, and here we're going to write down all the objects. Okay, so generally we'll pass those function in the form of object to do the calculation. So first thing, let me show you. First we'll have this match property. Okay, so if we want to match anything in our database, so for example, if I want to match the data on the base of the ID, on the base, not on the base of the ID, on the base of the likes, on the base of the price. Okay, so this is the match function we have in our Mongoose. Okay, make sure you have to provide the $, and then you have to provide this method. You can, for more information, you can visit the documentation, but I'm going to use it. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this rating. So rating, and I will say rating average, and in this I'm going to pass an object. Okay, so it's just like an object inside object and inside object. Okay, so we have nested object here, and here we're going to call this greater and equal method. Okay, so we have to provide this $, and we have to provide this sign greater and equal to, and we have to provide the rating, so 4.5. Okay, and here we try to create a match between the NFTs where their rating is greater than equal to or higher or less. Okay, so that's the simple match we have here. So it will make sense, just work along with me. Okay, write down all the functionalities, so when we'll do the testing it will make sense. So we have this rating average, and let's create a one more function we have. It's called group. Okay, and this one is really powerful. I really like this one because you can segregate the data based on the group. Okay, for example, in this NFT we have difficulties. So we have three types of difficulty. We have easy, medium, and difficult. Okay, so if you want to differentiate, if you want to make a group, so the reason why I'm building out the stats, because sometimes what happened that, like, your manager, your product manager says that you have to build out the system where it's calculate the like average rating, it's make the data into a group. Okay, so this a real world business problem. Okay, so here we are trying to solve the real world business problem. We are trying to create the average of the entire data. So we have to give an identifier. This identifier could be anything. So here I'm going to provide this identifier as a null. Okay, I'm not going to identify anything as a group, and here we have to take the average. Okay, average rating, and this is the name I have given, average rating, and here you have to provide that. So we have to make sure you give this $, and you have to give this average, so the Mongoose will know that okay, it's we have to calculate the average. And here you have to provide the field name. Okay, so make sure you provide this $, and you have to give the average rating. Exact name you have to give, which you have defined in the model. Okay, so this is the field we have, average rating. So it will give the average of the entire NFT. Let's take the average of the, let's say, price. So same function we have to call average, and here we have to pass the price. Same thing we go with the minimum price. If you want to calculate the minimum price, so we can do that. We'll call this main function, and we'll say pass the price here. Same goes for the maximum price, and we'll say max, and we have to pass the price. So it will give the minimum price in our database. So we have 1000 NFT, and if you want to find the lowest minimum price of an NFT, we can get it. If you want to get the highest price of an NFT, the highest one, we can get it. Okay, so that's what we want to get it here. So that's the simple group we have, but right now we don't try to identify with the group. Okay, so we try to simply calculate the data. So that's the data we have here. It will make sense. Okay, when we do the testing, it will make sense. So that's what we have here, and this is simply copy this because we want to send the response back, and here we're going to send the response. Instead of this, we're going to say 200, and here we have to send the data, not null. Okay, so simply copy the stat, and we have to send back here. So we'll take this status, and we're going to send it back.
So now we can test it out that how it will look. Okay, so make sure copy this one and come back to the router, and we have to build the router for this. Okay, because we don't have the router for that. So I'll come here and I'm going to create a stats router. I'll say router.route, and here I'm going to simply paste that NFT stats, and here I'm going to simply get the get method, and here we're going to paste that NFT control dot simply. Okay, what happened? And simply remove this portion. Okay, so now everything's looking good. We have the router, we have the function ready, and now we can test this out. So let's simply come and start the development, and here our server is running fine. Now we can come back to the Postman, save it. All things are working fine. We can get all the data. Now simply copy this entire one and close all this existing one and save this one, and now we can paste the router here. Okay, so this is the main domain, and now we have to call this NFT stats router. Nothing fancy we have done, we are following the same old school. Okay, so let's call the router here, and now we can make the request. If we make the request, and here you can see this is not what we wanted. It gave us the entire pipeline we have defined in our aggregator. So you can see whatever we have defined, we are getting the exact pipeline here. So we have the pipeline, we have the match, but this is what we wanted. We wanted the actual data. So let's come back to the code and let's see what's the problem we have here. Okay, we have to convert this function into a async function because we had dealing with the promises. So let's convert it and let's make it wait, and now it will work fine. Okay, so let's come back to the code and let's hit the request one more time, and boom, here you can see we have calculated the average rating. Okay, so we have close to 9 NFTs, and we are calculating the average rating, we are calculating the average price, we are calculating the min price. So this is the minimum price we have assigned to NFT, and this is the max price. Okay, so our aggregator pipeline is working, and we can easily able to calculate. So you can do hell lot of things. This is a simple calculation which you can do on your data. So it's working fine. You can see all the functions are working fine. Average price, main price, and the max price we have here. So this is the data we got. Let's come back to the code, and that's what we have here. We can do a lot of things. Let me show you a couple of examples. Okay, I included this because I wanted to show you that this is how you get a real world problem, and this is how you can use it, the power of Mongoose, to solve this kind of problem. Okay, so this is not what we're going to use in our API. In our NFT API, we're going to make it and convert it from the different prospectus. Okay, so that's the topic for the letter. Okay, so let's focus on this stats, and let's see a couple of more methods. So here we can come here, and if we want to calculate that how many NFTs we have, okay, so we can calculate the number as well. So we can say sum up, and we provide 1. Okay, and we can provide the rating, number of rating we can get, and if I want to calculate that, I can simply do like sum, and I can say, and that I have to pass this simple rating and pass it here with a $sign, and it will work fine. If I say if I come back and make a request, you can see total number of NFT I have 9. I have like number of ratings, total number of rating I have got is 270. Okay, so altogether we have 9, and we got 270 ratings, and we have average rating. So everything is working fine, so we can easily able to sum up. Okay, simple maths we are doing here in the aggregate pipeline. So looking fine. Now that's what we have, and let's convert this to NFT number. Okay, that makes sense.
So now let me show you that how you can do grouping. Okay, so here we have to pass the ID. Okay, we have to pass the variable on which we want to add the grouping. Okay, so what I can do, I will take this difficulty, and that's the difficulty I have here. I can simply paste, and I can come here, I can make a request. Okay, so I get ID as a difficulty, but this is not what I wanted. This is the one we have, and here I have to provide this $sign. I forgot to add that one. Okay, so that's why it was not working. And now we have the grouping. If I come and make a request, and here you can see we have created 3 different groups. You can see the ID, first one is the easy group, second one is the medium group, and third one is the difficult group. And this is what it makes this group powerful. Okay, you can easily able to define, and all the math calculation will happen on the base of the grouping. Okay, you can see we have different we have different price range, we have different min price, max price, rating, average price. So this will divide it into a different grouping.
So that's what we can do with the grouping, and you can do grouping with the multiple way. Okay, so if I comment this out, and if this time I want to do the grouping on the base of the average rating, I can do that. Simply paste this and come here. You can see here, you can see we have this grouping. This time we have the grouping on the base of the rating. So if we have 4.8, we have 1, we have 4.7, we have 2 NFT with 4.7 rating, we have 4.6 1 NFT, we have 4.5 with 2 NFTs, and we have 4.9 with 3 NFT. Okay, so that's how you can do the grouping and calculate the stats. So that's also working fine. Let's comment this up. Okay, and here what I can do, I can do something better. Okay, I'm going to use this, wrap this into this brackets, and I'm going to uppercase, convert this difficulty into uppercase. So this is how you can do it. I'm going to call this mongoose method to uppercase, and it will convert this difficulty text to uppercase. So save it, and you can see here we have that. If we make the request, and boom, here we got into uppercase. So medium, difficulty, easy, you can do hell lot of things. So make sure to read the documentation, and from where I'm getting all of these things, from where I'm telling you all of these things. So that's the only place we can go to take the reference. Okay, so that's how you can do it. So that's looking absolutely fine, and let's do a couple of more interesting things. So we can come down, and we're going to do a couple of more tests. You can see this one's looking fine, no problem we have here. And now I want to show you a couple of more methods. Okay, so let's come down, and this time I'm going to call this short method. Okay, so this short function is totally rely on the group. Okay, and all the calculation will happen on the grouping. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind, and here we can define it. Okay, so if we want to short the data, like we have to pick the variable which we want to use to short the data, and we can provide this one. If you do this, why we are getting this error? That's why simply cut this one and make it out of this. Okay, so I place it to the wrong place, and now everything's looking fine. So it will start from lower to higher. Okay, so we have 4.8, and this is that how it works. Okay, it's not that useful, but you can do that as well. Let's take the another method, and this time we're going to call this match. Okay, so you can call the same function multiple time in the same pipeline. Okay, so we have already used this match on top, but here we are using one more time. I'm just using to show you that you can do that. You have this option. So let's come up here, and here I'm going to target the ID and what I want. So that's what I can do. If I save it, I can come here, and if I make a request, you can see that. So I believe that you guys have understood that how you can use this aggregate pipeline to do this mathematical calculation on your data. Okay, so I think I try to cover almost everything, whatever you have to know to find out the data, to do the basic calculation. Okay, so we use this much. There is a lot of property which you can check, which is related to month, date, year. So all those things we have there. So if you want to, if you have your data like that, so you can refer to that. With that, I'm ending this video. In the next video, we'll have one more example about this aggregate pipeline, because this is a very important concept which you have to keep in mind. Okay, so we're going to create one more router, which is very important for the API, and that's what we're going to do in the next video, and we're going to follow the same aggregate model. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we had used aggregate pipeline of Mongoose to do mathematical calculation for our stats router. In this video, we're going to create one special router which is very important, and you will find this router almost in every single application. That's called monthly plan. Okay, so in this video, we're going to build that router monthly plan, and we're going to do all the calculation which goes into the application in the API. Okay, so here I have opened the project where we left in the last video. So let's start working. So let me give this comment. I'll call it calculating number of NFT created in a month. Okay, so this is a valid problem which you have to solve. So if your project manager said that you have to build a functionality in the API which calculate that how many NFTs are creating in a particular month, or maybe if you have a course website where you can you want to find out that how many people are enrolling in the course in a particular given month or in the year. Okay, so that's the problem we want to try to solve here. So we'll take this export, and we have to call this get monthly plan, and we're going to be async function request response, and the same structure we have to follow. So error message, and now we have to build up the router. So let's come here, we'll call it get monthly plan, and we have to build the router. So we'll say, let's say what we can call it, we'll say monthly plan. Okay, very simple. And here we have to pass the year. It could be anything, it could be a month, it could be a day, it could be hour, but I'm taking a year.
Okay, and we're going to calculate the month as well. Okay, not a big deal. So let's take the URL, and in that we're going to call this get method, and we're going to call the function we have created, get monthly plan. Okay, so that's our router is ready. All we have to do in this, that we have to pass the year, and it will give us the data based on the logic we're going to build right now. So that's the router part we have here. Now what we can do, let's come back to the controller, and here we're going to build that all logic here. So here we can come and we're going to take the year variable, which we'll get from the URL. Okay, params year, and we have to convert into a number. Now we're going to take this plan. Okay, and here we're going to use await, and we're going to call this NFT, and we have to use that same aggregate pipeline, and that's all stats we're going to define in this aggregate pipeline. Okay, so we'll come here, we're going to try to use this unwind, and I will tell you what this is exactly. So if I come back here in my get all data and try to make a request, so this is what the data we got in get all NFTs, and this particular NFT has 4 different start date. You can see we have 4 month, 7 month and 10 month. So the unwind function we have used, what it does, and whatever property will define in that unwind, it going to take that date and make it individual. Okay, so right now we have this 3, you will find that it will become 1 and 1. So right now we have total 9 document, so it become close to, let's say, 27 document. Okay, so let me show you how it will make sense. Okay, so total 9 document we have, and we have this dates. In each date we have this 3 date. Okay, let me show you how it works. So that's the one we're going to target here. Okay, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Let's come back to the code, and here we have to assign the name. So what is the name we have given? This is the start date, and we have 3 different dates. So if I come this and simply pass that here, don't forget to add the dollar signs, and if you save, simply get the response and come here, and we have to send the response back the plan. Okay, now this will already working fine. Right now we are not doing anything with the date, the year, just we are checking the plan, that what we have, what data we are getting in this unwind. So now it's working fine. Now we can simply test this out. Okay, so first this will run. Let's come back to the router, simply get this one, and we can come here, simply get this one and open a new tab, and here we have to type it and save it, and we can call it, let's say, something monthly plan. Okay, and save it, and simply we have to provide the year. Okay, simply we have to provide this monthly, and we have to simply provide a year. Okay, right now whether you provide or not, but we have to provide a year. This will not do anything, but we have to provide. So let's say 2022 and hit the request, and nothing. Here is what is the problem, why it's 404, no content. Why so? So we have some problem in the function. Let's come here and let's go to this function here, and here we have this function. Okay, we have to change this status code to 0, so then we'll can able to get the data. Okay, so change this to 200, and now it will work. Now let's make a request, and boom, here you can see you got the data. And here is the interesting things happen. Right now you can see the start date. So if I come here, you can see right now we have only 1 start date. So where it is, here you can see we have 1 start date, and that's this one. Okay, so right now the data we have altogether 27, because each NFT has 3 date, and we have separate and make it one FT one with the same date. Okay, so this is how we can able to calculate the month, that in which month which NFT is created. So we're going to use this data to calculate that in which month how many NFT we have created, which are the NFT get created, and we can do the calculation. So if we 21, nothing will happen. Okay, we get this exact same data, all 27 NFT, and now we can use this data to do certain calculation. So it will make sense. Right now I believe that you guys are confused, but it will make sense, because I was when I came across this. So well, come here, but now we have to use this year variable. Okay, so we can come here, we're going to take this match, and we have to match with the year. Okay, so we have already discussed about this match in the previous video when we calculated the stats. Okay, so nothing new here. Now we want to match on the base of the start date, and here we have to construct the start date. We have to define the start or end time. So we want to start from the, let's say it's a greater and equal to. Okay, so we have to give this, so it's only greater and equal to, and here we have to give the start date. So new date which give us the date, and here we're going to pass the year. So the year we are getting from the user, and here we're going to define the month. So we want to start from the first month to the last month. Okay, so this is the starting month we have 1 1, and now we have to define the last month. Okay, so that's the year we have here, and we're going to pass the 12th month, and we have to pass this 31. Okay, so that's the data we want to display. So what data we want to display? So NFT can be created in any month. So one NFT created in 2019, one it's created 2020. But here what we are doing, that if anybody puts the year like 2022, so we want to only fetch those NFT which is created in 2022, not those NFT which is created in 2021 or maybe 2023. Okay, so here we are doing the filter the NFT on the base of the year. Okay, so we'll get the entire NFT which is created in this year. You can take it as a month, you can take it as a week. Okay, so it's totally up to you. Simple logic we have built, and we're going to send back the exact data. Okay, that's the pretty good thing. Now we can test it out. Okay, so right now you have to look at this. So right now we're looking for 2021, so hit enter, and you can see we have all these NFT which is created in 2021. Okay, the start date is 2021. So if you stay, you can see this is 2021 12, and the timestamp it's given. If you check the other one, this is also 2021 to 2021 and to in the month of 10. Okay, so it's looking fine. Let's change the month to 200. So right now we don't have any data related to 2020. Okay, you can see empty data we have here. If we change this to 2022, we'll get all the data, exact data we have here. So you can see start data is 2022 12. So that's looking fine. We can easily able to filter data NFT on the base of that. And if I go to 19, whether they have the no, still we don't have any data in 19. So it's looking fine. The logic is also working fine. So I believe that you guys will really appreciate this. And 22, because this is all the data we have created in 2022, so that we have here. If you do the changes in the dates, you can easily able to do that. Okay, so it's looking fine. The logic we have built is also working fine. So that's how we can solve the real world problem, and your manager would be happy. So that's what we have here, and let me show you one more method. Okay, so let's come here. We have to make the group. Okay, so this time we want to do this grouping on the base of the, let's say, month. Okay, so I'll say that here we're going to take the start date. So right now here we have the data about the month. So in which month the NFT were created. Okay, so in the month of March we have 3 NFT created. In the month of, what is this, August, we have created. In month of March we have created NFT. In month of August, Feb, and this February and August. So you can see we have this monthly filtering option as well. So it's looking fine. In these months we have created all the data. Okay, you can do a lot of things. There is a lot of things in the Mongoose documentation. It's really huge. So it's totally impossible to cover all those things right here in this project. Okay, so I just want to do is I want to simply calculate the number of NFTs in that particular month created. Okay, so let me show you. This is how you can do number of NFT start, and here we're going to simply use this sum property, and we'll say 1 initial value. And we also want to have, we want to simply push this to this here. Okay, NFT name. Okay, so what we are doing, we are calculating the number of NFT created in that particular month, and we are pushing the NFT names in this NFT. So what are the NFT we have created? So let's simply send the request, and here you can see we have the ID, which is 12. Total number of NFT created in the month of August, December is 1, and the name of that NFT, the Northern Light. You can see everything is working fine. So 12 month we have 1 NFT with this name, and same goes for the 3 month. We have 2 NFT with this 2 name. We have this in the month of September we have 3 NFT, and these are the days, sorry, August, and this is the second month, and all these things you can able to find. Okay, I hope you guys are really appreciating this, that how amazing it is. So let's do the, let's check one more function. Okay, so what I can do is I'll have to add a field. Okay, I want to add a month name. Okay, sorry, month, yeah, month number. Okay, so let's do that.
and it does exactly okay what the name suggests. So if you want to add any field, so this is how you can do it. Let's give the name, so we'll call it month, and in that we're going to simply calculate the id, because id contain the information about the month. Okay, so that's the data we're going to pass here. And if you come here, that's what we had. If you send the request here, and here you can see, so month 2, and we have the id also. Okay, so this is the month. Okay, in the month 2 we have this. So this is how you can display more meaningful data and more readable data. Working fine, so all the informations are displaying amazingly. Now what I can do, I want to hide this id. Okay, I don't want to display that. So let's take this projection. So again, this is the method available in Mongoose which allow you to hide any field which you have in the data. Okay, so let me show you what it does. So I'll say this projection, and in that I'm going to call this method. Okay, so what I have to call, I have to hide this id, and I can say 0. Okay, so when I will say 0, it will hide it. Okay, if I make the request, and here you can see we don't have that id here in the data. Okay, it's hidden. If you make it 1, it will hide other thing and it will display only id. So here we can display only id but not the data. But make it 0 because we want the data, we want to hide this id. So that's looking fine. Okay, I want you to keep all these concepts in mind, all the functionality which we are using here. Okay, because this is what we're going to use when we convert this API into different application a lot. Okay, so hope so far things are making clear and making sense to all of you guys. And let's check one more. We have the short functionality. You can easily able to short the data. So we'll call number of, and we can say minus, so it will have from, let's say right now we have this 2. So if you make the request, it will start from 3. So it will start from highest to lowest. Okay, so we have this 3, we have this 2, 1, and you can go all the way to down. Okay, so you can call like multiple method. Okay, so let me show you one more. We can call this limit field also, and I want to limit number of result. Okay, so if you want to display only 6 result, you can do the limit here as well. So if you do the 6, we don't have much data, so it will display all the data here. But if I make it to 12, we don't have that much data, so it will display all. But if I make it 3, so it will display only 3 data, but we have more than 3. So you can see we have very less data and it takes most of the meaningful data, but I want to go with a higher number. Okay, so let's keep it 12. But in the real world application, you should never do this. Okay, you have to set always a limit, and you can easily able to manipulate the limit on the base of the pagination. Okay, which we already have. Okay, so that's how you can use that limit as well. So these are looking fine. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. You are understanding that how we are using that aggregations, and we're going to use this a lot. Okay, so right now we are building this functionality. We can easily able to use the same functionality to convert into any API. Okay, so we are done with one more tool. So we have the stat tools, and that's looking awesome. Simply close all these open functions, so it will look little cleaner. Let's close this one and close this one, and that's looking much better. So we have all the routers ready for the NFTs, not for the review and users. We're going to work on that. So it's looking fine. Now simply close this one and simply close this one and come here. Simply go to this NFT models, and here we're going to start working. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple of cool methods here as well. Okay, so that's what we're going to cover in the next video. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. And in the last video we had completed our monthly plan system in our API. So if you haven't watched, I will link in the video in the I button on the description, so you guys can follow that. So here we're going to start continue working on the model. Okay, we're going to add some cool property, cool functionality to our model. So let's move to that. So this is the model, basic model we have designed so far. And before we do that, let's come here, and what we can do, we're going to talk about some important concept here. So we have this schema, and the first and the format concept I want to talk about is, let's say virtual property. Okay, virtual property. So what this virtual property exactly is, sometime what happened that you don't want to store certain information in your database, but you want to have those data only at the time of execution, and you can calculate those data when the request is made. Okay, so let me show you how it works. So here we're going to use this virtual property, and it's going to take the same thing. It will have to have a name of the virtual property which you want to create. So I want to create duration week, and it will take this get method,
And the reason why we are taking this normal function, because we want to have this keyword, and this keywords allow us to access the model and all the property in that. But if you use the arrow function, we can't use that. Okay, so that's why I'm going with this normal function. And let's come here, and we have to simply return this duration, and we have to simply multiply with this 7. Okay, 7. So this is the one virtual property we have created, and whenever we'll call the function, we'll add this duration week in our data which we are serving to the client. Okay, so to show you this in working, first we have to save it down. Okay, so save it down, and this will not work. Let me save this for, and let me show you what I mean by that. So if I simply call this name get NFT stats, because that's the route for that. Okay, so we have bunch of route. You can see it's growing slowly. So let's come here, make the request, and here you can see we don't have those, we don't have that, the virtual property we have created in the output, because we have to do one more thing. Okay, so here we have to attach this virtual property in our schema model. Okay, here we have to, so that's what we're going to do right here. We'll take this object, and here we'll say to JSON virtual, and it's true. If you do this, it will work fine. So now if you hit the request, and let's scroll down, and let's come down where we have this virtual, and you can see here we have that duration week. So this duration week data is not stored in our database, but it's act as a virtual property. Whenever someone will make the request, it will attach to that, but it's not in the database. Okay, so that's why it's called virtual property. You can see we have got this calculation. Okay, this is the duration 0.741, and you can check all this thing. Okay, you can check all the details will have this virtual property. We have all this virtual property added to each of this data. So let's come back here, and I want to add one more thing. Okay, so let's come here, we have to add this to object as well. Okay, so it will work on the both object, and it will work on the both JSON. Okay, so it's looking fine. So that's how you can create virtual property. I gave you the simple example, but you can create as many data as you want depending on the type of application you want to build. So that's the virtual property we have. And that's the only thing I want to cover about the virtual property, and this is a very important concept you have to understand. Okay, not all the time you're going to store the data into a database. Sometimes you have to display the data on the base of certain calculation, and in those scenario, this virtual property plays a huge role. Okay, so we are done with this virtual property. In the next video we're going to talk about other functions, so let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have built our virtual property. So if you haven't watched, I'll link the video in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. And right now we're going to continue where we left in the last video. Okay, so let's come here, and here I'm going to call this MongoDB middleware. Okay, so this is going to be a very important topic. You have to understand that how middleware works. Okay, so we have middleware in Express, we have created custom middleware function, we have used custom npm package as a middleware, but we also have middleware in our Mongoose. Okay, and that's what we're going to talk about it. Okay, and how you can utilize it in your model. So here we have that middleware, and we're going to take this document middleware. Okay, so this is the first, we have a couple of middleware, but the first middleware we're going to talk about the document middleware. We have a query middleware, we have the write middleware. Okay, a lot of middleware we have. We can see the 3 examples and the most common used one. Okay, so let's start with the document middleware first, and this middleware can only run when at the time of creating or saving the NFT. Okay, saving the data. Okay, so we're going to use as a pre-hook, and we call save method, and it will have this normal function, not the arrow function. Okay, so here we have to add this pre-hook. Okay, so make sure you have to keep in mind, so this will run before the data is about to save to our database. So this is the pre-hook we have, and we're going to console log out this property. Okay, so to check this, what we can do here, and that's what we can test in the post method. Okay, because there we are creating the document. So right now we have this data, it's not sufficient if you and replace with this. Okay, so we're going to send the entire document. All we have to do is to change this ID and change this, let's say change this duration week, because this will create it automatically, and we have to change this ID as well. Okay, this ID as well. So these are the 3 changes we have to do, and we have to change the name because the name should be unique. And here you can see we got an error. Why it's so? Let's scroll down, and okay, because of this comma, so remove this comma here, and now we don't have the error. Now we can send the request, and here we have created that NFT. Okay, so we have one more NFT in our database,
and this is the output we got, but this is not what we are interested in. So let's come back to the code and open up the terminal. Okay, where it's gone, and okay, where it is. So let me scroll all the way down, and here you can see we have this data. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's save it and come back and try to create one more NFT. So let's change the name, because that is the unique part, and simply we're going to change the name here and make the request. We'll come back here in the code, and here you can see, because this keyword is reference to the entire object. Okay, and this is the data we got before it about to save to the database. Okay, so this is our pre-hook middleware. Okay, so we got all these data from this keyword. So that's the pre-hook is working fine. This is the middleware working fine, and now we have to open a new terminal, and this time we have to install one important package, because every single NFT will have its URL slug. We call it slug. Okay, so we're going to create slug with the help of this pre-hook. Okay, so let's install the package. We'll say npm I slugify. Okay, slugify slugify, and install the package, clear the terminal, and let's come back here. And now we're going to simply require the slugify package, and now we're going to use this package to create our slug, the URL for this particular data. Okay, and that's what we're going to call here. We're going to call this dot slug, and we have to use this slugify package, and here we're going to call this, and this refer to the current document. Okay, we have access to the current document, and from there we want to access the name. Okay, so we'll take the name, and on the base of the name, because that is the unique part of the document. Okay, every single NFT will have unique name, so we are using the name, and we are converting the name into a slug. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to simply make it to lowercase. Okay, so that's the general convention. Normally the URL are in the lowercase. Okay, so that's what we have, and here we have the access of next, because without next we can't able to execute this one. Okay, so let's call this net. Obviously it's a middleware, and here we have to define the slug. So let's define it, otherwise it will not display. So let's define the slug, and it's going to be a string. So now whenever we'll create any NFT, it will have its slug, the URL for that particular NFT. So we have name, we have NFT. Okay, that looks pretty good. So things are looking fine. Now we can come and let's try to create one more NFT, and this time we have to change the name. So let's make this 2 and try to hit the request, and here you can see we got the output. All the data is looking fine, and here is the slug. You can see the slug we have $% to. Okay, so finally our pre-hook is working fine, the middleware for creating slug. You can change this to, let's say, something this and request, and here we got the slug. And if you check the database, you will have the slug there as well. So this is how you can create the URL with the help of this pre-hook document. Okay, so this is the one hook we have. Now let's talk about the other hooks, and there are multiple hooks out there. Okay, but this pre-hook only work at the time of creating the document and saving the document, but when you try to update, that time it will not work. Okay, so that's the only thing you have to keep in mind. Let's come down and let's try to check the other middleware. So the next middleware we have, it's called post middleware. Okay, so the same thing, we have to pass the save function, and by the name it suggests, so this will run after the data is saved to the database, then this middleware will run. Okay, again we have access the normal function, and this post hook have access to two things. One, the entire document which is saved to the database, and the second keyword. Okay, so it can execute the function further. So what I can do, I can simply console log out the doc, and let's call the next function. Okay, now let's come here and let's try to run this pre function. Okay, which will run before the post function will execute, and in this we can simply console log out this, let's say, document will save. Okay, dot dot dot. We are not doing anything, we are just trying to see that which function execute first, which middleware execute first. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now what I can do, so let's come back here code and try to create one more NFT, change the name and hit the route. So we have successfully created this, we got our slug, and we can open up the terminal, and here you can see, so here we have the post hook which gave us all the data, and here we have this document will save. Okay, documents will save, this is a pre-hook. So this will always run first whether you first, and this will always run. Okay, that's why it's a pre-hook, and this is the post hook. So hope this makes sense. if I comment this one and try to create NFT, obviously nothing will happen and this function will get stuck. Okay, as you can see, it got stuck because we have to use that next keyword to execute further. So let's bring it back. Let's create it, and here we have that data. Looking fine. Let's bring this down, all the data we have here. Okay, so this is how you can use this two method. I just wanted to show you that you have access to the data. So what I can do, that's the document middleware. I can simply comment this to one. Okay, I just simply want to comment this to one because we don't need this here, because I want to show you this, that how you can do this post and pre and how it works. And that's the only thing I want to cover about the document middleware in Mongoose. So I hope everything is clear and how you can utilize this document middleware to create certain data. Okay, so in the next video we'll talk about the Mongoose query middleware. Okay, so let's move for that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we talked about the document middleware. In this video we're going to talk about the query middleware. Okay, so this is where we are left in the last video. This is what we have covered in the last video, document middleware, and now we can start working with the query middleware. So we have to follow the same structure. We have to take our schema and we're going to call this pre-hook. And the reason why we are calling this pre-hook, because whenever any will hit the request in get all NFTs, okay, so at that point of time we have to run this schema. Okay, on that time we have to filter out the information which we're going to pass in this middleware. Okay, and again we have to call this find method because it's a find. We are trying to find the document if in our database, so it's a find one. And here we have to follow the same structure. We're going to take this normal function, and in that we're going to have this next keyword, so we can easily able to have the instant of this entire schema and we can do operations on that. Okay, so I'm going to call this next. So now let's talk about that, why do we need this middleware? So just imagine sometime what happened that you have certain information in your database which you don't want to display to a normal user, to a regular user. You have keep that for specific person, a specific member. Okay, so when some regular user make the request on the API, so on that time we want to hide those data. Okay, in case of NFT we have top 5 NFTs. Okay, just imagine that we have in our database we have top 5 NFTs and we have those NFT only for specific members. We don't want to display those NFT to a regular user. Okay, so we're going to create a function for that. So when someone regular user will call that function, that's going to hide them. So we're going to build the functionality for that. So when some regular person will make the request on the API, they will not able to find that 5 NFTs. Okay, which we have keep for the special user. Okay, so that's the functionality we're going to build it right now. Okay, so what we can do, we can come here in the schema model, and here we have to define one more property. Okay, so I'll call it secret NFT. Okay, and the reason why I have called secret NFT is because I want to hide it and I want to display it on the base of certain conditions. Okay, so the type I'm going to define is the boolean. Okay, if it's true, if it's false, then it's just display. If it's true, then it's hide it. Okay, so that's the logic I want to build, and here I'm going to define the default value. So initially it would be default. Okay, so that's what we have, and now we're going to build the condition here. So that's what we have here, and this is the secret NFT. And let's come here. So right now if I make a request, just make a request, and here you can see we get all these 7 NFTs which we have in our database. Okay, and this is the 7 NFT, and each of these 7 NFT have this property called select secret NFT to false. Okay, and this just a Mongoose things. You are able to see this in our, it's actually not saved in our database. I will show you. Okay, so you can see this is the default value we have included, it's false. But if we come back to the database, you can see if we reload, right now we have this solvent document, but you don't find that secret variable here. Okay, because we haven't added that and created any NFT including that. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply copy this entire NFT and let's create an NFT with this. Okay, so I will simply close and replace this one. Okay, make sure to remove the ID, duration and slug. Okay, so remove the slug as well and remove this comma, and we have to change this to true. Okay, so this NFT is going to be true, not false. Okay, and let's come here, and now we have to change the name. Okay, so we'll type Ryan. That would be working fine. Now let's hit the request, and here we got an error because it's a we have assigned an ID. Okay, not a big deal. We have to remove this ID from here, and now we can try one more time. Hit a request, and here you can see. So right now you can see we have all this data. So this is secret NFT, turn it to true. Okay, and that's the name of the NFT. That's true. And right now, if you make a request right now, altogether we have 8 NFTs in our database. You can see this is 8 we have, and everything's looking fine. Okay. So I want to hide this particular NFT which I have created with the secret to true. Okay, I just want to hide that NFT for a particular user. Okay, so we're going to work on that. Okay, so this is the NFT which I want to hide. It's a true, and we're going to utilize it. Let's come back here in the database, and you can see if I reload the page, and all the previous NFT doesn't have this property, but the one we have created, it will have that. So here, this is the one we have created. You can see secret NFT to true. So that's looking fine. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. And now we're going to build a condition around this. So what I will do, I'm going to use this keyword. And again, I'm telling you that this keywords refer to the current schema model. Okay, in this we have able to access all the information. We'll use this find method, and in that we're going to take this secret. Okay, that's the one we are targeting from the schema model, and we'll say not true. So when we do that, and when someone try to hit a request, they're not able to find those NFT who's had secret to true. Okay, so that would be working fine. So save it, and right now you can see right now we have this total 8 NFT, but if you make a request, we'll have less than 8. Okay, make a request, and right now you can see we have only 6. So the function is working fine. Right now we have 6, and all these are false, but we have a condition in this. Let me turn it to false, and let me comment out this, and let me show you. If I make a request right now, I'll get all 8. So the logic is working fine. So let's come here, and let me show you how this entire request made. So when someone hit the route get all NFT, it's get trigger of this. We all filtering all the data on the base of the query model, and as soon as the data come here, you can see all this find method, and when the data is come here in the feature query, it's get back into the schema model. Okay, it's get back to the schema model, and this find query we have, so it's run this the method we have defined. Okay, if you bring it back, and this will work fine. Okay, if you hit request right now we have 7. That looks fine. Okay, but in this we have a problem. Let me show you what I mean by the problem. So let me comment out this first, and let me get the all NFTs, and you can see where is that NFT we have here. So this is the NFT, this is the true NFT which is displaying, and let me grab the ID of this NFT. Okay, so when I will make a request single NFT, I'll get this data. Okay, so let's come here, and let's paste the ID here, and if I make a request right this moment, you can see that I can get the ID, that particular NFT which is true. But if I turn this one back and come back to the get alls, and if I make a request, so let's bring it up. If I make a request right now, you can see I have 7. So our code is working fine. But when I'm doing with the single NFT, if I make a request, I still get all the data. This is not what we want. Okay, so if someone get an ID and make a request of a secret NFT, they're still getting the data, but this is not the behavior we want. We want to hide it from here as well. Okay, so that's the one we are going to fix it now, and the simple solution is for this is we can simply copy this one, and we can bring it down, and we can call this method. Okay, find one. Okay, and this find one will work for everything, whether it's updating the single NFT, which is a secret tool, for deleting, and for getting a single one. Okay, so this find one will work for everything, delete, post, patch, for all the method. Okay, so if you do that, if you save it, it will work fine. So to check, all we can do is let's come back and let's hit a request, and you can see right now we are getting this null. Okay, so the logic we have built, it's working fine, and that's what we have. But it's not always a good idea that we should write a similar code twice. Okay, so we're going to do something better. Okay, so here we go here. So here we'll use the global approach. Okay, so to use that, all we can do is let's comment out this portion and replicate this one, and here I'm going to use the global expression. So let's comment on this, and here we'll take the slash, and we're going to provide this one. So when you assign this symbol, this global approach, what it does, it will apply on everything, whether it's get all